Good morning, Chatty House. What's happening? Hello, everyone. Lots to talk about today. Yeah, you are up in here. Were you first? Who was first today? Oh, David. David was first. He's a big winner. I don't know what you win.
Yeah, David's got the belt.
He's got the belt.
Actually, I like medals better. David has a gold medal today.
Oh, okay. I'm going gold medal. I've been messing with stuff nonstop in here. Kyle, you're dark in there. Oh. Excellent.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm Kyle Madsen. Sitting across from me, James Ham. We're the Insiders. How's it going, man?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing terrific. But we have to start the show on a little bit of a low note today.
Yeah,
and I just want to get this out of the way because it's a bummer, and I didn't want to come out hot and then later on have to gear down for this and then gear back up.
I'm with you. I have a morbid sense to me that even on the podcast, I often finish on a dark note, and people and Sean and Brennan always get upset with me. But I think it's right to start the show this way, Kyle.
Yeah. So if you didn't hear, if you're not familiar, former Orioles third baseman Brooks Robinson died last night, and this hits a weird spot for me because I don't typically like fret over. It's sad when a celebrity passes away, especially if it's a celebrity that you were really tied to or had that kind of celebrity fan relationship with. For me though, that never oh man, that ruined my day. But Brooks Robinson hit a weird spot for me because he stopped playing baseball in the 80s. I was not born until 1990. I never watched Brooks Robinson play. But when I was growing up, I was like 11 or 12 years old. I got really into 1970s baseball because of this series of cards that Upper Deck put out called 70s Decade. And I played third base at the time. I really wanted to play third base. And at that point, I'm 12. I wanted to be a pro third baseman. Like, that's what I wanted to play in Major League Baseball. I didn't wind up doing that, FYI. And Brooks Robinson, man, played for the Orioles. The best defensive third baseman of all time. For 15 years, he was one of the 25 best players in the league. And to this day, still the greatest defensive third baseman of all time. And it just kind of hit a weird spot because it's like, man, I honestly thought he had died already. And then so to hear that yesterday was like, oh man, like that's one of my players that I loved growing up.
Yeah, it's brutal. This one hit me hard too. I mean, his last year was 1977. And I'll be honest, Kyle, like I collected baseball cards my whole life.
Mm-hmm.
And like I probably have like 30,000 cards hiding in my basement. All kinds of sets. My prized possession is a 1961 Brooks Robinson. He just absolutely the greatest, maybe even the greatest fielder of all time. Like you can put him up there with like Ozzie Smith, Omar Vizquel.
100%.
Yeah, like he's one of the greatest fielders of all time. And it's kind of weird to watch the Baltimore Orioles finally have a good season after, years and years of just like horrific baseball.
Yeah.
Here they are at 98 wins and like they've got a shot. And then you lose him like right at the end of the season. Just such a downer. And I think it's a broader discussion, about like watching your heroes and the people that sort of made you who you were as like a sports person.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't my guy. My guy was always Rod Carew, which again is it's just random, especially as an A's fan to a guy who played for the Angels. I would not have typically followed someone like that, but I loved watching Rod Carew. And even as a softball player, I wore number 29. I'm a slap hitter, like put the ball wherever I want on a field. And that was Rod Carew.
Yeah. Yeah. I do wonder if you can have a favorite player that like you watched Rod Carew. Like I did.
I never saw him live, but yeah.
Right. But you were around for the Rod Carew era.
Mm-hmm.
I was not around for Willie Mays is one of my favorite players ever. He was retired well before I was even a consideration. Like, so it's a weird thing because I mentioned that to somebody once and they went, "How do you love Willie Mays? You never watched him. You weren't around." It's like, no, I get that, but I can read about him and I can see highlights, the few that there are, and I can hear the reverence that grown adult men talk about him and women, but you hear the reverence that people had for this guy, and then you read about him and you see just the kind of person he is and what he went through to get to Major League Baseball and what he meant to the city of San Francisco and what he meant even more to the city of New York. And it's like, man, this guy was a god.
Yeah.
And still is. Like when he's at Oracle Park, it is a event that Willie Mays is in the building. And it's like, how do you not love that as a sports fan? How do you not want to attach yourself to that even a little bit?
Yeah, it's incredible. I had the same connection with Mickey Mantle. My my uncle is my favorite person. When I was young, he gave me some of his newspaper clippings. He had clipped newspaper from like the local paper of Mickey Mantle when he was a kid. And then he gave me those. So I have those really locked away in my safe. And it's just really cool. So I had a connection. Plus, he's from Oklahoma. My mom was born in Oklahoma. And so, like, I did my state report in 5th grade on Oklahoma.
Incredible.
And so those are things where you find these ties with players or personalities that just like make them mean more to you. Again, I played second base like Rod Carew before Rod Carew got injured as a member of the Twins and then moved to first base where he spent most of his career. But I always wanted to play second base. I always, it's weird how you have these connections with players. And Rod is still alive. He had kidney failure, like it's been a while now, like 5 or 6 years ago, and actually got a kidney from a former professional, I think a tight end that had died in an accident and actually was able to get, I think it was kidneys. But yeah, Rod Carew's still alive. I've got this beautiful Rod Carew autographed baseball.
That's awesome.
At the house. Yeah.
That's really cool. I feel like athletes don't get revered the way they used to. If that makes sense. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's necessarily I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing, because, you can idolize other people. But I feel like I said, Willie Mays has books written about him, and people still, you talk to John Miller, or before he passed, Vin Scully. Like, you talk to guys like that who are around and saw Willie Mays, or you maybe have a grandparent who went and saw him or whatever. You talk to them and it is like a different type of, they turn into little kids again at just the wonder and awe of watching Willie Mays. It was something they had never seen before.
Yeah.
And now I feel like that's not there as much. Like Brooks Robinson, for example. Let's talk about Brooks. Brooks Robinson, for example, good, not great hitter, but all-time great fielder. But people when they think third baseman in the 70s, I think the average baseball fan probably goes to like Mike Schmidt, because 500 home run club.
Or you go to Craig Nettles, who is also an incredible fielder for the Yankees.
Yeah. So you have these other third basemen, I think, that people go to before, and other stars and superstars that they go to in the 70s before they get to Brooks Robinson, right? And I feel like we're sitting here talking about him today in Sacramento, but who would I don't even have a really great comp right now. But I feel like if a similar player, far in the future, if similar player from today, far in the future, in 50, 60 years, however long it is, 70 years, hopefully, a long, long time, are they going to talk about, I don't know, are they going to talk about, help me out here.
Like a guy like Ricky Henderson. Like, I mean, like, are we gonna still look at something like that? Like, are we gonna still like have this attachment to them in this way?
Yeah.
I don't, maybe, I don't know, but like, I mean, we went through the Kobe Bryant thing. And there are players that pass away, like every year there's a couple of players that pass away, but I just don't know. Like, when it comes, there's something about baseball, there's something about the lore of baseball and the attachment that if you're a baseball fan, you have an attachment to all of baseball. And I think it's such a statistical based sport that you follow everything so closely. Like, I mean, we can still like go back and look at Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig stats, and we compare them to modern day stats. And like, you still do this stuff.
Yeah.
As a baseball fan. But for me, it's,
I also think Brooks played when baseball kind of peaked.
Oh yeah,
in popularity.
Baseball peaked in the 50s, 60s,
60s, into the 70s.
Yeah, into the 70s.
And he was obviously awesome then. But Adrian Beltre is the name I was trying to come up with.
Oh, got you.
Adrian Beltre, outstanding third baseman, incredible, one of the best hitters at the position of all time, excellent fielder, just one of the gold standards for the position. Like I said, hopefully it's a long, long time from now. But when Adrian Beltre passes, are there going to be people on the radio in Sacramento being like, "Oh man, Adrian Beltre, that was my guy"? And I don't know if it's just a matter of social media and we just see these guys so much now.
It's also possible that when we were young and when baseball was coming, like in its golden age, that you watch stars on TV. You didn't have all 162 games on an RSN.
And every single highlight that they have hits your social media on some level.
Yeah.
Where the mystique is kind of gone.
Yeah, it's almost like the SportsCenter highlight, it got old. Like, we don't even care about it anymore. I was telling Kyle before we got on the show, for those of you who are listening out there, I had a boss once who wanted me to write obituaries, like in advance for people surrounding the Kings. And I was like, who are you talking about? And he starts naming names, and I'm like, nope. No. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, what are you talking about? He's like, no, I need you. And I'm like, I'm not doing it. Like, you can go ahead and like, we can figure something else out, but I'm not doing that. I'm not, I don't want that juju on me at all.
Hell no.
Like, I don't want that. That's some bad stuff you're talking about. And those are my friends, and I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, everyone else, I don't care. Like,
someone else can do that. Someone else can take on that responsibility.
I'll write that as through tears as I'm, sitting here
Right.
like processing it. I'll give you something outstanding then, but I'm not doing it now.
Yeah.
That's just something that's horrible.
Yeah. That's
All right.
tough.
When we come back, we're gonna shift gears. Brooks Robinson dead at the age of 86, one of the all-time greats. We're gonna stick with baseball though. You are listening to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. We'll be back in just a few minutes. I didn't have my my little chart out. Oh. Oh. Oh, Tyler, we have to talk baseball. We're just gonna have one short segment here on baseball. I think we might drag it out and make you listen to baseball talk all day. We're not gonna do that. Russell Hunt, Eric Chavez did have 6 Gold Gloves. He was great, but yeah. What Arenado is an outstanding fielding third baseman as well. Craig Nettles was incredible. Carney Lansford was good. Any of the A's, because of all the foul territory, you get a whole bunch of you get to make a bunch of extra great plays. Yep. Frank, this I was so offended. I got to be honest, just completely offended when that was brought up. And like RSNs, like regional sports networks, like a NBC Sports Bay Area, they have to have like all of these video packages pre-done for situations like that. But writing is different, in my opinion.
You're. Oh, we got more coming up for you, Tyler. Get dialed, baby.
Get dialed. Yes, Kyle, did you want to say something?
Facts. Okay, 10 seconds. Here we go. Board's hot. And we're back in here. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. And I forgot I don't have to do that anymore. Our rejoiner says it. Mechanics, radio mechanics. Here we go.
Excellent. We got it's taken care of.
I lost my headphones for a second. There we go. All right. Hey, the Giants season ended last night.
Oh,
like
it?
For real,
Yes.
for real.
I
So the
think so.
Giants season ended a long time ago. And it's not so much that they didn't make the postseason. Like, that's obviously an issue. But it's the way they lost that, to me, their season didn't. This era of Giants baseball ended last night. They have to clean house. It's got to go. Everybody, if you want to keep Farhan Zaidi around, that I guess.
No.
But here's my issue with that. Let's put a pin in Farhan for a second. Gabe Kapler's gotta go.
Yeah.
All these stories that are coming out about the clubhouse now, and how this from Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic says the clubhouse included, quote, too many ho-hum reactions to losing with near zealotry to to a Filipino card game that Jock Peterson and some other Giants players appear to find more compelling than studying the Knights' opposing starting pitcher. Like, that's a manager that has lost his clubhouse.
That's a pretty strong indictment on what was happening. I mean, like, look, I thought the Giants overachieved early in the season. I thought they overachieved even up until like maybe a month ago.
Mm-hmm.
They just don't have the horses. They don't. They've got a couple of nice pitchers. They don't have a single power bat in the lineup that anyone fears.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you look at the Braves. The Braves have like half of their roster is an MVP candidate. You look at the Giants, and they made these like swings and misses on multiple players, but they just don't have that guy, but they don't have the second and third guy either. And so while I think, yes, they need to clean house, but they need to clean house completely.
Okay, and that's where the Farhan thing comes in, because you can pin this on Farhan all you want. You can say that their farm system should have been better.
Yep.
And you can say that they should be seeing more production from that group by now. And I think people who would argue in Farhan's favor would say, well, the pandemic and losing a year of minor league baseball definitely adversely impacted that. And I would agree to an extent. But the problem is they're not going to replace, the Giants ownership is not going to replace Farhan with another super genius GM who suddenly goes, hey, we're going to offer more money to players. Like, that's not offering money to players and getting players to come to San Francisco is not the job of the general manager. Like, that's on ownership. Farhan, if ownership had said, hey, give Aaron Judge, money is no object, give Aaron Judge $600 million, just get him here and build a team around him, he would have. But ownership says here, you can spend X amount. Like, that's, you can pay this player this much money, or you can pay him this much money, but you're going to be handcuffed in X, Y, and Z ways financially moving forward. And that's where that I think is the problem for San Francisco right now. I don't think it's something that Farhan personally is doing wrong.
Okay, so here's how I look at it, and I'll relate it to the Kings. If Monty McNair was only known for almost getting Ben Simmons, or maybe getting John Collins, or you were in conversations to possibly land Kyle Kuzma, and that's all he did, then that's where I'm at with the Giants. Like, but Monty didn't just end there. Monty went out and got Domantas Sabonis. He got the star level player.
Yeah.
Then he has the other star level player. Then he went out and got the really good second baseman, the really good right fielder with a gun, the left fielder who can get on base. Like, he went out and got the other pieces.
Sure.
And then he also has a young guy coming up. Like, I just feel like the Giants, they don't have anything. Like, they have some nice pitchers,
Right.
They do. They have some nice pitchers, but outside of that, like, what do you got? What are you building your franchise around? Yeah. And it, like, again, if you're going to go into the playoffs, if somehow they made the postseason, the Braves have like Matt Olson, Acuna, like, just keep
Sean
going
Murphy.
down. Yeah, just keep going down.
Austin Riley.
The list is
Ozzie Albies.
Nuts. The Giants don't have one of those guys.
No,
they don't have one of them.
No.
So, like, I want to feel for, the manager and, the clubhouse. But at the same time, at what point as a player do you look around and go, okay, like, what are we doing here?
Like, this is stupid. Right.
Yeah. And maybe a stupid game becomes more important. That should never happen.
Right. And that's I think that's the problem for me is no matter what, if you're a manager that's worth their salt, your players are going out there every day and going, hey, our tragic number is 2 with 8 games left. Well, we're going to try and go 8-0.
Yeah.
Like, and I just don't think that's how the Giants were this year. And it didn't seem like it from August on, late July on. They were just, it was very, very streaky. They'd figure it out for a week. Yeah, that's a perfect way to put it.
Yeah.
They were just kind of, And I guess I get a little bit what you're saying with regards to Farhan, because they were hoarding their farmhands, their their top prospects. It's
Yeah.
Matos and Luciano, and Bart wasn't a Farhan guy, so I'm not going to put that on him. But then it was Elliot Ramos, and there's Kyle Harrison and Hunter Bishop for a while. It's like there's all these guys that you hear about, and okay, if you're not going to trade them, then they need to be stars at the major league level, and they just never that's not happened yet. So maybe you give Farhan another year and see if those guys develop, because if they do, now all of a sudden he looks great. If you have a couple of all-stars hanging out in your farm system right now all of a sudden you can build around those guys. And now the urgency to get a Aaron Judge or a Giancarlo Stanton or Bryce Harper or Carlos Correa, and again, Carlos Correa, not necessarily on the Giants, but now the urgency to go get that caliber of player is much, much lower. And the ability to get that caliber of player, though, probably changes if you have an all-star shortstop and an all-star center fielder.
I agree, but like if I'm trying to lure a top-tier talent,
Mm-hmm.
and that's what the Giants have to do at this point, right? They've got the fan base, they've got the ballpark, they've got the city. But when you're telling people, okay, you get to play alongside like Wilmer Flores, and he's got 22 jacks, and you're like, okay. And then the next guy is like, okay, JD Davis. He's got 18
Estrada.
Yeah, like, but these are like 30-year-old guys. Lamont Wade Jr.
Right.
They're like 30-year-old dudes. That's not how you build a team. And so I guess by not being able to develop the talent to get them up to, the big league level, you've kind of hamstrung yourself a little bit. But I'm just shocked that, even you look at the A's this year, it's such a miserable season. They're not even going to win 50 games.
Mm-hmm.
But all of a sudden they have all these young players that you're like, I'm a lot more excited about Zach Geloff than anyone on the Giants roster.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
It's a significant problem.
That's a problem. You're looking at how many pieces away are you? Okay, well, Estuary Ruiz, you got to like
Ryan Noda can play.
Yeah, Ryan Noda can play. Like a Brett Rooker. You're like
Lawbutt.
Yeah, you're like, okay, all right.
It's Lawrence Butler. Call him Lawbutt. That's super funny to me.
Lawbutt is funny.
But yeah, that's the thing is like, okay, you kind of see the foundation. But with San Francisco, there you don't see that. And if what Farhan does is he goes, okay, look, we can't pay a Mookie Betts, but we can platoon Lamont Wade and I don't know, Darren Ruff. I'm just picking two names. That's not the platoon, but you get it. We can platoon these two players, and between them, put them in favorable matchups to, out of our right field spot, get Mookie Betts level production for a fraction of the price. And I get it. Like, that's using analytics, and that's when you can't get Bryce Harper to play right field for you, or you can't get Juan Soto or whoever it is, then, hey, here's how we're going to do this. But that doesn't work at all at 8 positions.
Yeah.
At some point you need, hey, this guy's our 3-hitter. This guy's our 4-hitter. This guy's leading off. And okay, now you have 5 players who are just in your lineup. And now, okay, you're piecing together the other spots. Now that works.
Yes.
But when it's, hey, this is what we're going to do for the entire roster, the entire lineup, I don't want my manager to have that much an effect on games. I don't want managerial decisions of, okay, let's see, it's a righty, but it's also nighttime and the wind is blowing in, so we need to play this guy instead. Like, that's crazy, dude. Let your guys go be dudes. And they can't, because they don't have the caliber of player to do that.
I think, yeah, basically what you're saying is that their manager, he doesn't even own a pen. He just owns pencils. Like, he is erasing and moving guys around in his lineup every single night, because he doesn't have anyone that you can write in pen on that lineup. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem. So
no, I totally agree. Hey, just real quick.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to do this on air because I didn't notice until just now. We got 2 more minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my fault. I didn't fix that beforehand. I did the math wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well that leads us to the wild card. Tonight,
yeah,
on ESPN 1320, following D'Lo and Casey, we actually have what is it? Mariners Astros. It's a huge game.
Dude, it's a playoff game. We have a playoff game tonight.
Yeah.
It's not literally a playoff game, but the Rangers are 2 games up in the AL West. So they have, by and large, put their stamp on the AL West crown. There's still games to play, but 2 games up with 5, 6, or 7 to go. Like they're in a good spot.
Yeah.
But the Mariners are a half game back of the Astros for the final wild card spot right now.
Everyone wants the Mariners to win.
I don't root for AL West teams. I have a rule with my hats. I won't wear an AL West hat. I won't wear a Giants hat. And Red Sox and Yankees. But with one exception, it doesn't matter. I am a huge Mariners fan tonight.
Oh,
dude, I'll wear a Julio Rodriguez jersey. Hit me with the
going all out.
I've got a Brett Boone rookie card ready to go. Shout out to Felix Hernandez.
And then you've got Dusty Baker, who has like the most unlikable team in the history of professional sports. He's out there like he's tired of his players getting hit by pitches.
Oh my God.
Like, hey, Don Baylor's on line 1, man. Stand in there and take a pitch.
Dusty Baker's mad. He's tired of teams hitting his and Chris Towers from CBS Sports actually tweeted this out.
Yeah.
Dusty Baker's complaining that his guys get hit too much and he thinks that pitchers can act tough because they don't have to go to the plate. The Astros have hit more batters than times they've been hit this year. The Astros pitchers have hit 74 batters. 72 Astros batters have been hit.
They're 12th in the league in HBPs.
Right. Middle of the pack.
Yeah. And
meanwhile, they're 10th in times hitting players. Kick rocks, dog.
Last time I checked, that's like you get hit by a pitch, you go to first base.
Yeah.
Good for you. You got a man on.
You take your bag.
Yeah, go take your bag.
Dusty Baker's a legend, dude.
Mark Hanna's like walking into every pitch, and Dusty Baker's out here trying to get his guys. Like, what are you stop hitting my guys?
Yeah, but no. I love Dusty, but he's out of line on that one.
All right, we're coming back in just a few minutes. We're going to talk Patrick Surtain to the 49ers. Patrick Surtain the second. No. Kyle's got a hot take here. We're gone mad. We're going mad. We're going mad.
That's the correct take.
All right. You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I didn't look at all that stuff. He sent out the email last night. What's going on, Chatty House? We're moving very quickly today. I don't know. I'm like Dusty Baker is amazing. Oh, where'd it go? Dusty Baker is spectacular. He's a Sacramento legend. And so influential in the Sacramento baseball community. But come on now. And he's still at Kings games all the time. I've got to meet Dusty Baker a couple of times. I think him and Sean are close. Kyle, Kings fan asked this here. I'll get this answered for you. How come you guys don't have this show available in podcast form? I think it is, but I don't think we have our own podcast feed yet, if that makes sense. So I don't know where you find it. Yeah, David, your daily reminder that Fisher is trash. It's the worst of the worst. It's just disgusting.
D'Lo and KC is where our podcast lives.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, I'm working behind the scenes to get us our own.
Yeah,
to try and expedite that.
Okay.
I shouldn't say Charlie is. Charlie is working his rear end off to make that happen.
Cool.
All right, 20 seconds. Here we go. Your board's live. This is one of my least favorite things, James. Not this song. It's a great song.
Yeah, I'm jamming to this. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, one of my least favorite things in as a sports fan, and this goes back to before doing this for a living,
Okay.
is the, hey, a good player would help my favorite team, so my favorite team should trade for that player.
Of course.
Like, yes, undoubtedly, every team should go try and acquire all the best players 100% of the time. No doubt. Yes. No argument from me. But this whole Patrick Surtain II to the 49ers thing that's gaining legs, not because of a report, not because, hey, they've had talks, no, it's just 49er fans on the internet and maybe some other teams too. But I'm in a 49ers bubble, so I haven't seen Raider fans doing this.
Oh no, Cowboys fans are in too.
That tracks as well. But the Cowboys make sense. Okay, look. So Patrick Surtain II, his dad, Patrick Surtain, famous NFL corner, said that his kid deserves better than what the Broncos are doing right now.
Word.
And honestly, couldn't agree more. Patrick Surtain II is an outstanding football player. And he's only in his second year.
One of the top 3 cornerbacks in the NFL.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
in
with
his
you on that.
third year. He hasn't missed a game yet.
Third. What did I say? Second? Yeah. In his third year.
Yeah. So he's played. He started nonstop. I think 16 games his rookie season, 17 games last season. Yeah.
And he's excellent. He's a really good player.
Yeah, he is, and he's 23.
Right.
Yeah, sign me up, Kyle. What does it take?
Right.
What does it take, Kyle?
Okay, so there's so many there's so many things with that, right? Because so first of all, you figure let's just go to the world where the Broncos put this young player at a premium position, a foundational building block for their defense potentially.
Yep.
Keep in mind, he's in his third year. Okay. That means they have him under contract for 2024. They have his 5th year option, which would keep him under contract through 2025. And then they have franchise tags.
What, at least 2 years, right?
Right. It gets super expensive to franchise a guy more than once.
Okay.
So let's say they basically have him under contract after this year for 3 more years, conceivably. That's plenty of time to figure your franchise out. They're not going to be in a hurry to unload Patrick Surtain because he's extension eligible at the end of this year. The Broncos are not going to be super interested in doing that. I don't think. So that puts this conversation in a different bucket where, all right, so a team's going to have to pry him away from the Broncos.
Okay.
So now you're looking at probably what I would guess would be multiple first-round picks to get it, because again, the Broncos aren't looking to unload this guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a defensive back, so, and they do come at a premium, but
yes,
it's not a quarterback. It's maybe multiple first-round picks, but also maybe it could be a first, a second, a fourth. I don't know. I mean, he was a number 9 overall pick in the draft.
And he's good as hell at a premium position.
Oh, yeah, I totally agree. But I think the biggest thing, he's really good at a premium position, and he's 23.
Yeah.
And he's under team control.
Right.
Yeah, so I have a hard time believing that they're just going to pull the plug because his dad's out there saying he deserves better.
Yeah.
I think everyone looks around and goes, oh, yeah, he's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you deserve better.
Yeah, several players on that team do.
We agree. You deserve better. We can't even...
The Broncos think that too, by the way.
Yeah.
I promise the Broncos aren't thrilled with how their season has gone.
Yeah, I'm sure Russell Wilson is over there he's got a point. Got a point. You deserve better than what I've been throwing out there. Yeah, you wonder how many picks Surtain would have if he got to play against Russell Wilson.
Boy.
Yeah. But at the same time, it's not going to happen, is what you're saying, Kyle. Would it make sense for the 49ers if it could happen?
Yeah.
Well, of course you do it, right?
Yeah, if you can go get, but okay, now here's the other thing. Forget the draft compensation you can't, but forget the fact that the Cowboys, who just lost a star corner in Trevon Diggs,
yep,
if Patrick Surtain was available, would go over the top to try and acquire that player. 1,000%. So now you're in a bidding war. And also every other team would be on the phone with the Broncos because that's a 23-year-old corner with multiple years of team control left.
Okay.
So anyways, let's put that aside. For the 49ers right now, their roster is so expensive. And because of they restructured Christian McCaffrey last year, They've restructured Charvarius Ward. They've restructured Eric Armstead and George Kittle and Trent Williams. So they've cleared all this cap space, right? But what they've done is they've kicked that can down the road. That bill is going to come due eventually. And it's going to come due over the next, 3, 4, 5 seasons. Okay. Their roster is going to continue to be expensive. They're not going to be able to afford to keep a guy like Talanoa Hufanga. They're not going to be able to afford to keep a guy like Dre Greenlaw, whose contract is up after next season. They're not going to be able to afford to keep a guy like Aaron Banks if Aaron Banks keeps improving at the rate that he has. And remember, Banks is in year 3. He wasn't a rookie last year. He was in year 2. So Banks is going to be extension eligible after this season, not a first round pick. So they don't have that 5th year option. So he's coming up quick, and they're going to be able to afford to pay him. So what do you do when you have a quality player leave? You replace them with a draft pick.
Yep.
So those draft picks conceivably would go to the Broncos in a Patrick Surtain acquisition. And then they would have to pay Surtain potentially after this year and definitely after next year. And they're not going to have the money to do that, especially if you think that Brock Purdy is going to continue playing well. And if you think that Brock Purdy is going to be a player that, okay, maybe he's not making Patrick Mahomes or Joe Burrow money, but maybe he's making top 12 money, top 10 money.
Which is 40 mil? 35?
I was putting it at 30 to 35.
Okay.
And that's like, I know that sounds insane, but if he keeps winning games and if they win a Super Bowl with him, then that's
not crazy.
That's going to be the going rate.
It is what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
So you consider that their quarterback room, there are, I think it's 22 quarterbacks, individual quarterbacks making more than the 49ers entire quarterback room right now.
Ooh.
So they are crazy cheap at that position. So if they're going to get more expensive at that position, you can't. So you would be giving up the draft capital to acquire a player that you're not going to be able to pay. And then when players started leaving, you wouldn't have the draft capital to replace them.
Kyle,
it just doesn't make any sense to me, man. Like,
what if I told you? I told you that the 49ers don't need their first or second round draft picks because they can't draft well enough in the first or second round anyway. So you might as well give them up. You might as well just give them away.
I would disagree with you.
They're only good in the third.
I would disagree with you. One, because one of your, and that honestly,
because you have Bosa and he was the second pick in the draft.
Brandon Ayuk, another player they're going to have to pay.
Okay.
First round pick.
No, that's true.
They traded up for. Deebo Samuel, a guy they're currently paying. Second round pick.
Okay.
So I get it. I get the bit, but you can't do that as an NFL team.
No,
you can't go, hey, we've been Jawan Jennings and Brock Purdy and Ronnie Bell. We're all 7th round picks. Let's just pick all guys in the 7th. You just can't.
They're really good at finding guys there.
Boy, are they.
They're really good there. They're really good in the 4th round. Like
5th round.
5th round.
Fifth round's their money round.
Yeah, that's where they got Kittle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, George Kittle, Dre Greenlaw.
Eric Armstead. Someone brings up Eric Armstead in the
also
chat.
Got restructured.
He did, and he was also a first round pick, but that was a decade
2016?
ago. Yeah,
2015?
A long time ago. Like Eric,
yeah, he was.
Eric's
that was.
They've missed so many picks between then and now. Like it's pretty.
Yeah,
crazy.
they haven't been very good in the first. Although I will push back on the idea that Mike McGlinchey was not a good first round pick.
Okay,
Mike McGlinchey was a good player. Did he get overdrafted a little bit at 9? Like maybe, but he was so good that another team, granted it was the Broncos, paid him top of market money. He's not a bad player.
No. And
if you're going to come at me because you saw the Twitter clips that people cherry pick, then kick rocks, frankly.
Kyle's mad about this. It's not happening. That's what Kyle says. I remember back in the good old days where the 49ers would just like throw all caution to the wind. You go back to the 90s. It's like, we're really, really, really good, but Deion Sanders is available.
It was a 1 year. That was okay. Totally.
A 1 year.
Totally. 1 year deal and an uncapped season.
Yes.
The cap exists now. Sorry.
It does.
Like I get the need and I get the want and the desire to be like, hey, Patrick Surtain in this defense. Like, yeah, it would be amazing. It would be unbelievable.
Yep.
It would take an already good defense and make them like that much better. I get it. But if the 49ers are going to do that type of all-in move, it's probably not going to be for a player who is due a contract next season. it would probably be for somebody like Daniil Hunter, an edge rusher from Minnesota, who I think has 4 sacks already this year.
Yeah.
It's going to be like a Daniil Hunter type where, hey, not crazy expensive this year. You can let him walk next year, and you can give up maybe a 3rd round pick to get him as a rental. Maybe you have to use a 2nd.
Okay.
That's the kind of deal. That's the kind of deal I think they'd make. I don't think they're going to start parting with multiple 1st round picks or anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think where the 49ers are, it's they're in a really good spot. I mean, they're a great team. And
right.
And do you need to add to greatness? Sure, but at what cost? When we come back, me and Kyle, Wet Blanket Madsen,
that's me.
We're gonna shift gears. We're gonna talk a little WNBA. Kyle, this is new. We don't usually talk WNBA, but the Warriors are making a move. You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app.
You're clear. That made it sound like the Warriors are making a move to the WNBA.
Oh, good. They might be. Once all
like, screw this.
Yeah, once they get, I don't know, man. I wrote down all their ages. Holy cow.
They're so old.
Holy cow. Ooh. What is happening?
And they're not old. They're not like sports old, where it's, hey, those guys are all 28, 29. They're old.
Yeah.
I'm 33 now. There are so many teams in the NBA where there might be like one guy older than me.
Yeah.
Steph, Clay, Draymond, Chris Paul.
Well, the
Rudy Gay.
Yeah. Oh no, it doesn't end there. Draymond Green, Steph, Clay.
Didn't I say Steph, Clay, Draymond?
Yeah. Chris Paul, 38.
Yeah.
Like
Chris Paul, way older than me.
We've got Kojo at 32.
Oh, Corey Joseph, right about my age.
Yeah. Yeah, the Kings have one guy that's older than you, Kyle.
Yeah.
And that's JaVale. And just think the Golden State Warriors tried to get JaVale. Boy, wouldn't that have been?
Wow. I want to say I respect it, but I don't know that I do.
They're all in.
Sure. Yeah.
They're like Toonsis a driving cat, right?
They are so focused. I think they got so derailed by the dual timeline thing last year and the clashing of those two things.
Yeah, for the last 2 years.
Somebody in the building referred to it as a tug of war. There was just this constant where the young guys wanted more playing time, but the older guys are sitting there going, no, we need to win a title and you're not ready to do that yet. So we all need to play. Like so I think they're just going the extreme opposite direction. They're just like, you know what? We're just going to be old as hell.
Yeah. Do you know Toonsis a driving cat from Saturday Night Live? No. They used to do this bit where
1 minute
a guy let his cat drive and it was Toonsis, and every time he'd drive them off a cliff. That's what it feels like. It's like, okay, we're going out in a blaze of glory here. Let's just go ahead and let the cat drive the car and see what happens. And then when it's over, it's over. Like the whole thing is over, right? That's they're going to be good as long as Steph plays. Like, okay, well, he'll be 36 this year.
Yeah, Steph is the same age that Larry Bird was on the Dream Team.
Oh.
Is that not bananas?
I didn't know Larry Bird played that old because he had so many back problems.
And he was I think he was 35 on the Dream Team. It might have been 36. I'm pretty sure he was 35 though.
Go around.
Here we go. 10 seconds.
All right.
10 seconds. Your board's hot. You made it sound like the Warriors are going to the WNBA.
Well, maybe at some point, like when this thing ends, it could end.
They're just going to transition from old guys to women's hoops.
I guess. I don't know. I mean, it would give Joe Lacob something to do. Yeah, we have this report.
He should buy the A's is what he should do. Sorry, I don't want to derail it. That's my fault.
I agree with you.
No,
He should buy the A's. Like Kyle and I being A's fans, it's tough. We don't want to talk about it.
No.
Report by our friend Marcus Thompson. And it's that the Warriors are closing in on a WNBA franchise. The team will play at the Chase Center, based in Oakland, but they will play at the Chase Center. And there's a lot of interesting stuff here, man. Lake Up was all in on women's basketball in like the beginning. Like he was the owner of the San Jose Lasers of the ABL before they folded up shop, leading up to they just bad timing, right?
Mhm.
The WNBA and the ABL sort of started around the same time, and the WNBA really takes off and ABL dissolves. Kyle, what are your thoughts here? Because to me, there's only 12 WNBA teams.
Mhm.
There is so much talent that just can't make a WNBA roster
Right.
every single season. It's horrible that they just, I don't even know what they need to expand, but I don't know that they are financially stable enough to expand massively. I would like to see 20 teams. Getting one in the Bay Area would be great. Getting one here in Sacramento would be even better.
Yeah.
But yeah, what are your thoughts on this?
I've said for the longest time that the reason that as the WNBA has grown and become more popular, a big reason for me that I haven't gotten as into it as like a lot of my friends have, is because there's just not a team here.
Yeah.
And I tried to a couple years ago, I was like, I'm just going to be a Las Vegas Aces guy. And I just can't, I can't form that attachment because I can't just on a weekend be like, oh, I'm going to go to a game.
And they're really good.
Yeah, the Aces are amazing. But if there's a WNBA team in the Bay Area, I've said this. If I'm financially in a place that I can, like I'll get season tickets, dude. I'll be there all the time.
Okay.
I'll wear gear. I'll be out there. And I think there's probably a lot of people that are like that, who maybe are sports fans in the Bay Area who just don't follow the WNBA because it's not even close to local. Like the Sparks are the closest team. And that's not, so I think it's a great idea. You break into that market, you get the San Francisco, Oakland market. I guess it would be they would play at Chase Center, but be Oakland based.
Yeah, that's what they said. Their headquarters would be in Oakland, which is, they have a professional team there right now, I believe, a semi-pro team in Oakland. And then the hope would be that they would, elevate. And
I see.
Yeah. I don't know. So first of all, this isn't the first time we've heard of this plan of the Golden State Warriors potentially bringing in the WNBA, bringing it back, or bringing it in for the first time. But I will tell you, Kyle, this is something that, I've heard rumors in Sacramento. It was really hot and heavy, maybe a year and a half ago, maybe 18 months ago, where the Monarchs buzz, the return of the Monarchs was something that was potentially happening. And then it quieted down. So I don't know what happened there. If the WNBA does expand, I don't think having a team in the Bay Area precludes the league from going to Sacramento as well. It would be something. It's something that Vivek sort of talked about when he bought the team, potentially bringing back the Monarchs. But it's a big undertaking, and it is a financial, it's a bit of a drain. And so it's more of a labor of love than it is a money-making opportunity, as of right now.
I was gonna say for now.
Yeah, for now. But I would love to see it. I would love to see a return of the Monarchs to Sacramento. I thought that they were amazing. Their group, even, our friend Jerry Reynolds, he did such a great job, building a winner. They have players that, Hall of Famers from that squad, and they should have a couple more Hall of Famers from that squad. But I would like to see it. It sucks to see that there are no Monarchs, there are no Comets. The Houston Comets were just so good.
Yeah.
And then they're gone. And, I think the Detroit team was gone.
Is there with Sacramento specifically, is there any doubt that they would just immediately have the best crowd in the league?
Oh, it'd be instant.
It would be unbelievable.
Yeah, instant. Like
if you're the WNBA commissioner or expansion czar, I don't know, but if you're in charge of that, how are you not looking at Monarchs games from the early 2000s, early and mid 2000s?
Yeah,
and then looking at Kings games last year, and not putting 2 and 2 together. Just do that immediately. And put a team in the Bay Area.
I agree.
It can work. Do all of that.
I agree. And having a team in like it makes sense to have 2 teams in an area, especially with travel and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like you fly a team out to the Bay Area or to Sacramento, and then you have them play multiple games.
Knock out
like,
2 games.
Knock out 2 games. Like that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
And even to have like sort of the regional thing with, the Seattle team and the LA team, the Las Vegas team, like everybody like sort of up the West Coast. Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I hope that the WNBA expands. I also hope that Vivek is in on something like this, that he's like given the big thumbs up, because I would like to see the WNBA back.
Is it, and you may not know the answer to this, but is it just as easy as an NBA team owner going, hey, or a team governor going, hey, I want to do a WNBA team now?
I don't know. I think there's probably an expansion fee, but I'm not sure how much it would be. It's not like whether it's 50 million or it's 30 million. I know the expansion fee for like MLS soccer, like when the Sacramento almost got an expansion team before, was like, it wasn't that big. It was like 75 million or 100 million. And now it's like 300 million or 500 million. It's gone up so much that like you have to actually have a whale, someone that can afford whatever. They just like, oh yeah, that's fine, whatever. We'll throw a bunch of money at it.
It'd be so sick to exist in the space where $75 million isn't that much. Like 75 or 100 mil, like whatever.
Yeah,
man, that'd be so cool.
I agree. That isn't the only news coming out of the Bay Area. The Golden State Warriors have been active, filling out their roster before the start of training camp. First of all, they brought in Rodney Magruder,
who Clay has beef with. Don't love the vibes on the Rodney Magruder edition.
You don't?
During the pandemic, when the Pistons were playing in Golden State,
okay,
Clay was doing his like sitting in with the broadcast team. And at halftime, they were going to the locker room, and Rodney Magruder like chased down Juan Toscano Anderson to confront him in the tunnel. And Clay is on the broadcast like, hey, what's going on? Like, because he's trying to call down to the guys and see what's happening. And he was like, oh, Rodney Magruder's trying to say something. He's going to be out of the league soon anyway, that bum. And just trashed him on air.
Wow.
Yeah.
Every time I see him.
Now they're on a roster together for training camp.
Every time I see him, I think, Magruder. The MacGruber from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. Okay.
Like their version of MacGyver.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, every single time. I'm like, and so they not only did they sign Rodney MacGruber, but they also brought in Kings legend Rudy Gay. Rudy Gay will compete for the final roster spot.
This Warriors team's going to dominate in 2013, bro. They're going to be so good 10 years ago.
They were so good 10 years ago, and now they're going to be so good again 10 years ago.
They're really broken up about that second round loss to the Spurs in 13. They're like, we're going to right or wrong.
Oh my gosh. Rudy Gay is 37 years old. That's not a typo. They also and like, look, I am a Rudy Gay guy.
Same.
I have a great relationship with him. I actually took a picture. I took a picture of Kobe Bryant and Rudy Gay on Kobe's last game in Sacramento, and Kobe giving Rudy Gay's little boy a kiss on the head.
Adorable.
Yeah. So like Rudy Gay, I fully enjoyed covering him. He's a spectacular dude. But at 37, he was not good last year.
He was washed
in Utah. Not good. I mean, shot like 36% from the field, like his 3-point percentage, everything way down.
I think an underrated part of the Warriors title team a couple years ago was Otto Porter's contribution as a center.
Yep.
And I think they're just trying to find guys that can do that.
I guess.
And so go grab a couple of rebounds and make them defend you if you're standing in the corner.
Yeah. The roster now has 33-year-old Klay Thompson, 35-year-old Steph Curry, 38-year-old Chris Paul, Corey Joseph is 32, Draymond Green is 33. That is an old team. It is old.
Yeah, but Jonathan Kuminga is like 22, so
that changes everything. And just think, they missed out on 35-year-old JaVale McGee. 35-year-old JaVale McGee. They could have put the oldest team in the history of the NBA on the court. All right, we're going to step away. When we come back, Colin Kaepernick sent a letter to the New York Jets. He wants to be your scout team quarterback. You're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. That was loud. Yeah, Corey Joseph is 32. I did look. My guy Kojo. If you're going to bring in Chris Paul, the slowest point guard in the NBA, you might as well back him up with Corey Joseph, the second slowest point guard in the NBA. Like, this team is not going to, but they always play with pace. I don't know.
They are hell-bent on just having dudes that are going to be in the right spot.
Yeah, they're going to out experience you in games.
Yeah, I guess.
But if you decide to just run, I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I think on a night to night basis, I don't know how much that's going to matter, but like come April, when you're playing 6-7 game series with a team that wants to run, and okay, you sneak out of the first one, but then you get in the next one and they want to, and
yeah,
I don't know, man. I think they're just they are so shook for, I don't want to say shook, but so wary of what happened last season that they're just going above and beyond to try and avoid that happening again.
I guess.
It just I don't know.
Oh, our next break's 2 minutes. This is a 5-minute break, right? No, 3 minutes.
No.
All right. Our next break is 4 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 3.5. Yeah, 4.
Jerry Jones signs a baby. I don't know.
What, to play quarterback?
No, he just signed a baby's jersey, but like he tried to hand the baby up to the fans. Why Jerry Jones is holding somebody's baby, I don't understand. Weird stuff is happening.
The AARP Center.
Yes.
Hey, one of the funniest Sacramento Kings things, and I think we can laugh about this now because they're good. One of the funniest Sacramento Kings things is Power Balance Pavilion.
Oh, they gave us bracelets, just so you know.
Oh.
One day they came into the practice facility and...
Hang on, put a pin in this for next one. I want to hear this so bad.
Okay.
One hour down, 1 hour to go. Kyle Madsen, James Ham, hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll give away to just D'Lo. KC out this week. We'll give away to D'Lo.
It might be just D'Lo. I might hang around.
Oh, I love that for you.
Do you?
Yeah, man.
I don't know. Like, because I'm looking at like a 4-hour stretch. Will I be able to walk after a 4-hour stretch?
Just do it, dude. Just do the show standing.
That would be a 6-hour stretch.
Just stand up.
Yeah, that has its own problems as well. So, yeah. When you're
Can't help you,
old
though.
and broken, I should just be playing for the Warriors.
Dude,
Where's my 10-day?
Dude, they would sign you. It might be a little bit young for them.
I'll
but
take a 10-day.
They could use the experience.
That's right.
Did you see the letter that Colin Kaepernick wrote to the Jets?
I did.
He more or less, I'll paraphrase here, said, and I get what he's doing. He's stepping out in front of anybody that tries to say, oh, well, he wants to be a starter and he wants this and he wants that. Basically wrote to Joe Douglas, the Jets GM, and said, look, I understand that you're having a quarterback problem.
Situation.
Yeah.
If you will.
I am committed to coming in and being the practice squad quarterback. I will do everything I can to help Zach Wilson be the best player that he can be. I can help you prepare and did research. I can help you prepare for these quarterbacks that you have coming up on your schedule. And God forbid, if something happens, I will be ready to step in and play and be the best player I can be. If it doesn't work out, if you don't like what you see, you can cut me, no problems. But give me a shot.
Put me in, coach.
Yeah, and honestly, it's the Colin Kaepernick conversation has been happening for almost a decade now, and it's more or less been the same. But the fact that this just highlights a lot of the issues for me with it, because this is something that the fact he has to write letters to GMs asking for this, when this should have been something that could have happened a long time ago. And I don't even want to say that he was this superstar quarterback that the 49ers cut and then was going to go be a superstar and the league didn't let him back in. I don't think the league let him back in, but I'm of the belief that he could have gone and been a backup somewhere, and maybe after a year or two in an offense caught on and kind of recaptured the magic that he had in 2012 and 2013, because he wasn't quite there in 2014 and he struggled. He had his injury stuff. But like, I hate that it's gotten here.
I'm with you, Kyle. It's sad to see something like that. It should have never gotten to this point.
Correct.
Right. Blaine Gabbert is an NFL backup quarterback.
And has been with no problems.
Yeah. There are Josh Johnson came in and played in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah. All respect to Josh Johnson.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but Colin Kaepernick was a very good quarterback. In my opinion, the last couple of years between injuries and ineffective play, he was not maybe a starting quarterback anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Whether he could have regained that or not, we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But he hasn't played in the league since 2016. And that's 7 years. Yeah. And at this point, he's 35 years old. He's almost 36.
He could play for the Warriors.
He could play for the Warriors. He fully could play for the Warriors. They clearly have a need as a backup shooting guard. But I just feel like when you see this letter, the letter is well intended and makes sense. And there have been times when Colin Kaepernick had an opportunity to potentially come back and play in the league. Baltimore was interested. There was a bunch of stuff going on there. Then all of a sudden that turned really dark really quickly. There became all kinds of shots fired from both sides and what is happening here? But I just wish that we didn't it never got to this point, because it is heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
You see a guy who stood up for what he believed in,
right,
and made a stand. And I don't disagree with anything that he did. We live in America where you're allowed to make a stand,
right?
Where you're allowed to take a knee if you want. You're allowed to do these things, and people can disagree with what you do, but to see someone lose their career and to have it spin out like this, and he puts in that letter that he's worked out 3 days.
6 days a week.
6 days a week, 3 hours a day from 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. that he's on the field and in the weight room, and that he's ready to play, that he has not stopped playing this entire time. That to me, it just it's hard. It's hard to read. And I feel for the guy, and, but like the game has clearly at this point like moved on from him.
Yeah, and it on purpose. And that's the whole issue.
Intentionally moved on from him.
Right. They kept him out of the league deliberately because, okay, you can sit here and talk about not you, but people that argue against him go, you know, in his last year with the Niners, he was like Jekyll and Hyde. He'd be really good in the first half and then just fall apart in the second half. And when you looked at his splits, it's like, man, there's an elite quarterback in the first 2 quarters, and he's just brutal in the second 2 quarters. There's clearly a good player there, though. We see far worse players get opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. And again, this is rehashing things that we've talked about time and time again.
Man, look at the NBA. Like, Miles Bridges is back in the league.
Yeah.
I mean, people are saying that, that the point guard in Houston, like they're trying to deal the point guard.
Kevin Porter.
Yeah. Like there are far worse things. People have done far worse things than he has and been allowed back in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But no, not him.
Yeah.
Like it is a very strange situation.
It sucks. It sucks.
It does.
And I honestly like that a team at this point, I'm with you. I think the ship has sailed. I think the league has just decided because now they can go, oh, well, he hasn't played in 7 years. Like, yeah, because of you, he hasn't played in 7 years.
Yep.
And so there's an injustice there that is, but it's at the point now that if the Jets were to sign him, a 35-year-old Colin Kaepernick who hasn't played in 6 years. So not even that. I'm not even going to say that because, okay, so he comes in and let's just say there's a huge fervor about it. He has a press conference and it's a practice squad quarterback. They want him to hold a press conference and this and that, and he's going to get asked about this and that, and fine. Okay. He has his prepared answers. He's good to go. He's going to go and he's going to be a practice squad quarterback, and that's what he wants to be. And so let's just say it dies down after a week. Let's say he says in his letter, if you don't like what you see, you can cut me and you'll never, it's not going to be a problem. But maybe it wouldn't be a problem from Colin Kaepernick. But every single person who celebrated his, and I think I would be on this train too, that would celebrate him being back in the league, even in a practice squad capacity. If the Jets go, dude, he doesn't got it anymore. He's got to go. We got to bring in Trevor Siemian. Then there's going to be a reaction of like, did they give him a real chance? It was with the practice squad. Like now it looks like, hey, you say Zach Wilson's your unquestioned starter, but you can't let Colin Kaepernick have practice squad reps for the whole year. And that's then with it. So you see where the hesitation might be from a team like the Jets. But again, it got here because of the NFL's deliberate denial of a job for him. And that's where I have a hard time feeling bad for a team. It's like, no, just do this and deal with any consequence. Like, just do right by the guy. You're the Jets. You're not going to win the Super Bowl. You have a really good opportunity to do a really good thing here.
So you would do it?
Yes.
I don't know that I would. Like I've always talked about this, like Jimmer Fredette, who's playing in the 3-on-3 tournament this weekend, right?
Golden One Center.
At the Golden One Center. And, one of the nicest human beings you're ever going to meet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there was no reason why the Utah Jazz couldn't at some point have taken a flyer on Jimmer Fredette and tried to get him back in the league and give him an opportunity. Except that every single time he's sitting on the bench and things go wrong, you're going to have people start a Jimmer chant in the crowd. And that's hard. Like, nobody wants to, like, as a franchise, you're the bad guy. And that's in this situation, like, I don't know that there's any, like, is there any reason to bring in a 35-year-old quarterback who hasn't played in the league in 7 years and give him an opportunity when every single time Zach Wilson throws another pick or falls down or spins around and does something silly, everyone in the league's like, why not give Kaepernick a shot?
They're doing it anyway. They're doing it anyway.
I guess, but
and if you bring him in, you at least see what you've got. And for me, it comes down to I get what you're saying. Like, I get from a team building, like, remove emotion from it. remove the remove the protest from it.
Yeah.
Remove all that. I get what you're like. I get it. For me though, personally, where I land on it, and I get if somebody doesn't. Where I land on it is if I, Kyle, was with the Jets front office right now, as I am today, and I'm just there.
Yep.
It would be like, hey, the league messed up. If this is a small opportunity to do some kind of right by this person. But I get also what you're saying, that's not how an NFL team is going to think, especially an NFL team owned by Woody Johnson.
Yeah. I don't think that's going to happen.
Which is the reality of the situation. I don't think Woody Johnson is in a hurry to let his team sign Colin Kaepernick in any capacity.
Yeah, I don't think so either. All right. We're going to step away. When we come back, we're going to discuss Channing Frye says he's played in a game that was rigged by the NBA. It's an interesting discussion and something that I think strikes a chord here in Sacramento. So you're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. We got 4 minutes, right? 8. I'll be back, Chatty House.
Oh, yeah. What's up, everybody? Yeah, man. How many times I think I've left it one break. I try really hard to like manage my it's only 2 hours, so I try hard to manage my like bathroom breaks. But man, there was one day I just like, thankfully Jesse was in here. I was like, dude, I gotta go. I just hate leaving the board. Like, especially, well, first of all, I hate leaving you guys, but I hate leaving the board because if something happens, like something bad happens, I can't be here to fix it right away. And then if we go off air and I'm in the bathroom, it's a tough scene for your boy. I got told on my first day at a radio job, I got like 1 day of training on a board, like pushing all the buttons. It's super intimidating, right? And it's my first day. I have very little training and I'm sweating bullets. And the assistant PD at the time comes in and he goes, bro, keep us on the air. Your job is to make sure that this radio station has sound coming out of it. And then honestly, that helped a lot because it's like, okay, because when you're afraid to make a mistake, you're going to make one, you know, and I just kind of relaxed. And I think I did everything right. If I didn't do something right, it wasn't bad enough that I remember it. I didn't here's a reference that Sacramento radio heads will get. I did not fire a commercial break right at the start of the Kentucky Derby. Which is, I hope one person gets that. I'm just going to watch the chat and see if somebody gets the Kentucky Derby reference.
Yo.
Oh, this is a great question. So I'm not super deep into K-pop yet. But what got me started, Zabo, was Stray Kids 5-star album. My wife had I'd heard some Stray Kids songs, but I never really paid that close of attention. But then when 5-star came out, I was locked in. Like, she turned it on in the car and I was like, what is this? This is amazing. So that was what kind of got me started. And then I just kind of branched out from there. Stray Kids is good. Blackpink has some really good stuff. It depends a little bit. Let me know what kind of music you're into, and I can try and give some recs based on that. But yeah, Stray Kids 5 stars is where I would start. At least that's where I started.
We got breaking news.
Oh, do we?
The Portland Trailblazers are trading Damian Lillard to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Get out.
This is Adrian.
Here we go.
Adrian Wojnarowski.
15 seconds. Oh man.
It's happening.
I love when this happens. So we just upended the rest of our show. Luckily, we can punt the last 2 segments into tomorrow. Okay, here we go. Hey, we got breaking news.
Boom.
Bang, 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 bang. Breaking news.
Boom.
I don't know if we have a breaking news sounder.
It's hiding somewhere on the board. We just don't know where the buttons are.
Yeah,
Kyle.
I don't know.
They don't give us those buttons.
James, drop it on me. We got a Woj bomb.
What in the world? We have a Woj bomb. According to Adrian Wojnarowski from ESPN, the Portland Trailblazers, are trading guard Damian Lillard to the Milwaukee Bucks. Lillard goes to Milwaukee as part of a 3-team deal with Jrue Holiday, DeAndre Ayton, Kamara, a 2029 unprotected Bucks first-round pick, an unprotected swap in 28 and 30 to the Blazers.
I want to be on the radio so bad right now.
Oh my gosh.
Damian Barling is here, everybody. Is that Damian Barling's music?
Damian Barling. The Phoenix Suns land Yusuf Nurkic, Grayson Allen, Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson. Damian Lillard to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Damian Lillard, Damian Barling. I'm gonna get in while Dame gets set up here. Hey man, James, I have one thing to say on this, and it's from our guy Giannis.
I'm a winner.
Giannis made this happen, bro.
I'm a winner.
Giannis made this happen. Giannis came out and said, "I'm a Buck, but I'm also a winner." He said, "I'm a Buck, but
I'm a winner."
And this team needs to do what it takes to help me win. And this is that kind of move. This is a huge swing.
This is the move. And my goodness, you gave up Jrue Holiday. Oh, at Jrue Holiday,
And-
DeAndre Ayton, Tamani Kamara, a 2029 unprotected first-round pick from the Bucks, and unprotected pick swaps in 2028 and 2030 to the Blazers.
A sneaky thing here as we bring in Damian
I
Barling.
want to be
Damian
on the
Barling-
radio so bad right now. Yo,
Damian Barling has joined us here.
this is.
Dame,
I
your
love
thoughts?
that you said that the Suns landed Yusuf Nurkic. That was cute the way that you phrased.
Yeah.
Honestly though, I
Oof.
sneaky like this for the Suns. Got a little bit of depth.
that. Well, you got rid of DeAndre Ayton, which is probably what you wanted more than anything.
Right.
Wow.
Man.
This is shocking. So Grayson Allen,
Whew.
Nasir Little, and Keon Johnson,
Wow.
along with Nurkic, to the Phoenix Suns. That's a man. What and now where does Jrue Holiday go? So this is one of those moves where
How old is Jrue Holiday?
33.
I've got a landing spot for him.
Yeah, there you go. We have the landing spot. Yeah, this is absolutely stunning because this sets up another trade, and that's the big thing. So DeAndre Ayton becomes the starting center for the Portland Trailblazers to go with their young backcourt. Jrue Holiday, I can only imagine, is going to go somewhere else and land you probably 1 or 2 first-round picks. So this is the trade that starts like another trade.
Do you send Jrue Holiday to Miami now?
Oh God.
Like, we can't get you Dame for that
No.
package. We can get you Jrue Holiday
So,
for it, though.
Don't you have to rectify what do you do with Tyler Hero now? Like, hey, sorry, bro. You know, business is business, but come on back and hit some threes for us.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You
Yeah.
know, we got to the finals without your ass last year. So, like, stay in line. But that's such a weird, and I get it. It's part of the game. But
Oh, this is going hot. The Blazers remain engaged elsewhere on deals that are expected to immediately engage contending teams on trade talks to move on Jrue Holiday. Sources tell ESPN. This is from Adrian Wojnarowski. Portland is committed to playing its young group of talented guards. Wow.
Do you send?
Wow.
Does Jrue Holiday fit in OKC? If OKC wants to try and make a little push,
Oof. Yikes. You know, we had heard that Damian Lillard, the Boston Celtics, were like the team, right?
Yeah.
That might. He makes a lot of sense there with Marcus Smart gone. He makes a lot of sense.
I
there.
love that.
Me too.
I love that.
Like Jrue Holiday is one of the best two-way players in the game. One of the
1,000%.
Yeah.
1,000%. He would be Jrue Holiday would be the player that they were hoping Malcolm Brogdon would be last year.
Yeah. So here's the question: what does Dame say?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
He's in the booth right now.
Man, to quote the great Rudy Gay, I guess when
The
you're
newest Golden State Warrior.
when you're in Milwaukee, I guess
Mhm.
all you do is, and you get injured, all you do is eat. That is what Rudy Gay said about his good friend OJ Mayo years ago.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
So yeah, like what is Dame Lillard going to do there? I mean, clearly he's going to eat, but not in the same way that
I'm
that
interested-
OJ Mayo did.
I'm interested to know how much of Dame's desire to go to Miami was to be in Miami, the city, and how
Not
much
the winners? The
no,
freezing
seriously,
cold-
or was that just, hey, that's a great culture, they win a lot, I want to win, so that's where I want to go.
I think part of it was Bam. I don't think it had a lot to do with the city.
Okay.
I think it was playing with Bam and maybe the makeup of the team. You know, feel like you're playing with dogs. You got Jimmy. Yeah, I think it might have been more that. I don't think Dame was trying to go like on South Beach.
Yeah, no, I so that's what I don't think going to Milwaukee is like a huge issue for him. I think he wants to go where he can win, and Giannis is
Well, I
going to
don't
be the
think
best.
that's the case though,
What do you-
because if he wanted to go where he could win, why was it only Miami?
That's true.
Like he could win. Like if
That's
that
a good
like
point.
Boston, to me, like I like the Bucks. I gotta see it. Like I gotta look at the roster right now to figure out who's there and who's not. But we worked through the Celtics thing yesterday, and that made so much sense to me. Like you'd win with the Celtics right
Yes.
now. You'd win with the Celtics right this minute. So if it was about winning, it would have been the Celtics. It would have been the Heat. It would have been, I guess, to a certain degree, Philadelphia, Milwaukee. So it would have been Sacramento. He could have come here to Sacramento and won. But there's probably a fit factor with Miami, and it works. It works in Milwaukee. Wow, I love what we do for a living when stuff like this happens.
This is absolutely
This is so great.
stunning. So Jrue Holiday is set to make 36.8, 36.9 million this year. He has a player option at 39.4 million for next season, which you can only imagine he's probably going to opt into. So you're getting Jrue Holiday for 2 years. Regardless. And I want to know what Dame. I want to know.
Same.
Hey, I want to know how I can delete the podcast stuff from yesterday where we talked about how this was kind of a mess for Dame and the Blazers, and there was really probably no winning for either side, and that this was going to drag out for a long time. Like literally, I think I said that. I think I said that about 24 hours ago.
No, let it live. Let it live. It's part of the game.
James, we're gonna blow through this break, and we'll break it at 42 or so. I'll let you know.
All right.
The Blazers only got one first out of this. Is that a big deal? I mean,
I thought they got 3.
No, they got 2 pick swaps in 2028 and 2030.
Oh, the pick swaps. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So,
does Jrue Holiday net you a first?
Yeah, Jrue Holiday, at least one first.
Okay.
I mean, again, you're talking about a player under contract for 2 years, and you're talking about one of the better two-way guards in the league. Completely undervalued as a player, like realistically a game-changing defensive player. Yeah, he's, again, I think that teams are going to be lining up for this.
So I got a question. Tristan and I were talking about yesterday. Miami's just the one like sitting there like, what the hell just happened? Is Miami a lottery team?
No.
Why not?
Because they were in the finals last year?
Okay. They no doubt what they did to get to the finals was incredible. They were down 10 in the elimination play-in game. They were above a 500 team. But how many guys did they lose along the way?
Yeah. Tyler Hero.
You might have lost Tyler Hero mentally.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant during the. Okay, go ahead.
No. But I'm talking about like they actually
Gabe
lost.
Vincent.
Like Gabe Vincent
Yeah,
is gone.
gone.
Max Strus is gone. Like there are key,
okay.
and it's not like Jimmy's gone, Bam's gone, but there are key pieces to their roster that aren't there anymore. I thought the point Trista made, I thought she was podding when she tweeted it, but when she made the point yesterday, it's like it's kind of valid. I thought Miami. Again, a sentence I can't believe I agreed with Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce was like, go ahead, Dame, go to Miami. You're going to get eliminated in the first round if you're lucky the second. I was like, he's not wrong. Like, I don't see that as a championship team because they have Dame. Now you didn't get Dame. You lost Gabe Vincent. You lost all those other people. You better figure something. You better pick up the pieces pretty quick.
If I'm them, I go right back to Portland and say, we didn't get Dame. Can we get Jrue?
Yeah.
Can I give you this,
100%.
this, and this? And can we give up some first round picks? And again, now I might start to deal with Miami because those first round picks, there's a different value that I put on Dame Lillard than I put on Jrue Holiday and the first round picks I'm going to get.
Yeah.
Man, but this should be a free for all because Jrue Holiday can be a game changer. He can be the difference between one of these teams. Man, if a team like Denver somehow gets him, if this could be a game-changing move.
Yeah.
If a team like the Clippers can go out and get him, like this is a big,
the Clippers.
That'd be
big time player.
Jrue Holiday is like such a Heat player though. Like I feel like he fits that ethos so well. That would make so much sense. But no, he immediately. There's not a single team that Jrue Holiday could go to where people would be like, don't love the fit.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a really high quality point. Didn't he have 50-point game last year?
Yeah.
Like he can pour it in a little bit. He's an excellent defender. Whatever team gets him is immediately. I don't want to say a contender. That's too much, but a fringe team that acquires Jrue Holiday is in that contender conversation for sure.
Yeah, and this changes. Look at the Bucks.
For comedy, I need Jrue Holiday to come out and be like, "I'll only go to Miami."
I'll only go to Miami. Jrue Holiday last season, 19.3 points, 7.4 rebounds, 7.4 assists, 5.1 rebounds, shot 48% from the field, and 38.4% from three.
And a lockdown defender.
He was the Bucks' second best player.
By like a lot.
Now, what does this mean for the Bucks? Because like they've got Giannis, but they also were able to keep Middleton in this situation. They've got Brook Lopez. They've got Bobby Portis. Like this
helps Chris Middleton a lot because it takes the onus off of him to be a creator.
I totally agree.
Like he's that A helps him stay healthy, and B just you're putting him. He's way overqualified for that role, and so now you instead of Chris Middleton like, hey, end of the game, Chris, go take over. It's hey, end of the game, Dame's got this, but you also have to go try and defend Chris Middleton because he's going to shoot 40+% from three.
So, and I'll tell you this, Dame Lillard last year shot 37.1% from three. So, and Jrue Holiday is actually last season a more efficient 3-point shooter, but the way the Dame changes a game by shooting from anywhere on the floor,
getting to the foul line,
what that does, the fact that he pulls up from 35 feet, what that does for Giannis. What are you going to do? That's crazy. This is a stunning move.
You, Kyle, kind of alluded to this a minute ago. And this is the part that might low-key piss me off. Did the Suns actually get better?
Yes. Now, granted,
because they got real NBA players now. They're not.
That's it. The bar was not high.
Right. With all due respect, they were holding tryouts to fill out their roster for those big contracts that they have. Now all of a sudden you move on from one of those big contracts and you got guys that can play.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would make the argument that the step down from Ayton, which I've never been a big Ayton guy, but the step down from Ayton and like a 24-year-old Ayton to Yusuf Nurkic, who's owed a ton of money. We talked about that yesterday. 3 years.
Not as much as Ayton, though.
It's true, but a 3-year, $54 million for a guy who can't stay healthy, who's really struggled over the last couple of years. I don't know that they got better at that position. Again, maybe they got tougher at that position, but we're talking about a 29-year-old Nurkic who 52 games, 56 games, 37 games, and 8 games over his last 4 seasons. I mean, he has not been able to stay healthy at all, where at least Ayton is a guy that you run out there.
Yeah.
Do the Suns have a single player left from when they made the finals besides Book? I don't think they do. They don't even have the same coach.
Oh boy.
Oh,
I'm gonna go look at that.
Like,
I don't think so.
There's wiping the slate clean, and then there's doing what Matasheba did. He's just like, everybody's fired. All of you.
Everybody's fired, and I'm sending out HG and
Torrey
tennis
Craig's gone, right?
to everyone. Oh, yeah. I believe Torrey Craig's gone.
Langston Galloway?
No,
What?
he's
Where
not
are you
there.
getting these names from?
Langston,
This
Kings
is
legend,
the-
Langston Galloway.
This is the
Former
Suns.
King?
This is the Suns finals roster, Doug. Frank
No.
Kaminsky? I think Frank Kaminsky's still there.
No, Frank Kaminsky's
No.
playing in, I
Oh,
believe,
in Houston.
in
He,
Turkey.
hasn't, he
No,
was
Frank.
in Houston last year
Yeah, no, Frank Kaminsky's playing in Europe this year.
and Atlanta. Frank Kaminsky's been on 2 teams.
Frank the Tank. Again, former Kings legend, Frank Kaminsky.
Oh, that's good. Yep.
The fact
Yeah, I
that
don't
he
think,
didn't make
I don't
that
think
team,
there's
that was
any
strange.
dudes on
Dude,
here.
Shemezi Metu's getting buckets in Phoenix.
Chemezi. I don't know, because in order for Chemezi to get buckets, somebody has to pass him the ball. And I'm not sure.
The ball is going to land in his hands at some point, and my man is going to take it.
Who would you rather have for the next 5 years? Nasir Little or Chemezi Metu?
Oh, I really like Nasir Little, and they love Nasir Little. He's the guy that I'm surprised they moved on from.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Especially when you're bringing back, some of the guys that they landed in that deal. They were all in on an Anthony Simons and Nasir Little group, and then Nasir Little tore out his shoulder at the end of the season 2 years ago. Keon Johnson is a guy who has not made enough impact that makes you think that he's an NBA player. Grayson Allen, that I'm not a Grayson Allen fan at all, but the fact is that that's another shooter. That's another shooter for a team that is probably going to need more shooters.
Yeah, I guess. Like, he's a functional NBA player for sure.
Yeah,
But
okay.
like I said, the bar for talent with that group was not particularly high. You didn't need to go get another all-star. A player of Grayson Allen's caliber is probably fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you. Yeah. I
Yeah.
agree.
Okay, so a couple of tweets here that I want to get to. Chris Haynes, our friend Chris Haynes here in the Sacramento area, in a Fresno barbershop called Phase 2 a few months ago, Giannis Antetokounmpo was asked of the one player he would like to play with. His response was Damian Lillard.
In Fresno?
I'm not sure. And yeah,
What is
in a
Giannis doing in
Phase
Fresno?
2. I'm wondering if
That's
weird.
The chatty house could remind me. I think Chris told that story on Thursday.
Oh, okay. So Chris Haynes continues. Damian Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo. Man, both of these names are just very difficult to say.
You got it, buddy.
In recent years, flirted with the idea of playing with one another, but the holdup was each star wanted the other to join their team. Milwaukee landed Antetokounmpo's desired star mate. This is big.
Apparently, Giannis's wife is from Fresno.
Oh,
Yeah, that's facts. Yep.
Okay,
Another
tracks
story.
now.
Yeah,
that tracks.
Oh, so you were confused by the Fresno part? Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, why?
Yeah.
Giannis
Yeah.
is vacationing in Fresno?
No, yeah, his wife is in Fresno, and he'll
Got it.
you'll
Okay.
just
I did
see
not
him
know
down there. Like Chris told the story of his dad like calling him like 6 years ago, saying, "Hey, the Greek freak guy, he's walking around Walmart right now," or it was Target, Walmart or Target, like one of those two. He's like, "Yeah, he's just walking around picking out like toiletries or something." Yeah, he just kicks it.
that's wild.
If I had that much money, you would not catch me in a Walmart or Target. I'm Amazon all day.
Well, not that he was broke 5 years ago, but
Yeah, it's fair.
he had money 5 years. Yeah,
Dude, you give me 10-day contract money, I'm on Amazon. Getting all
bro,
my
you
good
don't
shit.
have, you do that with DoorDash. You act like DoorDash isn't like $40 more than if you just walked into the store and bought it.
That's a great point.
Okay, so according to
Yeah, but I can't travel while,
Good point.
you
Good
know.
point. Good point. Good point. Good point.
According to someone in the chatty house, Giannis's wife is from Fresno, and she's Chris Haynes' cousin.
Huh.
Wow. Okay.
So was Chris Haynes included in this deal?
No, Chris Haynes. We keep Chris Haynes.
Oh, okay.
No
Chris
trade
Haynes is
clause.
clearly going.
I was
to
I love
trade
that. I
clause
love
on
that
Chris
for
Haynes.
us, but I would take a 2027 first for Chris Haynes, unprotected.
Need at least 2 firsts for Chris Haynes.
2027.
At least 2 firsts for Chris Haynes.
Just ESPN 1320 up there on the lottery board.
Yeah.
Kenny Caraway chiming in from somewhere. Are the Bucks the favorites now?
No.
Are they better than Boston?
No. TBD. One.
Well, isn't that rational of you?
Unless Boston, are they better than Boston? Maybe. Back to you guys. No, if Boston gets Jrue Holiday, then no. Like if that's a real thing.
Okay.
And B, did anybody on Boston learn to dribble over the offseason? Because if Boston still cannot dribble, they are not the favorite.
Well, maybe they can land Chris Paul when the thing in Golden State blows up and they trade him in February. Maybe they could land. Yeah, I mean,
maybe
it works.
We were going through that
Rudy
roster.
Gay's available now.
Rudy Gay, 37-year-old Rudy Gay, they signed to go with 33 going, and Clay will be 34 during the season. Draymond will be 34 during the season. Steph Curry will be 36 during the season. Chris Paul will be 38. He's 38. He'll be 39 in May. Kojo is 32, and they just missed out on 35-year-old JaVale McGee.
So close.
You know what they didn't get?
I admire the strategy, though.
Yeah.
Because it's like, that player participation policy, it doesn't apply to us.
Yeah.
All our guys hit the age criteria. We can rest whoever we want, whenever we want, however we want, because they're old.
They've hit that little asterisk that's hiding in the
They went from 2 timelines to 1 very, very short timeline.
Yeah.
It's trying to obliterate timelines.
I knew I saw this yesterday, and Cameron Solano just brought it to the.
Now it's more of a news feed.
To the forefront. Did you see this? I'll read you a quote. I don't want to play for any other team. I think we have a chance to continue to do great things as the Bucks team and organization. So I want to be in Milwaukee.
Grayson Allen.
That was Jrue Holiday yesterday.
Oof.
Oh.
I'm a winner.
Oh
Man. That's tough. Like that's tough.
That's the only one we only have 2 buttons. Me and Kyle, we're very limited on our buttons. What do we
you
have?
have more buttons. I just have to teach you how to use
We
them.
just don't know where they are. Kyle.
Once James has buttons, I'm gonna be like this.
You will not be slept on no more, brother.
You will not be slept on no more, brother. Those are the only 2 we got. That's it.
I'm a winner.
I'm a winner.
You will not be slept on no more, brother.
That's what Giannis said to Dame.
Wow. Okay, so how do we move forward? First of all, the Portland Trail Blazers are done. We can discuss whether or not the Phoenix Suns got better or not, because that will actually be a topic of discussion when it comes to the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah. But
the Bucks, I mean, I'm gonna say contender. I thought they were already a contender, but are they?
Now, like contender, in my opinion.
They might be the best team.
They were already a contender for sure.
They're up there. To me, the East is not for me. The East was Boston. It started with Boston. Okay. I had Milwaukee second. I don't know that that's changed, but I think the 2 are a lot closer than I originally gave them credit for.
I have a question for you guys that we can answer. I guess coming up, but I do think that Milwaukee is a contender. They were any team with Giannis could make a run. Like that's the tip I've been on. And as good as Jrue Holiday is, I think Dame is at least a little bit of an upgrade, if not a lot of bit of an upgrade. Plus, you talk about what he does for Giannis, what he does for Chris Middleton. I really, really like what Milwaukee has, and I'm guessing there will be a couple more tweaks in here as well. The question I have is whether. Hang on, I just lost it. Someone help me.
I think the Bucks are the right team for Dame.
All those edibles you eat. That's why.
No, it's not. It's not. It's the sleep I don't get. Right now. It's the sleep I don't get.
98 rocks.
You know what, Kyle? You find your thought.
Yeah, I'm going to.
While you're searching.
Oh, that makes me angry. It's such a good question.
We'll be back in just a few minutes. We're going to discuss more on this Damian Lillard situation. Dame Lillard sent to the Milwaukee Bucks and a monster trade in the NBA. You are listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app.
Good stuff, man. Not that you had a choice, but thanks for letting me.
No, sit in. Finish up with us.
No, I gotta go eat really quick. It's my last chance to eat.
Oh. I had it on SportsCenter early. That's all.
Yeah, but maybe we're not. Yeah, there's ESPN because I think NBA today is next.
Oh.
Anything back from? Well, we'll talk about it.
I think we've got him at 2.
Oh, we do. Okay,
I don't want to pitch it until like.
Yep, I got you. Understood.
Kyle, you okay in there? I've lost Kyle. Chatty House, I've lost Kyle. We're working on a guest for D'Lo and Casey. It was supposed to be a guest for the Insiders, but that did not happen because of timing issues. But I'm hoping I can confirm a guest for 2:00 today, which is going to be a pretty cool guest and a guest that we can actually talk to about this situation. So, Kyle, I guess we're not going to talk about Channing Frye saying he played in a rig game. Oh, I think we have confirmation. We have confirmation on a guest. Oh, shoot. Kyle, you got it? All right. I'm watching Woj on the ESPN, and I don't know what he's saying.
Dang, that was so annoying. No, I was trying to figure out what the heck I was going to say. What happened there was I had my question and then looked up and saw we had 2 minutes instead of 30 seconds. And so I tried to stretch it and then give you the question as a thing to do to go to break.
Yeah.
And then I forgot the question. We're coming back in 10 seconds. Here we go. Holy smokes, man. I love when breaking news happens during a show.
During a show.
Like and real breaking news, not that half-baked, like silly breaking news.
Like Aaron Rodgers confirmed that he
yeah,
Achilles tear.
Yeah, which is, a big deal, obviously. But yeah, Damian Lillard traded to the Milwaukee Bucks. And the question I had for you and D'Lo, and D'Lo is now gone. He'll take over here in about 14 minutes. But is Dame and Giannis the best NBA duo now? Do they have on a night-to-night basis? Are they going to have the best 2 players on the court?
Oh, that's tough, man. Dame averaged like 33 a game last year.
Dame's unbelievable.
Yeah, what he was able to do last year is spectacular.
So it's Dame and Giannis.
Okay.
There's Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, which I think
I
probably
take Dame and Giannis.
You would.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
okay.
like if I'm building
We know
a
Dame
franchise,
can dribble,
if I'm building a franchise, no.
but for this year.
But yeah,
Okay.
for this year, and maybe the next 4 or 5 years. But yes,
Devin Booker and Kevin Durant? Or is it Book and Beal or KD and Beal? Is there any combination of those 3 players that you're taking over Dame and Giannis?
yeah. So that's a good question. So
Thank
I
you.
might take the 3-man tandem of KD, Booker, and Beal over Dame, Giannis, and Middleton.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not taking any of the 2-man combos over
Okay.
the other 2-man combo.
Okay. I can see that.
I mean, Booker's really, really good right now.
Dude, he was unbelievable in the playoffs last year, man.
Yeah,
The Nuggets were just the best team. That Jokic and Murray.
not even close. Yeah, like
They're taking Dame and Giannis,
yeah,
and it's not close. It's a little close for me.
really.
Jamal Murray took over some of those playoff games last year.
Jamal Murray,
You're not all the way in on Jamal Murray?
no,
Okay.
no. Like if I have I mean, the injuries have been an issue. He's had moments where he's been great,
Mhm.
but other moments where he disappears. And
It just felt like every time they needed a big 3 in the conference finals or the finals last year,
yeah,
they got it from him.
we got in this discussion once before because it's like, Bam and Jimmy. And then we got in the discussion because it was like, okay, who's a better tandem, those 2 or Fox and Sabonis?
Between Murray and Jokic?
No, well, I mean, Murray and Jokic, yeah, but I mean, if you look at Murray and Jokic versus Sabonis and
Fox?
yeah, I don't know.
I'm taking Murray and Jokic for
Well,
now.
Jokic is the MVP, so I'm not saying, but I don't think Murray is even remotely close in my book to where Fox is right now. I mean, like in a playoff series, maybe.
Maybe I'm letting the playoffs cloud my judgment a little bit. What was Murray last year? So it was his first year back off the ACL, and he was at 26 and 4 a night, 20.6 boards,
20.6
6
boards.
assists, 4 boards.
Yeah,
And he shot 39.8% from 3.
Yeah, we're talking about
in his first year off an ACL tear, though.
Yeah,
I'll put a pin in that. I don't feel strongly enough one way or the other that I'm gonna kick and scream about it.
okay.
But I'm taking Dame and Giannis over Fox and Sabonis.
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, I mean,
yeah.
but you still have to
But
put
I'm trying to.
the Kings tandem in the top 10 tandems in the NBA.
Yeah. No, not really. Yeah, I might go top like 7 or 8.
Yeah, I mean, we have to like sit there and like.
So it's
do the math.
it's Dame and Giannis. Let's say Book and KD. I think that's the pair there.
Okay.
Brown and Tatum is 3. Jokic and Murray. Excuse me, not Jokic and Murray. Yeah, let's call Jokic and Murray 4. Like just defending champs, we'll just say that.
Okay. What about Embiid and
No.
I don't want to say Embiid and Harden, but
No, even if it is Embiid and Harden, no. Embiid and any Sixers player, no.
I don't know. Like I really like. Yeah, I mean, they've got some good players.
Joel Embiid's excellent. I don't want this to be an anti-Embiid thing.
Yeah.
But Embiid is excellent. I just think if Embiid is a 10 and Sabonis is an 8, let's just say,
Okay.
and Fox is a 8, I don't know that the Sixers have a 7.
I certainly don't think James Harden is that player.
No.
but I do love Tyrese Maxey.
Tyrese Maxey's really good.
Yeah, averaged 20 and 3.5 assists per game last year. Shot 43.4% from 3.
To me, Fox is better than Maxey more than
Okay, that makes sense.
Then Embiid is better than Sabonis.
Okay,
If that makes sense.
even though Embiid won the MVP. Okay, I'm with you.
Like Embiid is, like I said, I don't want this to be it's more a, if I'm starting a team with 2 players.
We should get to this like this week. This should be something that we look at like coming into maybe Friday. Like we look at this as how the Kings stack up. But for today, like, this is a huge move. I mean, this is like an earth-shattering move for NBA circles.
Yeah, and one that if Dame had gone to, that was the thing, is if Dame had gone to Miami, it would have been like, wow, what a move. But I mean, Dame, and then it's Jimmy Butler, who's like, okay, like Jimmy Butler is incredible, but in like spots when they needed him last year, he didn't in the finals. Like, he's not a player that you can rely on night in and night out to just go get you a bucket. Like, sometimes the faucet's off for him. And then Bam is Bam. Like, he's a good player, but again, like, there's nights where it's like, man, Bam just wasn't there tonight.
I'm going to ask you, this is a weird question, but do you think if Dame goes to Milwaukee and wins with Giannis, because it's not Miami, because it's not Boston, because it's Milwaukee, which is closer to a Portland or a Sacramento, do you think that it will be viewed differently? That it will have more weight if he's going to a franchise, even though he's going with Giannis, even though they won a ring not too long ago? But this is a move that looks, like, I think you will view it differently than if he forced his way to Miami and he somehow wins with Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo, but a team that went to the finals last year, a team that has historically been great over the entirety of Eric Spoelstra's career. Do you think it makes him into, like, it opens a door for this to be a really cool story?
Yeah, I think so.
Not a Kevin Durant joining a super team story.
Right. And not even a Dame joining Miami, because like you said, that is, Dame just went where the winning was.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he helped them get over the hump, but like, they've won titles. He's not going to be revered in Miami in the same way that if he wins a title with Giannis in Milwaukee, I think he goes down as like a Bucks legend for that.
Oh yeah.
Because you have to, I mean, keep in mind, we play that I'm a winner drop all the time.
Yep.
But that was from a thing where Giannis said, I'm out of here if they don't make a massive swing to help me. And this is that massive swing. This is not only going to help them contend and possibly win a title, this is going to keep Giannis in Milwaukee.
You know what I want from Giannis right now? I want the extension signed.
Ooh.
Does this lead to the extension?
That would be...
Give me the money. Show me right now. We made the move. Now you show me that we're in.
I'm a winner.
I'm a winner.
Yeah, I would 100% expect that. And maybe that was part of their calculus. Maybe because they're talking to him. They're not just making stuff up on the fly. Maybe he said, hey, if you go get Dame, you hand me that contract and I'm signing it the next day.
It's wild. All right. This is a crazy news breaking day. Damian Lillard has been traded to the Milwaukee Bucks. Giannis has got his guy, and we're just about done. Kyle and I are going to step away. When we come back, it'll be Damian. Maybe I'll stick around. I don't know. Maybe Kyle will stick around. Maybe it'll be the three of us. We'll just all change seats. We'll do like musical chairs and we'll change seats. But you're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320. Thanks for joining us today. 98.5 HD2 and the free Odyssey app. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, stick around for D-Lo. This is going to be fun.
It's going to be fun.
I'm a winner.
Woo. That was wild. Thanks, Shotty House.
Wild. Where's Dame at?
Milwaukee.
Answer, please. He has to know. I don't even know what the question is.
Answer.
Oh, where is Jesse?
Vibing.
Is he over there?
No, he's not in here yet. He's probably prepping stuff, I'm sure. Nobody vibes. Like, I'm a big vibes guy. Nobody has better vibes than Jesse.
Oh, there's Jesse.
There he is.
He's coming in right now.
Jesse's pulling up.
I think I'm switching seats here because we got.
All right, I'm gonna check out. I got my post show stuff to do. See you, Chatty House.
See you, Kyle.
Bye, James.
Kyle. Okay, so we're gonna take Kyle out. I've got to move all my stuff. but I think I'm sticking around. Can we do these special guests at 1 o'clock?
Yep.
You can do that?
Yeah.
You don't have somebody?
No, I think the only person I have today is you.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. So whatever you want to do right now, you're welcome to.
Okay. So I'll just stay in.
Okay.
Oh, that hurt. I'm going to make a, how much time do we have?
Bosses here today.
Who is?
Bosses.
Hey, 1 o'clock works. It's okay. Okay, sounds good to me. No problem. All right, bye. Hello, Chatty House. Am I on? Oh, I think I'm on. Oh. They're still confirming.
Okay.
But it looks like 1 o'clock. I mean, perfect guess for this.
Oh yeah, excellent. Yeah, just leave that up.
Oh, I shrunk your chair. Did you fix it?
No, that's all right. Yeah, let's do this. Let's do that. Let's do. Oh, we got that. Let's do keys. Wrong keys. Those keys. We'll teach Hammer how to use those later.
Excellent.
And let's go.
Do you want lights on or are we good?
Oh, we're good. We look terrific.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, Who fans, where y'all at? Where y'all at? Kings fans, where y'all at? Come on, man. We in here. Welcome into the Wednesday, September 27th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Sticking around from the insiders, my man James Ham here.
Acknowledge me.
You know what it is. Shout out KC. He's tweeting about the trade that everybody is talking about. Dame Lillard to the Milwaukee Bucks. James, kind enough to stick around for me. We actually got a couple of things cooking for the next hour, so we're going to hold off on announcing that, right? Or are we good?
Yeah, we're holding off just for a few more minutes, I think.
I mean, people are going to dig this. As soon as James gets confirmation, we'll let you know who's going to join us. Man, I got a lot I want to talk about. I didn't recognize we would be opening the show with a Dame Lillard trade, but it happened. Dame Lillard is, in fact, not headed to the Miami Heat. Dame Lillard is on his way to the Milwaukee Bucks in a 3-team trade. That I'd argue, as we were talking about a few moments ago on the Insiders, the Phoenix Suns got better. Interested to see what Portland does. The Jrue Holiday component of all of this is quite interesting. I think a lot of people are intrigued by Jrue Holiday. The fact that Chris Middleton stayed in Milwaukee is certainly interesting. Not trade eligible, given that he signed a contract extension not that long ago. But man, James, I didn't think it was going to get done. You know, Kyle joked a few minutes ago about how I wish I could delete yesterday's podcast. I said 24 hours ago, I think this thing is going to get drawn out for a while. We talked to Trista Crick yesterday, who's pretty wrapped up with the Portland Trailblazers and this Dame Lillard thing. And we both were of the belief, like, this is probably going to go into training camp. I understand their desire to move him before training camp. I'm just not sure how likely that is. And I think the key component to that was, I don't know how likely a trade to Miami is. And as we learned today, it was in fact not likely. Dame Lillard is headed to play with Giannis Antetokounmpo in the Milwaukee Bucks.
I love that the Blazers waited and they traded him where they thought that they could get a good deal, that they worked on a big deal. They worked on things behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
They found the right spot for them. I don't think that they got the young, lottery or draft pick package that they thought they were going to get, but they still have that potential. They got 1 first-round pick. They've got Jrue Holiday and the potential to get 1 or 2 more first-round picks from him. And I think this sets them up better than they were yesterday. They also got a 25-year-old center under contract for 4 years, and DeAndre Ayton.
Mm-hmm.
Whether you love him or not, I think he's
a fine ball player.
He's a fine ball player for that team
and
for what they're trying to do. And I think that the Portland Trailblazers, I dare say, they got better.
I think they did too.
I'm not convinced about the Suns, but go ahead.
Really? Okay. No. Let's do that. Because the Suns were obviously other component to this. The biggest name I think they landed in this was Yusuf Nurkic. One thing that I said on the Insiders when I bum rushed your show the second the tweet came through was, maybe they didn't get marquee players. They've already got the marquee players there. But with all due respect to those brothers that were there now, they were holding like open tryouts for roster spots. Not that that's unusual. Like a lot of teams do that. But part of the reason they were doing that were financial reasons. They were able to move on from one of their 4 massive contracts and land a little bit more depth. They were able to land I'm not the biggest Yusuf Nurkic fan. In fact, I think the number one thing that we talked about when this Dame Lillard stuff started was, if I'm Portland, the one thing I'm saying is, look, I'll trade Dame. Dame wants to be traded. I'll trade Dame. You're taking Yusuf Nurkic if you want to get this done. I don't care what you do with him. I don't care where you reroute him. I don't care if you get your buddy in this city involved or your GM buddy in this city involved, but we're trading Dame Lillard. We're going to use this opportunity to move on from Yusuf Nurkic as well. Yusuf Nurkic is fine. He's fine. He doesn't really, grind, rebound, push some people around. That's all you have to do in Phoenix. That's all you're really going to get the opportunity to do in Phoenix. So I don't really hate that. The Grayson Allens and all that other stuff, that's fine little salt and pepper. But I thought they added some seasoning to their entree.
Okay. Yeah. I like, I don't love Nurkic because he can't stay healthy.
Right.
Again, we talked about this. 52 games last year, 56 a year before, 37 the year before that, and 8 the year before that. So he has played very, very limited games, and his numbers have dropped because of that. So there was a point, like if you're getting 2019, 2020 year Nurkic, who's averaging 17.6 points, 10.3 rebounds, 4 assists, but also 2 blocks per game, that's one thing. But the defensive metrics on him have fallen off big time. What I like about him, though, he's tough. He doesn't mind popping somebody. This is going to add that element to that team. He is going to give you the big screener, somebody who knows the game and knows how to play. But at the same time, like, Ayton is a better player. He's a younger player, and you moved off of him, I think, more because of the financials and because you didn't really want him anyways. When you signed him, you didn't really want him, but you had to keep the asset. And I'm not a huge Grayson Allen fan. I like Nasir Little. That could actually be something. Especially if you've got Kevin Durant as your 3-4 and he's going to miss a lot of games. This here Little is a player that I like as an up and coming guy that could get you some minutes. Just not a big Grayson Allen fan.
That's kind of understandable. That's kind of the component of this that matters to most, at least to the Phoenix Suns. You've added some nice pieces if your core stays healthy, or for the most part healthy. You want to be able to put those guys in a position where Kevin Durant doesn't have to play 82 games for you to win a respectable amount of games.
Yeah.
Or Bradley Beal, same thing. Devin Booker probably going to play, but he's a lot younger than those other two guys. But it's just one of the interesting components. That's Phoenix as it pertains to Sacramento. That's probably the one we care about the most here. I don't think they got substantially better, but I do think they got a little bit better. The question is, how good are the Milwaukee Bucks? Are the Bucks now the best team in the NBA? Are the Bucks even the best team in the Eastern Conference? Did this move, did essentially the swap of Jrue Holiday and Dame Lillard give the Bucks that little boost they needed to get above Boston? Because I didn't have them above Boston headed into the season. This was a team, and I love also I don't know if urgency is the right move, but I love this move from Milwaukee, given we haven't talked about this. They got eliminated in the first round of the playoffs, which they shouldn't have been. And there was clearly like, where is this team going to go next after getting eliminated from the first round? Then you've got all of this Giannis stuff where Giannis is saying, I'm a winner. I want to win. Even if, no matter where it is, I want to win. And Milwaukee clearly hearing that, like, all right, big fella, we hear you. We don't want you to win anywhere else but Milwaukee. Let us make a move here that helps you win in Milwaukee.
I think day one, they're the best team in the Eastern Conference. I don't think they're the best team in the NBA yet. They have to prove that, because that's still Denver. Denver was phenomenal last year, and they're bringing back a good portion of that roster. But I think this does two things, Damian. First, it puts you in that conversation, right? Secondly, I want the contract now. I want Giannis Antetokounmpo to walk in and sign the extension now. Sign it. Like, they did what they had to do to make him happy. They went out and traded one of the better veteran, like, leader guys in the league, in Jrue Holiday. They gave up some other pieces. They gave up some draft picks. They gave up, pick swaps in 2028 and 2030. But they went out and did what you wanted them to do. They made the move. Now it's on Giannis. Like, hey, sign the deal. Let's go.
I don't think that's happening.
No?
I don't. I'm curious if that conversation, that's a good point. I didn't think about that, though. I wonder if that's the next call, or maybe a call that's already been placed by Milwaukee to Giannis's representatives. Like, we got Dame for a while now.
4 years.
We'd like to make sure Giannis, doesn't go anywhere.
He is eligible as of September 22nd.
Yep.
For contract extension.
Oof. Milwaukee. Where's Portland here? Jrue Holiday, DeAndre Ayton. Do you think I'm going to ask you an impossible question.
Okay.
Is this the best deal Portland could have gotten?
We have to see what they get for Jrue Holiday, but it's very possible. Because, again, you got a young center.
As it stands right now, you got the draft pick, but you got two starters. Again, I understand the Jrue Holiday component. He's probably going to be moved and all of that different stuff. But you got two starters out of it.
Well, two frontline starters. We're talking about one of the better two-way players in the game in Jrue Holiday, and we're talking about a 25-year-old center on a contract. So, yeah, like on paper initially, but that's not what their plan is. So, I don't know. I think right now, I think they just jump from a 20 to 25 win team is what I would have had them going into this season to a 30 to 34 win team. I think this actually jumpstarts what they're trying to do. You still have Simons. I like Shaedon Sharp. One of my favorite prospects in the last 5 years, maybe 10 years, in Scoot Henderson. I think he's going to be an absolute stud for them. And then now the Jeremy Grant thing might make a little bit more sense because he's the old vet, but at 29 with a 25-year-old center.
Mhm.
That makes a little bit more sense where you have some balance. You're not just like one guy standing out there as like the lone dude. Yeah, I don't know. And then, they have Matisse Thybulle. Like this team has some pop.
I think there's something to watch over the course of the next few days with Anthony Simons.
Okay.
I think that might be one to kind of keep an eye on. Now that the biggest domino was fallen, if you're really moving on from Jrue Holiday, what could you get if those two are packaged together? Maybe you're moving them separately. Anthony Simons is an interesting one that I think is worth keeping an eye on. Obviously, we're here. We're diving deep into this topic. You want to be a part of this discussion, we would love to hear from you. 916-909-1320. Dame Lillard, days ahead of training camp getting underway across the NBA. Dame Lillard headed to the Milwaukee Bucks in a 3-team deal that includes the Blazers, the Bucks, and the Phoenix Suns. We will talk about all of that. We'll continue to break it down. We'll talk about the league-wide ramifications. We'll talk about the ramifications as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. We are just getting started. It's D-Lo and KC. My man James Ham here with me on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Celtics in 6, baby.
Celtics in 6.
Celtics in 6.
Jesse's not sold. Simon's 24 years old. Like, I don't know, because we've got him and Ayton as like right around the same age.
Hmm.
I don't know. I wanted to see them with more draft picks, but that's what Jrue's all about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you mute us for a sec?
Sure.
Jimmy Butler has an Instagram post, which I haven't seen. I tried to follow him. Well, I don't follow him, but I don't see anything new.
Appreciate y'all for being here, man. Hit the thumbs up. This is what we expect things to be like when the season gets underway, when everything gets underway next week. So tap in. Huh. Are you watching the Jimmy Butler thing? Okay.
What did he say?
You need to look at the Bucks for tampering. That's what he said.
Look at the Bucks for tampering on what, though?
That's what he said. Let me.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it.
Oh, hang on. Let me. I'll get it pulled up on the screen so everybody can see it. There's a bunch of corporate people here today.
That's weird.
Corporate champions. Let's see.
I'm going to text you.
I'm going to learn how to spell. Oh, Jimmy. Clutch Point says there is no loyalty in the NBA anymore, but there is Dame Lillard, and they list off all his accomplishments. I'm not sure if they're purposely ignoring he asked for a trade. Dame gave the Portland Trailblazers everything. He stayed loyal through thick and thin, and in today's NBA, that warrants the utmost respect. But today the chapter ends. Dame is finally going after that ring.
That's
Okay.
weird.
Yeah, that's a lot, but All right, I got you. All good. Nope, wrong one. My bad.
Oh, A-Chain won the Offensive Player of the Week.
Yes, sir. I can't wait for you to say that for the first time on Monday.
What?
What you just text me when you say that
yeah.
on the air. Just for fun, let's check in with Jimmy Butler of the Miami Heat.
Yo, NBA, man. Y'all need to look into the Bucks for tampering. Y'all do. I'm just going to put that out there. Y'all didn't hear it from me, but I heard it through somebody. Y'all look at them for tampering.
So Jimmy's taking it well. For those who couldn't make that out, he said, yo, NBA, you need to look into the Bucks for tampering. I got a lot of questions regarding that from Jimmy. Like, is he talking about Dame? Because can you tamper in a trade conversation?
I would say this. Hey, NBA, you need to look out for the Miami Heat for tampering. Okay. I mean, this is the team that literally had the deal on the table. Like they had it leveraged so a all-star player only wanted to come to their team with a 4-year contract still in place.
Mm-hmm.
Only wanted to come to their team. Oh, that there was no tampering there. Like, come on now. What? Like, you're allowed to trade. This is you're allowed to have conversations. What are we talking about? He's clearly joking. That's what we got in the chatty house. I don't know.
Oh, Trista's singing a version of Will Smith. Like, I don't trust her because she uses very colorful language on her posts, but I would love to hear her.
Don't click it.
I would love to hear her partying in the city where the heat is on all night on the beach till the break of dawn. Miami, welcome to the lottery. Oh, I'd love to hear that melody.
We do have a dump button for stuff like this.
We do.
It's kind of like a warning.
We do. We do. Yeah, but it's Trista though. Like, there's a good chance. Like, it could go full Rick Ross style with Trista Crick in short order. Like, Dame Lillard just got traded to the Bucks. Like, she was texting me through most of that insiders conversation we were having. She was a bit fired up. But if you're just tuning in, there's no way that you don't know that Dame Lillard has in fact been traded to the Milwaukee Bucks. A move a lot of us didn't think was going to get done. I don't know that any of us saw the Bucks being done, and that it feels like that goes to show you. I think of not every major trade because that's not true, but I think back to Kawhi Leonard. There was no talk about Kawhi Leonard being traded to the Toronto Raptors. Absolutely none. Outside, like that was I feel like people knew, but it was a pretty well kept secret that that Kawhi Leonard was headed to the Toronto Raptors. We heard most recently the Raptors. We've heard the Celtics. For reasons known to very few people, we heard Orlando. And then, of course, we had Chris Haynes on the show on Thursday, who's just like, Portland hasn't talked to Miami. Like, they will not talk to them. Miami knows that they do not have an offer that Portland will like, but they want to know what they want so they can go to a team and try to acquire it. And in the end, for whatever reason, it appears that Portland was just hell-bent on not trading Dame Lillard to Miami.
When a team does what the Heat did in this situation, where, I mean, clearly they're part of what's happening, right? We want to talk about tampering. It's clear that the Miami Heat was part of. If you're Damian Lillard, you don't just say, I only want to go to the Heat. That's like saying, like some random guy saying, I'm only going to marry Rihanna. That's the only one. There was conversations beforehand, right? There's clearly something going on there where if he's going to make that point and say, I'm only going to the Miami Heat, there clearly was already some mingling going on. So for me, I don't know. This is, if I'm Portland, I act the same exact way they did. I don't want to deal with you. Like, why would I deal with? Why am I gonna like go hang out with the dude who's hitting on my girl? That's not cool. Like, and so I don't know. This is, for me, it's a good move for Portland because they got what they deemed a very good player in DeAndre Ayton. They've liked Ayton for a while. We all know that. They've tried to get Ayton in the past. This is a way that they got Ayton. All right. If he's your guy, that's fine. I mean, they might be wrong with that, and clearly he's not going to have the same impact on their franchise that Damian Lillard has over the last decade. But you were heading towards the breakup. You knew it. And you went out and you got some stuff that makes sense for you. And then you also have the opportunity to go get more young assets by using Jrue Holiday, which it looks like they are going to like route him to another team.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is kind of what they had to do. They got one young centerpiece player in the deal that they think that, is a guy they can build around. And then they got the potential to add, 1 or 2 first-round picks, and then another first-round pick from the Bucks and some pick swaps and stuff like that.
One thing I appreciate is the idea of going to get guys, regardless of what you do with Jrue Holiday moving forward. The idea that you went to get guys who will play for you. Because one thing that I hate from a fan perspective, from a trade perspective, and from sometimes a front office perspective is the idea of draft picks. Because that's all draft picks are an idea. You have no idea what you could turn them into. And we start romanticizing this idea of packaging multiple draft picks. You don't know that any of their draft picks are going to be good. And correct me if I'm wrong, DeAndre Ayton, Marvin Bagley, that's the same draft as Luka Doncic, and both of those guys are on different teams now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just don't. Those are draft picks, by the way. So you can tell all the Sacramento Kings of Vlade Divac jokes that you want to, and Lord knows I have, and I will continue to, by the way. But make sure you fire off a couple of Phoenix Suns jokes, because the Kings recognize, hey, Marvin ain't it. We got to move on from that. The Suns signed DeAndre Ayton to an extension, hated themselves for it. The previous coach hated him. They wound up firing the previous coach, and then they wound up trading DeAndre Ayton anyways.
They had to take on Nurkic in the deal. That tells you, I mean, like the Kings didn't have to take on anybody in the Marvin Bagley deal. They actually landed Trey Lyles as a nice rotational player.
Yeah.
But they had to take on 3 years and $54 million. And, you were mentioning, like, this came out of left field, right? We didn't really see this thing happening. We hadn't heard that there was a 3-team possible deal with the Phoenix Suns. It reminds me that, yeah, this does happen, because a couple of days before the Kings made the trade Tyrese Halliburton for Domantas Sabonis, they weren't making that deal. That deal didn't exist. And then it did. And then it happened, and no one saw it coming at all. So these deals do happen like this on occasion. And to me, those are the best deals.
Oh my goodness, we got to run in. We've got to run in, ladies and gentlemen. Live from I don't know where.
What up, baby?
Bro, it looks like you're at an elementary. Bro, you're at the house.
I'm at the crib, man. I'm at the crib right now.
Oh,
man.
He's at little crypto.com. Look at him. Look at it. You look different now that you're married.
Well, I got a little glow to me. I got a little glow.
Yeah, you got that post-wedding glow.
Yeah, man. Hey, shout out to you guys, man. Y'all holding it down. I've been tapped in, but I had to tap in right now. I mean, this is one of the biggest trades. I don't want to speak in hyperbole. I'm sure there's been one like in the last 2 years that was just as big, but Kevin Durant last year was big. I don't know. I feel like this might even be bigger. Like this makes somebody that was a fringe title contender that was on their way out. This makes them a legit title contender, and they may be that for the next 3-4 years.
Yeah.
This is huge.
Yeah, you got them above Boston now?
Slightly. They might be even. As Tatum is my boy. I might have to go down to Sporting Fan and see if they got that jersey right now. But Tatum, my boy. But yeah, maybe. I mean, a lot of people are talking about Jrue Holiday's defense and where they're gonna find a defense. I don't care. They got Damian Lillard. I don't care. I don't care if I'm a Milwaukee Bucks fan. I don't care. I just got Damian Lillard to go with Giannis. And another thing about this is it allows Chris Middleton, who's not the same player he was, to kind of be, take a load off of him a little bit and like, hey, just be a spot up guy. Or now we don't need you to be a 20-point per game scorer. If you can only give us 16, 15, that's still good enough for us to be a championship contender. So Milwaukee's good. Portland, clearly, I heard you, James. I understand. And it's funny. It's funny because I was thinking this morning when all the Toronto stuff was happening, I said, look, man, like Toronto, that defeats the whole purpose. Dame Lillard didn't say he wanted to be traded just to be traded. He wanted to be traded to a champion for a chance to win a championship. They weren't winning no championship in Toronto. Like that defeats the whole purpose.
Can I read something real quick? Because I think people have been waiting. People have been waiting to see this. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. Don't lose your train of thought. But this from Dame Lillard. The casuals won't be addressed, but the Trailblazers fans in the city of Portland that I love truly will be, and they will be addressed truthfully. Stay tuned. Excited for the next chapter, and he adds the Bucks in that tweet. So everybody had been waiting, wondering how Dame Lillard was going to feel about this tweet. I'm looking at it. It certainly appears he says he's excited for the next chapter. He tags the Bucks. Dame Lillard seems to be okay with going to play with Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks.
Well, see, that goes into what I was just about to say, right? Like the whole Toronto stuff, to me, that defeated the purpose, right? Dame didn't just want to leave Portland to leave Portland. He wanted to go and try and win a championship. Toronto, that's not a championship squad. And just this morning, I was like, man, I'm ready when I come back next week to tell the world how Portland did Dame dirty. Like they just traded him, just to trade him. They did him dirty. Nope, they did right by him. This is exactly what he was asking for, an opportunity to win a championship, and they got him in Milwaukee. There's no doubt in my mind that Dame is you just said it, but I had no doubt before that he'd be excited to go to Milwaukee because that's what all this was about. This was about to go to a place to have an opportunity to win a championship, and they definitely have that in Milwaukee now.
Yeah, I would add too, Kenny, you brought up that you don't care, like they got Dame Lillard, don't worry about the defense. I would say that Milwaukee Bucks, of every team in the league, is probably uniquely primed to be able to take on a subpar defensive player and fit him into their system. They have, again, Brook Lopez was number 2 in Defensive Player of the Year voting. It doesn't matter what age he is. He was spectacular. He's your rim protector. You got the length of Middleton and Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like this team is still going to be, you got Bobby Portis. Like they're still going to be a really good defensive team. They are uniquely built to take on a player like this and fit him into their system. And it's like, we were talking off the air. It's kind of like, what would a guy like Jrue Holiday look like in a Sacramento Kings uniform? Could he be a transformative player next to a De'Aaron Fox? And almost like the opposite of what we're seeing in Portland. And I'm not saying the Kings are going to get involved in the Jrue Holiday deal. Like maybe they could come up with something, but it's something that would make sense. Like these types of players where you can fit in a two-way player that makes everyone around him better. Well, I think the type of player that Dame Lillard is, he instantly makes every offensive player better on that team. Every player, is going to take a step up. But it also, he's a guy that you've got the pieces to defend. You can help him. Like he's not going to be on an island. He's not going to get picked on because standing behind him is Giannis Antetokounmpo and Brook Lopez and Bobby Portis.
Yeah. Shout out. And isn't it Adrian Griffin in Milwaukee right now? In the one that got the job in Milwaukee?
Somebody
out to him,
just
man. We talk about it all the time. Shout out to him. We talk about this all the time, how these guys got to take these jobs that are, either terrible jobs or like I definitely thought Milwaukee was on the back nine, as we like to say, and Giannis was out the door. But now he's got a championship squad. He's got a team that can win a championship. They're going to be there with Boston. They're going to be there with Denver. They're going to be there with the Sacramento Kings. You see what I did there? You know what I mean? They're going to have an opportunity, to win an NBA championship. And here's the other thing. Portland, you did what you did. I ain't worried about Miami. I mean, I ain't crying for them, Argentina. But if what Chris Haynes was talking about the other day is accurate, and I have no reason to believe that it's not, Miami, the whole thing was Miami knew they didn't have the assets. They could have went and talked to Phoenix and got a third and fourth team involved. But Portland was just like, I don't really care what Miami wants to do. We don't want to deal with them. And then they went and made a side deal with 3-4 teams with the Milwaukee Bucks. Now, like I said, it's whatever. That ain't my business. But yeah, they seem hell bent on not letting Pat Riley and Miami have this deal.
Do you think they got the best? As I asked James this a few minutes ago, do you think that Portland got the best they could in return for Dame Lillard?
Yeah.
And obviously it's impossible to know, but like looking at what they got as it stands right now, we all believe Jrue Holiday's on the move, but they did get 2 starters in return, 1 pick, and you know, obviously they worked there and they moved on from Yusuf Nurkic.
Yeah, so I thought about that too, and it's like, okay, I just think about the Miami situation, right? In Miami, they said they were going to get a third, fourth team involved. So Ayton would have been involved in that one hypothetically. We don't know, but hypothetically he would have been involved in that one. And now you're talking about Jrue Holiday or Tyler Hero. I'll ask you guys, who do you think gets a bigger return for you, like flipping him, Jrue Holiday or Tyler Hero?
And he exited right as he said that. He said, "I'm out."
Am I back now?
Yeah, you're here.
Okay.
Might be Hero.
I don't think so.
No,
I think around the league, Jrue Holiday, despite the
because
fact
of
that
the defense,
because of his age. I mean, he's 33, and you got him 33 and 34. You got him locked up for 2 years, and his contract next year it's big. I mean, I think it's right around $40 million. I still think he's a guy that you want on your team. If you're a winning team, you go get a guy like Jrue Holiday.
Sure.
He is like the quintessential winner.
I agree. I like Jrue Holiday, but let's just use the King as an example. And Jrue Holiday, he's one of the best defensive guards in the game or whatever. But think about the Kings. Who do you think fits better for what they do? Tyler Hero, Jrue Holiday. And I bring that up to say I think there's more places you could trade Tyler Hero than Jrue Holiday.
I think Tyler Hero fits better with what the Kings do right now. I think Jrue Holiday would be a better acquisition for the Kings moving forward. Because the biggest knock on the Kings is their defense. The Kings are going to fall. I don't care how good that offense was last year. They can't stop anything. Well, all right, you add Jrue Holiday to that. You still got Keegan, right? I don't know what the trade would be for. I just know it wouldn't be for Keegan Murray. We can hypothesize as to what it looks like, but I think adding Jrue Holiday to that lineup would probably work really, really well. Not that Tyler Hero wouldn't. I just think Jrue would probably work better for the team, for the Kings taking the next step.
I'm not mad at that. The original question was, do you think the Portland got the best that they could? This is around the best that they could, and I think what they're going to be able to flip Jrue Holiday for, adding that with Ayton, that's a good look. I tweeted out, I kind of feel like they got a little Detroit West to them, where they're just getting players, no real rhyme or reason, or not like building anything. They're just getting players to kind of trade them off or see who sticks. And I said that kind of in a negative way. There's not anything wrong with that. They're not going anywhere right now anyway. Trade for a bunch of assets, see what sticks, see what works between Anthony, Scoot, Shaden, Jeremy Grant, and Aiden. See what 2 or 3 players stick with you and build on that. So this is about as good as they could do. I'm okay with that.
You want to get back to your honeymoon, which is apparently just you sitting at the house. Like, I wanted to believe you were on a beach somewhere with a margarita and you and Jazz were kicking it, but in reality, Kenny got married and just needed a week away from me.
Well, I mean, we had all those plans to do all that, and then my 10-month-old was like, "You taking me where? Where are we going?" So yeah, we're finding ways to have a little bit of a honeymoon while having a little beautiful crying baby around us as well. But yes, my beautiful bride is looking at me like we need to go do something else. Dame Lillard can wait.
Ryan stole the show at the wedding, man. I told everybody all week it was beautiful. It was a great afternoon celebrating you and Jazz. So get off the phone and go celebrate Jazz some more.
My man, appreciate y'all letting me tap in
Yeah.
for a couple minutes.
Yeah, we'll see y'all next week, man. Appreciate
All
you.
right, y'all. All
My
right.
man, KC right there. Yeah, this week has been tough. I was like, oh, no, James, don't worry about it. I got it. No problem. Come 4 o'clock. Oh, my God, I got another show.
Yeah, that's what I saw. I was like, oh, man, you got a lot more to do, man. That's a lot of talking.
Yesterday was an ass whooping, just a straight up beat down. That's what yesterday was. Watching what's next, though, I wonder if this kind of opens up, because you still kind of run into some of the similar things that you had with Dame Lillard. If you're Portland, you probably don't want to go through the charade of Jrue Holiday showing up at camp next week. I also don't. It's probably a disservice to everybody to not allow him to come in either. You probably need to get something done here in the next few days. I'm not saying rush it. I'm not saying take a bad deal just to get a deal done. I'm saying once you knew you could land Jrue Holiday, someone within that front office, and you knew what your idea was for Jrue Holiday, someone in that Portland Trailblazers front office had to have started talking to other teams out there about what it would look like for them to acquire Jrue Holiday from Portland.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like, Jrue is a very, very good player, and he instantly makes, but we're talking about a $36 million player. And that's where it becomes complicated. You have to have a team who's ready right now to jump in on this deal. And so, like, could I see like a third team getting involved here? What if we saw like Jrue Holiday on his way to Philly with James Harden on his way to the Clippers? And then
I'd rather see Jrue Holiday go to the Clippers.
Yeah. Well,
I'd rather see that.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if we play in James Harden's world where he has to be
traded, don't want to play in James Harden's world ever.
I don't want to play in his world either. But I think that's where you can start seeing them accumulate assets. They need at least high level first and a couple of seconds, or 2 seconds from a good team. I mean, 2 firsts from a good team in order to move on from this contract. And I think they can get it. And the reason why I think this is a big deal, like, this is the component that makes this a great deal for Portland or not a great deal. It's that Portland did something very specific last offseason, not this year, but last year. They went out and they got Mike Schmitz, right? The best draft guy that there is, who knows everybody, who's traveled the world scouting everybody that there is. He was ESPN guy forever. You need him to have as many draft picks as possible, because I think he hit a home run with Shaedon Sharpe. I think he hit a home run with Scoot Henderson. And I want to see him have more to work with in order to fulfill what you're trying to do here, which is rebuild this franchise. Go get yourself some really good players right now through the draft, build a young team, and then, have Ayton as an anchor and maybe Jeremy Grant as an anchor for a couple of years and build this team out.
Is it crazy to think, as it stands, I don't think that team is terrible.
I don't think they're terrible, but I think they're 30 to 33 wins. Like, I don't think, like, before this, with Dame hanging out there, I thought they're a 20 to 25 win team. I thought this was one of the worst teams in basketball.
Wow.
Before the trade. Now, because I don't value what Nurkic brings to a team like that.
Sure.
Like, Nurkic on the Suns means something than Nurkic on the Blazers. Like, if Nurkic wants to play 60 games for the Blazers, that would make sense. But for the Suns, he's got to play 70 something, and you expect him to be out there playing. The Blazers were in a different spot. He was like the aging guy on the roster that you're not going to use.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that at all. You mentioned Scoot, you mentioned Shaedon. Obviously, those are, particularly Scoot going into his first year, Shaedon, going into his second. How can he develop? You got Anthony Simons still kind of, with that roster. Obviously, he's a very capable scorer. I'm in your camp. I think a little bit higher of DeAndre Ayton than others do. I think one thing that harms DeAndre Ayton, as it does like a lot of players, like, he was taken number one. He was taken in a class with Luka Doncic and Jaren Jackson and Trae Young and all of those guys. And there's always going to be that note that he was the number one pick. in that draft. And I think that skews the way people look at him. I also think he wasn't wanted in Phoenix, and it showed. And it showed on Phoenix, and it's hard for me to kill him because I think it showed on his part. Like, I think it showed in his game at times, and I don't know which came first. I don't know if Phoenix kind of grew tired of DeAndre Ayton because he wasn't always checked in, so to speak, or if DeAndre Ayton grew tired of Phoenix because clearly they didn't love him like that. And I think it's a fresh start for Portland. Portland has a horrible history of big men in their town. Hopefully he can get there. He can get on track. And if he puts up numbers, just basic numbers, similar to what he did last year, it's a really good acquisition for Portland. And I think the steps for growth, they are right there in front of this team, regardless of what happens with Jrue Holiday. And Jrue Holiday is obviously, according to the reports, he's going to get you something. You're already on the right path. I don't think anything you can do in terms of that trade is going to set you back.
Well, and I'll make the point too,
possible trade.
Like as with Nurkic, where I think Nurkic in Phoenix is better than Nurkic in Portland. I'll tell you that without Chris Paul, I think Ayton was going to take a step back. Like that's the guy that made
totally understandable. Absolutely.
And I even saw it last year when Chris Paul missed a bunch of games. You could see that Ayton wasn't the same player. Now, I think moving Ayton to Portland, he's going to be number one, their scoring option. They're number one or number two scoring option. And then giving Scoot Henderson the tools like an Ayton, a pick and roll guy, is huge. It's going to help him develop as a player. And again, I don't love Ayton. He's not, like a top tier center in my book, but that doesn't change the fact that he is a good player. He can fit with that team. He can help your young player, give him a stable player to work with, just like Jeremy Grant. Like these guys, I don't put in the top tier at their positions, but they still will help the development of a young player.
Okay, let's come back. Let's talk more. James, this question is coming up a lot in the chatty house. Should the Kings try to go get Jrue Holiday? We'll talk about it. It's D'Lo and Casey. My man James Ham sitting here with me on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to get like trade just so I have it in my head.
Kyle Matson, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everybody. James. Scott had to move to 11:30 tomorrow.
Okay.
Some conflict. Do you want me to try and get somebody from the Odyssey station in Portland? Just talk about kind of the vibe up there.
Yeah, that's
We
fine.
need somebody to like break the trade down. I just want kind of how our
The Odyssey station, or like I could reach out to Jason Quick.
who's that?
Jeff Austin, our old
Yeah,
PD, has some really good guys.
I know their guy. Dan.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, you know Danny. Yeah.
Okay.
We talk Danny or like Jason Quick is like he was their biggest beat writer for like 2 decades.
Oh, okay.
The Athletic.
Okay, I don't know if Danny's show might be during ours. If not, I'll.
Okay, hit me up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also know Sean Hyken up there, but it's a little different.
Right. No, you mentioned it before. You know the one.
Okay.
Jesse walks in after our show. I just go, Dan's crazy. He goes, whatever. It's Bucks and Celtics and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
he's all
Oh no,
about
we
it.
heard it.
He's all about it.
All right, everybody.
All right.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
All this just to beat Kristaps Porzingis. Wow.
Oh, man.
Or Neemias Queta.
Can you imagine if the
Neemias
Clippers
Queta.
trade went through?
It would have been nice.
Man.
You mentioned to me as Cater, the Celtics have been on this like thing the last few years where they'll sign like end of the bench former Kings, like Nick Stauskas. They had Justin Jackson last year. Now they got Cater this year.
Yeah, it's all the guys that they almost traded for from the Kings. So like Harrison Barnes, except for they never got Harrison Barnes.
Shout out Brian
There's
Scalabrine.
absolutely no indication that the Celtics wanted Harrison Barnes. Like none. Except Brian Scalabrine. Brian Scalabrine said a lot of stupid stuff in that time.
Also stood our show up twice.
Like, bro, you work for this company. Like, make your appearances, asshole.
Seriously?
Yeah.
In the early days of D'Lo and KC.
Early 2-hour days of D'Lo and KC.
Oh. See, you make it sound like the early 2-hour days way back in. So my show, the 2-hour show, like
Yeah, those are this is the early days of the Insiders.
they're gonna keep trying to expand. My
Oh
show. Is that
yeah.
what you're telling me?
Just wait. Just wait till they throw you on the Eagle next.
I could do that.
James, they already got Kyle on 98 Rock. Wait till
Yeah.
they get you. We've set a new barometer here, pal. You got to work for an AM and an FM. Talking music, baby. Big thanks to Jasmine for letting KC join us for a few minutes. You want to get in on the phone lines, 916-909-1320. It was great to hear from our man KC there for a little bit. Obviously, everybody reacting to the news of Dame Lillard being traded to the Milwaukee Bucks. And, the chatty house has been waiting for this one. 916-909-1320. Heat fan Leezy. Leezy, how you feeling?
Well, D'Lo, honestly,
Your
I was
ass
very
still
upset.
sounds happy. That's the funny part about this, is you still sound happy.
Yeah, I'm getting a little choked up right now, but it's okay. I just wanted to call in and talk about the trade. I'm gonna be professional about this, so I'm not gonna get all emotional.
Okay.
I think the Blazers, they got the best deal they wanted. You get DeAndre Ayton, a great player. You get off Nurkic's contract. You get a bunch of picks. They get Jrue Holiday, who they're gonna flip. Jrue Holiday's not gonna suit up for the Blazers.
Mm-hmm.
Phoenix Suns, they got a lot of good role players. Obviously, they already had stars. You got to have a full team. You got to have depth, as we saw in the playoffs this year. You got a full team. One of the reasons I wanted to call was about questions in the East. Obviously, Dame on the Bucks, everyone's going to think they're the team to beat. They're the number one team. But we see these super trades happen all the time. Didn't we just say this last year with Kyrie and Luka? Didn't we say this with Kevin Durant and all his super teams? It doesn't always work out. Casey brought up a good point. He talked about coaching and the new coach the Bucks have. I'm curious what you guys think he's going to be able to do. And I just wanted to segue that because Boston Celtics, they were a great regular season team, but then in the playoffs, their coach, Joe Mazzulla, he got out coached. That's what happened. But my last point.
Lazy's just firing them off today. Go ahead, Lazy.
I'm pardon, D'Lo. My last question is, do you think the Heat are going to segue and try to get maybe Donovan Mitchell, who's already, there's whispers he's not too keen on the Cavaliers, or maybe even a Trae Young, because he's already having problems with the Hawks, because you can't just sit around crying about Dame Travis. So that's me pardon.
No, it's all good. That's good work right there, Leezy. No, I appreciate that you fired off a bunch of shots at the beginning and then threw a couple of questions in there so we'd ignore all of the shots that you fired. Let's start with the Miami part, because I think that is a little bit intriguing. I don't remember who it was. One of the prominent writers, it could have been your boy Bontemps. It might have been, I don't remember who it was, but one of those guys is just hell-bent on getting Donovan Mitchell out of Cleveland right now, with the idea of Donovan Mitchell being extension eligible in a similar manner that Giannis Antetokounmpo is extension eligible. And I don't know if that's September or October that Donovan becomes extension eligible, but the fact that he's probably not going to sign it. And why wait for him to publicly spurn you and not sign the contract? Why wait when you can just trade him now? So I think Leezy's question in an effort to salvage his Miami Heat is an interesting one. Do they pivot and go to the likes of a Donovan Mitchell, who, whether there's actual fire, whether there's even smoke there, like, who knows? But what does Miami do next? Because we outlined on the insiders, they've lost Gabe Vincent, they lost Matt Strus. Of course, those aren't marquee players, but they're guys who are important to what they did last year, particularly Gabe Vincent. He was extraordinary last year. I don't think that team's good enough. And I certainly don't think it's good enough to get into the NBA Finals, the Eastern Conference Finals. And after 4 months of chasing Dame Lillard to walk away with nothing, and here's where I'll credit Pat Riley and the Miami Heat. When LeBron left, they pivoted immediately. They did not lick their wounds. They immediately signed Chris Bosh. Of course, that didn't end well, to no fault of anybody's, but they immediately were like, all right, we're going to lock up Chris Bosh to a long-term contract. We got Dwayne Wade here. We're going to make some moves to help us remain a competitive team. The unfortunate situation with Chris Bosh allowed that to not really happen, but I don't think they're going to stand still here in this situation, Hammer.
Yeah, I mean, they can they?
No, they can't. No, I mean, if they expect to be good, at least in my opinion, not if they expect to be good, they can't.
Yeah, I mean, they went on, they drafted Jaime Jaquez, who I think will play major minutes
Good ball
in
player.
year one. He's a crafty guy that as a rookie you think can go in and play 20, 25 minutes a game. So I don't think that they're going to miss like Strus as much as maybe you would think, but they still don't have a starting point guard. Like Kyle Lowry is not a starting point guard. So if I'm Miami, I'm in a bit of a panic here. Like, this is not what you expected. I think what they expected was at the end of the day that Portland would come to the table and they would get the deal done for what the low offer that they were offering. Like, they were going to lowball them, and that was going to be it. And so at this point, like, look, I'm calling Portland right away and saying, okay, look, we didn't get that deal done, but what do you want for Jrue? Can we get something done there? Because he's the guy they need still.
Yeah.
If you can't get Dame, you probably should go chase him. Yeah, but
sorry, what's that conversation like?
Yeah, like, hey, I know you were totally like we tried to steal your.
Oh,
player.
you want to talk now? You
Yeah.
want to talk now? Hey, swallow your pride. Everybody needs to swallow their pride and move on, particularly Miami. This isn't a Portland situation.
Yeah.
Miami could get better. They'd have to swallow their pride and call Portland and say, okay, I see you, but you still have a player we really like.
Well, and I always love it when it's like the Laker mentality, right? Like, oh, well, everybody wants to play for the Lakers, right? Everybody wants to play for the Lakers, so the Lakers are going to go get somebody. Like,
Okay, Lake Show.
Yep.
Exactly. Isn't it possible that the Miami Heat just get shut out and can't make a trade and can't make a
Absolutely.
move? And they waited all this time to get Dame Lillard and they just cost themselves any potential to be a contender?
Not to be a smartass, I think they lost out on Kelly Oubre in this process.
Oh, they did.
Because wasn't the idea that they wanted to sign Kelly Oubre? They just couldn't do it until after the Lillard deal was done, and he winds up signing with Philly.
Yeah. He didn't make a
Smart
lot of
move
sense
by
here.
Philly.
That only made sense if you were giving up Jaime Jaquez.
Which I'm sure they thought they were doing.
Yeah.
In a Dame Lillard deal, I'm sure that's what they thought they were doing.
That's what they were hoping, that they were giving up something like that. I don't know. Like, if a team like Miami, they don't have to get a good player every time. Like, I don't understand how this always is something that, like, we just think, oh, well, they're going to go get someone who's better than what they have. Well, maybe they won't. Maybe they're going to be stuck. Like, why would Cleveland deal Donovan Mitchell to them? Just like, why would they deal him to the Knicks? Because he wants to go to the Knicks? Okay.
Yeah.
But there's also a possibility he would go somewhere else, fall in love with the team, and stick around there forever. That happens all the time, where players are supposed to go somewhere and then they end up going to a different city, and then they really enjoy their time at that city and they end up staying. Even when the Kings traded for Domantas Sabonis, everyone's, oh, well, he can opt out after next year, and then what are you going to do? Like, he's a free agent. He's going to want to go play in LA because he has a house in LA, and you just traded for a rental player. That's what a lot of the national media was. And then he ends up finding his NBA home, and he's a Sacramento King for the next 6 years.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Did you have something? I was watching you out of the corner of my eye. Did you have something?
Oh, no. I feel like Miami, they missed out on Brad Beal earlier this offseason too, right? I feel like they've been
They
striking out a
did.
lot this
Yeah.
offseason.
Yeah, they
That's
did.
just the only thing I was pointing out.
Yeah, I don't think they have, like, for what these teams are looking for. And I also wonder what. Well, it doesn't appear, at least between Miami and Portland, like anything really went very far. They had talked, as Chris Haynes has pointed out, but meaningful discussions were never had. They were never really had, and they hadn't talked in quite a while. 916-909-1320. Let's hear what our man Mitch has to say about all this. Mitch, what's going on, man?
How you doing, guys? Sam, Damon, thanks for taking my call.
You got it, Mitch.
This is a great trade. I think it helps. I don't think I've ever seen a trade that helps three teams. Helps all these three teams. Definitely playoff bound. And poor Miami. You know, I wonder when Ballers will start crying and coming to go out. I guess I can only think of two players that Miami can go for now: James Harden and Ben Simmons.
Ooh.
What a shame.
Oh, that's a Mitch. You're kind of reserved today. Everything okay?
I wish I could have wished Mr. Casey, all the best and everything, getting married.
Well,
I guess
he's not dead. He'll be back.
Okay. Well, I guess the kids can say they were at their folks' wedding. I mean, that doesn't happen too often. Usually the other way around, but
that's all right. We appreciate you, Mitch. That's very true. Mom and Dad got married this weekend for Reese and Ryan. I'm sure Casey is still sneaky listening to the show, and he appreciates your well wishes. Well, let's pick. I actually understood everything Mitch said too. It's weird. It's like it only happens when Kenny's here.
I didn't understand a word he said.
No, you're not trained yet. You're like you got to have a trained ear to understand everything Mitch says in this conversation. What he said though, and I'm curious to get your thought on this. He said all three teams accomplished what they needed to. He said all three teams got better. I'm fine with that. I'll say all three teams accomplished what they needed to. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it does depend on what happens with Jrue. I mean, you do have to go out and get the picks or the players. No, and I guess it doesn't have to be just picks. Like, again, if you're going out there and you can go add maybe 2 starters for Jrue Holiday, but younger starters that make sense for a different team, then sure. Or 2 top 8 rotation players and maybe a pick.
Can we also humanize this for a second? And while I am perfectly aware he's probably more tuned into the process than we are, he's talking to his agent, and his agent has probably said something along the lines, hey, here's what we know. It could be A, it could be B, it could be C, but that's kind of where we're at right now. Can we just acknowledge how difficult this has to be for Jrue Holiday? Like, you're in Milwaukee, you're on a championship caliber team, you're traded, but immediately upon the trade, it's like you're being told, hey, you're being traded to Portland, but you're not going to play in Portland. Portland's going to trade you. Okay, fine. To who? Well, we don't know yet. That has to be so unbearably difficult to not know. Like, training camp is in a week. Jrue Holiday's got a wife, like he's got a family, and he just has to kind of sit and wait to see where he's going to play basketball in 4 days.
It's wild.
That's it's a little longer than 4 days, but that's just so tough. We talk about sports, we talk about teams, we talk about improving, and we dehumanize these guys sometimes and think like, God, this has to be so difficult for Jrue Holiday and his family right now.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the Toronto Raptors had a camera crew with the team doing something else the moment that Rudy Gay got traded. The Rudy Gay trade for Gravis Vasquez and what was it? Aaron Gray and Rudy Gay and someone else to Sacramento. Was it Ruben Patterson? I can't remember. Whatever the trade was. They had a camera crew there as a team found out. And the video was like, holy cow, like earth-shattering for these guys. And it is a big deal. Like, these things matter. Like, watching Sabonis and Justin Holiday and who's the third guy? Smooth shooting small forward that is out of the league. I can't remember, but that trade, when those guys come in, they're exhausted. They didn't see the trade coming at all. And it's just like, they don't even know they didn't even get to like pack up their stuff and go.
Yeah.
It's just it's over, and you're in a new city and a new fan base and everything else. So yeah, I think trades in professional sports are crazy. I don't feel that bad for Jrue Holiday because he's got like $76 million coming to him, regardless of where he goes.
Well, yeah, I understand the financial aspect of it. Like my brother's not poor. It's just it's just got to be difficult. Like you have
Oh yeah,
especially because you're wondering, hey, am I going to go to Boston? Am I going to go, to a team that has a chance to win, or am I going to Houston? Are they going to trade me for a haul of picks, and I'm going to wind up in, the Oklahoma City Thunder, who there's admittedly there's a lot of excitement there, but it's a far cry from where you're at right now.
yeah.
And there's just multiple. Am I going to Detroit? Am I going to, play with Monty Williams? Like it's just the league is wide open right now for Jrue Holiday. Again, I'm sure his agents have talked to Portland. It's like, hey, I get it. What are we looking at right now? Can you tell me who you've talked to? Can I do some of that? And then like let's just do it. Like, because everybody asked, pause. Ryan Jennings says everyone is on D'Lo's favorite site right now, the Trade Machine. And then Kamara, two posts later, says, do you think Sacramento should go after Jrue Holiday? It appears Jrue Holiday is available. Does he make sense in Sacramento?
Oh, I think he would make perfect sense in Sacramento. I do. You would, of course, change the dynamic of your team and get older for sure. I mean, he's got 2 years at his 33 and 34-year-old seasons. But he also is a guy who brings so much to the table. I would look at him like, I've always talked about like Eric Snow. I thought was such a perfect complementary guard to Allen Iverson, right? He did all the dirty work while Allen Iverson just got to go out and succeed. Well, Jrue Holiday is a guy who is like twice as good as what Eric Snow was, but also understands that that's how to play a role. I mean, he's a great two-way player. He's a great assist guy. He shoots the ball really well, 38.4% from three. Like, this would be a guy that you could put next to De'Aaron Fox and like actually improve your defense greatly. Now, whether the Kings could come up, I don't think they can. That's the problem I think Jrue Holiday's in right now. It's that there aren't a lot of teams out there that are willing to rearrange all the chairs on the deck right now for $37 million worth of player 4 days before camp starts, 5 days before training camp starts. That's really, really difficult for a team to just scrap everything. All this camaraderie we built during the offseason, all of these workouts we did together, we're going to scrap all of that. And you are going to Portland right now, getting on the team, getting on a plane and going, and we're bringing in a $37 million player. The financials of it are difficult. And like for the Kings specifically, like I can see the pieces, but December 15th, they'd have a whole lot more pieces that they could work with. Whether those pieces worked with what Portland's doing, probably not. But for today, it would be difficult for the Kings to come up with a deal to land him.
A couple of notes out there regarding Jrue Holiday. Our man Keith Pompey says a source confirms that the Philadelphia 76ers are interested in acquiring Jrue Holiday. Of course, it's Daryl Morey, and it's the Philadelphia 76ers, so they're interested in acquiring everybody. Apparently, Woj has said on television, of course, we got the television on in front of us, but the sound is turned down. Adrian Wojnarowski has mentioned the Miami Heat as a possible trade partner for Jrue Holiday. So a lot is coming out from a variety of different beat reporters, including the Toronto Sun. And this is, I don't quite understand the wording of this, but the Toronto Sun apparently said that the Toronto Raptors weren't interested in dangling OG Anunoby for Dame Lillard. I don't quite understand that, because maybe Siakam was the centerpiece of a discussion. Maybe Portland wanted Siakam and OG. That seems a little far-fetched. But I don't quite understand that, because I think most of us thought a centerpiece in a Toronto deal was probably OG Anunoby. According to the Toronto Sun, though, that may not be accurate.
Yeah, I did the math on that one, and they had other players that they could have thrown in to just match salary, and then it would be young players, a guy like Grady Dick, and then first-round picks. That's how they would have had to get that deal done. They have Gary Trent on a $19 million 1-year deal. They have Otto Porter on a 1-year deal. They've got one other veteran. Oh, Thaddeus Young. They could have thrown all these pieces in to make the salary work with Dame, and then given a bunch of draft picks up as compensation. So they could have done it without OG Anunoby. And look, I can see how Toronto thinks it, OG Anunoby, he's on a 1-year deal. He has a player option for next season, but this season he's on a 1-year. He's not playing for that one. He's not playing on that team option, that player option.
Right. No doubt.
Yeah. He's opting out, and they could lose him for nothing.
Shout out to Rob Dub. He got me to crack a smile. He
Yeah.
said, "Come on, D'Lo. You know who Toronto dangled."
Yeah.
Who Toronto dangle, James?
Grady Dick. Grady Dick was on the table. According to Barry Jackson,
I saw that too. Go ahead, read that one.
the Heat never felt compelled to call and improve their offer.
Yeah.
Last year's playoff run left them feeling, well, not desperate.
Okay. Confirming what Chris Haynes told us at Sky River Casino on Thursday. This time, instead of coming from Chris Haynes, it's coming from Miami. The Heat and the Blazers has discussions when Dame Lillard made his trade request in early July, but communication between the two sides has been very limited since then. Again, exactly what Chris Haynes told us on Friday. If you want a little, what do they call it when they make a show that takes place before the show that it's not a precursor, it's a
pilot?
Not a pilot, but
a prequel.
A prequel. If you want a nice little prequel to the Dame Lillard story, go listen to our conversation with Chris Haynes from Sky River Casino last Thursday. He outlined a lot of things that you're seeing pop up in a variety of papers, Twitter accounts, news sites. I said newspapers like I'm Kenny Caraway. He laid out a lot of this stuff last week. So, of course, don't do it till 4, but go check some of that stuff out. What an interesting day, man. I didn't think this was going to get done. I really didn't. I had moved on to, or at least I didn't think it was going to get done before camp. I had moved on to, what is this going to look like when Dame Lillard shows up at camp? Because we'd been told he would.
Mm-hmm.
How would Portland approach this? How would he face the media? How would this go? That's what I was looking forward to. That's what I wanted to see. How it shaked out. It felt like headed into the weekend, perhaps maybe specifically stated Hammer, it felt like coming out of the weekend, there was a higher amount of momentum for a Dame Lillard trade than there had been since this all started. None of it involved Miami, but it felt like you were hearing a lot of team mentions, like Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer Mark Spears, was really in on Toronto. He was getting intel from them. The Celtics had popped up. A variety of different teams had kind of come into play. But ultimately, it is the other team that has been in the news for the worst reasons this offseason, and that is the future of their megastar, Giannis Antetokounmpo. They come swooping in and say, hold up, player. I got you. Let's get a deal done. And now we've got Dame Lillard, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Chris Middleton heading up a Milwaukee Bucks team.
I love it. I think this is a good team.
My timeline, Adrian Griffin was hired this offseason, right?
Yeah.
Budenholzer was the
He's
coach
looking around like, what in the world just happened?
Yeah. Oh, man. Poor Budenholzer. That's tough. That's tough. Man got tossed in the first round, and now his former team acquired Dame Lillard.
Did you see Anthony Chang just tweeted out from Aaron Goodwin?
Oh.
Of course, Damian Lillard's agent.
Mm-hmm.
They did everything they could to acquire Dame. It takes 2 to get a deal done. I appreciate all that Pat, Andy, and Mickey did to try and make this happen.
Oh, wow.
That sounds a little, just a smidge like tampering. I'm just saying.
That Adrian Goodwin tweeted that, or Aaron Goodwin, excuse me.
This was Anthony Chang, who is a Heat's beat writer for the Miami Herald.
Okay.
He tweeted this quote from Aaron Goodwin.
Wow. I'm an Aaron Goodwin guy. Oakland's finest.
Good dude.
Used to have a very, very good dude. Had a very nice relationship. I believe he used to represent Yolanda Griffith. That's a tough look right there. Like I don't know. I've never heard anything like that before.
That sounds like tampering. I'm just saying that the agent isn't making the deal. Like that, a team makes a deal, not an agent. And I know some agents are given like the ability to go out and shop a deal, but I don't know.
James, I've never heard a quote like that regarding a trade before. That's incredible. I don't know what to say about that. I've never heard anything like that from an agent before.
That's wild. I mean,
again, I'm an Aaron Goodwin guy. I don't mean this in any type of way. I'm just saying I've never heard anything like that before. That's a
bold.
That's a good word for it. That is a good word for it. Yeah, I'm laughing at myself. I keep glancing at the layout of the show as if we've followed a single like line in it all day long.
We can do all that tomorrow.
Yeah, we well, all but one. I've got something I have to do today. I absolutely have to get something on off my chest. I'm not going to do it right now. Even if I have to do it on the live stream, I got to get this off my chest, but we're not going to do that right now. We've got other things to do. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the phone lines, we'll continue to discuss this trade with Dame Lillard, the Milwaukee Bucks, the Portland Trailblazers, and the Phoenix Suns as D'Lo and Casey continue. My man James Ham sitting in here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. By the way, you don't have to stay. You could stay as long as you want or as short as you want, because I'm guessing it's 1:15.
Yeah, the other thing fell through.
Okay. All right.
They're having trouble communicating with him right now.
No problem.
Last time I checked, he was in the Philippines, but he's got to be flying here any day.
Yeah, that's what I thought when you mentioned that. I was surprised by that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So whatever you want to do, I'm perfectly fine with.
Okay, I might jet because my back is stiffening up.
I figured. No problem. I'm gonna go grab my.
All right. The 49ers signed former Cal tight end Jake Tongus to the practice squad. What's going on, everybody? Leezy was good. Your call was good. Oh, yeah. All right. I'm gonna pick up and go.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for hanging out. Sure. Yeah. Yep. Okay.
I want to leave studio, not in.
Let's go over here. Very. That works. What happens when I put Jesse in stream like that? Oh, it literally doesn't work. All right. Oh, no, it was perfect. That was perfect. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Yeah, I understand that. It does. It really does change the average age too quite a bit, but he's a really unique player. I'm a Jrue Holiday guy. Yeah. All right. Will's he tweeting about? Oh, Will's got some Jrue Holiday numbers. Will wrote a great article on Keegan Murray. You guys should go check out when you have time. Mm-hmm. Nice. Nice. Yeah, indeed. Hit the thumbs up while you guys are here, man. We appreciate it. Thumbs up, subscribe, all of that good stuff. All right, we're coming back. Thanks, Hammer. All right, my man James Ham taking off. He'll be back with us for his normal visit at 3 o'clock. But he was kind enough to hang around, talk a little bit. We were actually working on a couple of other things behind the scenes that just kind of fell through at the last minute. So James is headed home. He will be back with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour as he normally is. We'll talk Kings basketball too. We'll talk Kings basketball with James. Obviously, the news of the day. It's kind of one of those difficult things here where we have a 4-hour show, but there's only one thing anyone wants to talk about. People are getting in their cars. People are getting in front of their computers. They're hearing about this deal involving Dame Lillard, the Milwaukee Bucks, the Portland Trailblazers, the Phoenix Suns, and what does this all mean? I love it for the Bucks. I love it for the Bucks. I love the idea that so here's the part that I keep getting hung up on. I had the Boston Celtics as the best team in the Western. I had the Boston Celtics as the best team in the Eastern Conference. But what I keep getting hung up on is I had the Bucks at 2, and I don't know that I've changed that. I kind of feel like I still have it exactly the same. I have the Celtics at 1 and the Bucks at 2. The Celtics, I'm really intrigued by because I need to see this Kristaps Porzingis thing work out. I need to see what it looks like for them. I need to see what they look like without Marcus Smart. I need to see what they do with that point guard position. I need to see how Malcolm Brogdon responds to essentially being traded, feeling the physical and not being traded. I think there is a psychological component to some of this stuff. We talked about Jrue Holiday there a few minutes ago. But there are some things with Boston I'd like to see. But it's hard to look past Milwaukee with Giannis, Dame, and Chris Middleton. Even if Chris Middleton, there was some discussion on D'Lo and KC that maybe Chris Middleton's time he's just not going to be that anymore. He's just not going to be that guy anymore. So here's where I'll give Chris Middleton the benefit of the doubt. He now has an off season to work and prepare. Now, I know if memory serves me correctly, he wasn't 100% in the playoffs. And I think that's got to be a concern for the Bucks as well.
Only played 33 games in the regular season as well last year.
Now but that's because of when he came back from his injury, right? Like he was in the process of coming back. Like he didn't get re-injured during the year. Like he wasn't available game number 1. I think he didn't come back until, there was a certain time, a certain amount of time left in the season.
He came back early December, but he was pretty off and on from that.
Yeah, and I think that was by design. I could absolutely be wrong, but I think that was by design. They were trying to ease him back into things headed into the playoffs. As we learned with the Los Angeles Clippers, it doesn't work. Chris Middleton, another example, God bless him. Chris Middleton's situation is a little bit different. He coming back from an injury that wasn't healed until after the season started. It's a little bit different than what Kawhi Leonard is because Kawhi Leonard was able to play. And if looking at Kawhi's played games last year really is bizarre, especially for the first 2 months, maybe a little less than 2 months of the season, where he played and then he missed the next 7, and then there's no notice of an injury. And then he plays again, misses more time, and then he hits a stretch. I think it was around January or February where that dude played and cooked in a major, major way. But with Middleton, his situation was a little bit different. He wasn't ready to come back until December. And they kept him chilling. Playing, did the low management deal. So I'm not of the belief that Chris Middleton is done as a ball player. I'm not of the belief that Chris Middleton can't be something close to what he was before. It's obviously something Bucks fans are going to watch really closely. I'm sure it's something the front office is going to watch really closely. And now with this Dame Lillard deal, it's something that people around the NBA are going to be watching pretty closely. They're going to be curious how this all works out with Chris Middleton. But they got some players on the roster. Brook Lopez wound up saying that. Brook Lopez, that's low-key one of the more interesting things that happened during free agency. We were told Brook was out. Not only were we told Brook Lopez is out, we were told exactly where Brook Lopez was going. I don't know where that changed, but I know that it changed very, very, very late. I say very late in the free agency process. And when I say that, I mean like leading up to the day that free agency started. I'm talking like 3 days before. Brook's going to Houston. Brook's going to Houston. We alluded to it on the air 2 days before. Brook's going to Houston. Yo, what are we looking at? What do we got? Oh, here's what we know. Go down this list of free agents who are in their likely destinations. We were told Brook in Houston. And then all of a sudden, 10 minutes before the start of free agency, hey, hold off on that Brook Lopez thing. He might stay in Milwaukee, and he winds up staying in Milwaukee. It's a perfect fit for the Bucks. It's a perfect fit for him. Like, that all goes together. It works.
You think the Bucks are strong even if Middleton isn't if he can't get going this season?
Give me a percentage.
Let's say he barely plays. Let's see, he played 33. Let's say he plays 45 this season.
That feels tough. 45. I don't think the 33 is a fair comp, but we'll go 45. I don't.
Because last year he came back in December. He played a few games, then he just missed a whole stack of them or whatever. Then came back again.
Can he be Let's go. Can we let's rework this a little bit. Let's say he plays, and we'll go with our barometer of 65. We'll say Chris Middleton plays 65 games, but he's maybe 80% of what he used to be. I think that works for Milwaukee.
Yeah, I think that's fine for them because he's still a good shooter and all that. So
I think if you start getting into the 40s and 50s in terms of games played and you don't know when he's going to be available for you, I think that's where we run into an issue. And not so much that Chris Middleton is this, invaluable asset that you can't replace. And I don't mean this as a knock on him, but I mean it is you're constantly trying to adjust. And that's one of the things we often don't talk about with these guys, with the Clippers, with load managing, with Kevin Durant, with what may be ahead for the Phoenix Suns. We don't really talk about the aspect of it's not just games missed. It's not just the absence of Kevin Durant. It's not just the absence of Kawhi Leonard. And in this case, it's not just the absence of Chris Middleton. It's how are you going to replace him? Obviously, you can't replace them in full. Right. But you don't have a guy on your team that is good as any of those three guys that I just mentioned. But you have to adjust your entire strategy on a game-to-game basis because of the schedule that you have this individual on. And if that winds up being the case for Chris Middleton and the Milwaukee Bucks, that is a far, far greater concern to me and that team's championship aspirations than Chris Middleton being 80% of what he was when he was an all-star.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I trust him to be healthy this season, just given the regular season was pretty off and on. And like you said, in the playoffs, he was still hurt. And plus, when these NBA players and knees, it usually doesn't work out.
No, understandable. Yeah, for sure. Understandable. I'm not gonna be ultra down on Chris Middleton yet. I'm gonna give him an opportunity to bounce back and be great. Obviously, this is the most no-brainer comment in history. Giannis is the best player that Dame's ever played with. And I get it. That's the dumbest thing possible to point out. But what's Dame look like when he's got a dude like that next to him? What's Dame look like when he's got a reliable scorer, a reliable roster? What does that look like for Dame Lillard? I'm glad Dame tweeted, because that was going to be the most repetitive question in the hours following this trade if Dame Lillard didn't address it. If Dame Lillard didn't address, particularly, shouting out Portland fans is dope. You'd expect that from Dame. It's what he does. The fact that he ended that tweet with excited for the next chapter and added the Bucks, that's the biggest thing he could have done, because that's the only thing we would have been talking about. Had he not tweeted that, or not the only thing, but in about 3 hours, once you've examined this from 50 different perspectives, it would have been like, yo, how's Dame feel? Dame wanted to go to Miami. He's not going to Miami. Dame allegedly said he only wanted to go to Miami. His agent is giving these bizarre statements about, how the Heat did everything they could to get this done. But what's weird about and in no way, shape, or form am I calling Aaron Goodwin a liar, but what's weird about what Aaron said is there's a number of reports out there that's not actually true. There's a variety of reports from a variety of different writers from a variety of different newspapers who are all saying the same exact thing. Communication essentially started and stopped in July. Pat Riley didn't feel compelled to offer the Portland Trail Blazers more because, as James pointed out in a different tweet, as James Ham pointed out a couple of minutes ago in a different tweet, they were comfortable with what they did last year. So while we may want to point Portland out as the villain in all of this, how can you blame Portland for being like, yo, you arrogant ass? You want our player. You're trying to engage with us. With all due respect to Dame Lillard, he has no leverage in this. He can't hold us hostage with not signing a contract next year because he's under contract for 4 years. We already gave him the Ubermax extension. But that's part of the Pat Riley swag, right? That's part of Heat culture. We're going to do things our way and our way only. And they felt like they didn't have to pursue this. Portland isn't the bad guy in all of this. Not saying that Miami is either. But don't paint Portland as the bad guy when every single thing we've read today is that Miami didn't offer anything more than their initial offer. Exact quote was Pat Riley did not feel compelled to offer the Portland Trail Blazers more than what he already offered. Which is always funny because I don't think Pat Riley's actually the general manager of the Miami Heat. Yeah, I get it. Riles is involved in all of these decisions, but Andy Eisberg is there too. But Riles is the name. Riles is the guy we're going to talk about. So Portland's not a bad guy in all of this. And good for Milwaukee for stepping in and going, yo, we're going to get this done. Good for Milwaukee for saying, yo, we're in the news for the wrong reasons. They out here talking about where Giannis is going to play next as if he's not in a Milwaukee Bucks jersey in 5 days.
It's almost like Milwaukee had to make this deal, I feel like. At least get involved.
They had to do
what Giannis was doing.
It appears they had to do something. And they had to do something, and I appreciate them doing it. Like this is a big swing. This is what you want, right? This is what you want if you're Giannis. This is what you want if you're a Bucks fan. You're hearing all of these rumblings about Giannis winning championships. I'm a winner. Even if I have to win somewhere else, I want to win. He's the one saying all that. You're a fan. You're an organization. You're hearing all of that. What can we do to quell that a little bit? We need to get involved in this Dame Lillard stuff. We need to take the big swing. Dame Lillard was the biggest swing out there. Dame Lillard might have been the only swing out there, especially if you believe the different reports coming out of Toronto. I don't know that OG would have helped. I don't know that Siakam would have helped. But you probably can't even get Masai Ujiri on the phone if you're the Milwaukee Bucks in that situation. You certainly don't want to get involved in the James Harden nonsense. The only thing you could do was make a play for Dame Lillard. And much like the Sacramento Kings did, to make a play for Dame Lillard, you were going to have to get rid of a piece that was really important to you. You were going to have to get rid of a piece of your team that you liked. That's what the Kings did with Tyrese Halliburton when they acquired Domantas Sabonis. That's what the Milwaukee Bucks did in order to execute this trade for Dame Lillard. They had to move on from Jrue Holiday, who is a really unique player. He's a very, very good basketball player. He's very unique in that he could do, he's up there in that conversation as the best two-way players in the game, as one of the best two-way players in the game. And it's a tough spot for everybody involved. But in the end, the Bucks did something that likely made them better. Probably, I don't want to say a lot better. We're talking as if this team was like 40 wins last year. What was the exact number that they had last year? Give me 2 seconds because I need to see this. I know it was first in the East. They had 50. This is a 58-win basketball team. Jesse, you said 33 games from Chris Middleton last year. The Milwaukee Bucks were a 58-win basketball team, and they just added Dame Lillard. I might have to change my mind and say the Bucks are the best team in the East.
I don't think we need to do all that.
I'm still a little sour on the Marcus Smart deal, to be fair.
Well, yeah, but with Milwaukee, there's context to last season too, because they did get bounced in the first round, so they did have some issues.
Absolutely. That's an important part of their story. That's probably the most important part of Mike Budenholzer's story. That's a championship caliber ball club that was number one in the East. It was 58 wins. And they lost in the first round. It's tough. And that cost Mike Budenholzer his job. That's all it was. It cost Mike Budenholzer his job. Now Adrian Griffin's got to step in. Now Adrian, he's not new. He's not he's not Will Hardy. Like he's not trying to get going in the NBA. Adrian Griffin been around. Certainly Will Hardy has too. There's the age difference between these guys. Adrian Griffin been around. First time, running this Milwaukee Bucks team, though. A star the caliber of Giannis Antetokounmpo. A star the caliber of Dame Lillard. And no matter how much we talk about how easy it is to coach a team that's really talented or to coach a team that has a bunch of good ball players on it. Adrian Griffin's job actually got a lot harder today because he's a lot like Joe Mazzola. You think about what Joe Mazzola went through last year. Or Mazzola. I don't know why I always do that. When you think about what Joe Mazzola went through last year, it was very simple. Sir, go win an NBA championship. That's your job. It's not to finish first in the East. It's not to, hey, you won a playoff series your first time. It's not to win Coach of the Year. It's none of that. Sir, we were in the finals last year and we blew it against the Golden State Warriors. Sir, we were in the finals last year and we got outplayed in the last stretch of games by the Golden State Warriors. Your job is to make sure that doesn't happen again. Your job is to go out there and win an NBA championship. If you're Adrian Griffin, that is the exact same thing you've been tasked with. It's not, don't get eliminated in the first round of the playoffs this year. No, because that's not what Giannis said. Giannis didn't say, I'm a winner. I get to the second round. That's not what he said. Maybe some of it was magnified by him losing in the first round of the playoffs this year, but that's not what he said. He said, I'm a winner. I win, and I want to win championships. If it's here or if it's somewhere else, I want to win championships. Adrian Griffin and Dame Lillard have been tasked with winning Giannis Antetokounmpo another championship, so he doesn't have to go anywhere. By the way, just because they win another championship, it doesn't mean he's not going anywhere. But, man, it sure be a tough look if you go win an NBA championship, saying you want to win an NBA championship, saying you're a winner. You got Dame Lillard for 3 more years after this year, and then you leave. Nah. That's the task of Adrian Griffin right now. Take these 2 guys and go win an NBA championship. That is the only plausible result. Doesn't mean he's going to get fired next year. If he doesn't mean he's going to get fired the second the playoffs were over if he doesn't get to the NBA Finals or doesn't win an NBA championship, It means there is one outcome that will be satisfactory for everybody. Now, I understand once you get to the playoffs, that's the case for everybody. No matter what was said afterwards, the Kings wanted to win a championship. Mike Brown wanted to win an NBA championship. De'Aaron Fox wanted to win an NBA championship. Domantas Sabonis, Malik Monk, they wanted to win an NBA championship. Now, after it all ended, they were reflective, right? They were reflective and aware of the situation. We've got a lot of work to do. This was a first, a great first run at all of us. I think De'Aaron said this is the first time. I just didn't want this to end. I didn't want the season to end. I didn't want this to stop. And based on what we've learned about his workout videos, he hasn't. He's just kept playing. But they wanted to win. It's different when your expectation is to win. Mike Brown wanted to win. I don't know if Mike Brown's expectations were for them to win a championship. And there's only a handful of teams this applies to. It applies to the Bucks. It applies to the Celtics. I think last year it applied to the Denver Nuggets. This year, there's no outcome for the Phoenix Suns that is satisfactory other than winning an NBA championship. It's their first year together. I get that. I understand. It's their first year together. They got to learn. No, that's fine. But you know what happens next year? Brad, KD, hell, even Book. They're all a year older. Especially when you start talking about KD. You're a year older now. And contracts start to shift. And then you've got to get another group of players coming in. Hey, that front office, that ownership, they're being hyper aggressive. Great. Cool. Your expectations are to win this year. Now, Philadelphia may have expectations to win. They're not going to. That's a team that needs to be more realistic with where they're at. But you talk about what a team wants and what they expect. Cleveland's expectations shouldn't be to win a championship. Cleveland's expectations should be to advance in the playoffs, keep things rolling, continue to build, continue to get better. Again, not saying they don't want to win an NBA championship. I'm just saying it's not a lost season if you don't. With the Bucks, when you don't win an NBA championship, and if Giannis Antetokounmpo doesn't sign an extension, you're closer to Giannis Antetokounmpo leaving. You're closer to Giannis Antetokounmpo potentially leaving. All of those things are ahead. And again, there's only a couple of franchises that pertains to, and I think I mentioned them all. I don't even know that. I think once you win a title, looking at Denver, even looking at Golden State could be an 8 seed. They could be a play-in team. Their expectations has to be to win an NBA championship because they've won 4 and Steph is 35. Like, this thing is getting closer and closer to being over for them. And each year that they don't win an NBA championship is closer. They're inching closer to just being back in the lottery. Let's get Ramsey in here. 916-909-1320. Ramsey, what's up, Brody?
Not too much. I got a comparison or a analogy I would use for this trade.
Sure.
To me, it reminds me a lot of when the Kings made the move to get Mike Bibby. We all love Jason Williams. Jason Williams was flashy. but the Kings weren't taking the next step with Jason Williams as their point guard for the near future, and that's why they went out and got Mike Bibby.
Yeah, I don't hate that. I don't hate that at all. Difference though, there is a difference, Ramsey. Like the Bucks did win. Like the Bucks won a title. So we can't dismiss that. As bad as last season may have been, or as bad as the season ended, we'll say for Milwaukee. This was a team that won an NBA championship. The Kings hadn't. The Kings needed to make that move to take the next step. Now, I'll give you this, Ramsey. There's points, for franchises where, and this is where Golden State has been brilliant. This is where Golden State has been frustratingly brilliant in their roster management and navigation. Klay Thompson gets hurt. I think what they do, they went and acquired, I think it was D'Angelo Russell, flipped D'Angelo Russell into Andrew Wiggins. Now you got Andrew Wiggins on this team who's an integral part of what they do. Like you've got to pivot, right? You've got to be able to pivot and take the next step. You got to be able to move. You got to be able to navigate. If you're a boxer, you guys love the 13th round, you got to be able to bob and weave. Some teams just kind of like get stuck. And maybe that's what Dame Lillard's argument was, is just Portland got stuck and they couldn't bob and weave until they got that pick that got Scoot Henderson. And then it was like, oh, we good. We good. We'll come back. Much more ahead. It's D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, guys, hang on 1 second. I got to see Catalina. Hang on 1 second. Hang on, guys. I'll be right there. I gotta. What am I doing? Yeah, we don't need this open. Hang on. Be right there. All right. My bad, y'all. John Bull in here telling Kings jokes. I'm going to piss some people off at some point today. I just want everybody to be aware of that. This Kaepernick shit has been like sitting on my mind for a minute. Since last night, since reading that letter. So just a note to you sensitive motherfuckers out there. I'm going to piss some of y'all off today. And don't worry, let me find it. Where you at? Josh C. I saved your tweet, Brody. Or not your tweet, your message. I saved it. Let's see. That's funny. Yeah, Michael, we could play that again. I still have it here. I could play it for you right now, Michael. Well, obviously you don't need to see it. You already did. We got time? Yeah, we got time. This was the clip.
Yo, NBA, man, y'all need to look into the Bucks for tampering. Y'all do. I'm just gonna put that out there. Y'all didn't hear it from me, but I heard it through somebody. Y'all look at them for tampering.
What does that even like? I get what I can't figure out is what it means.
I think it's just jokes, to be honest.
You think so? I mean, that's what Jimmy does.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything like serious to look into. I think he's joking.
As a matter of fact, Brian, they're probably not. I feel you. They're probably not. I forget that sometimes. People on the radio, there'll be people on the radio who will be listening. that'll be pissed off. I know you guys won't. I just got to figure out where to do it. I almost said to figure out where to fit it in, but that wouldn't have sounded right. I just don't know when I should be done with the Dame stuff. Yes, ma'am. He a little salty. He a little salty, ma'am. And I also wonder, like, from a player's come on, like, how much of these guys talk? Like, yo, you coming to Miami? Yo, we gonna set this off. Yo, we gonna do this. Nah, bro, you going to Milwaukee instead. Being an athlete is very financially satisfying, but has to be tough. You could probably segue to the Kings here. I got James. I have to say my piece before James joins us because I don't make it awkward on him. So we got about an hour. This is so difficult with a big story. I don't know what to do. Yeah. Shit, I don't even know what to do now. Maybe we'll stick with hoop and get some King stuff in. And then that way when James joins us, we could revisit the King stuff. I only act like I know what I'm doing in here, guys. I truly don't know what the hell I'm doing sometimes. Everybody should have a producer who, when coming back from break, and I say, I really don't know what I want to do right now. Jesse says, hope you figure it out. We're back.
Go time, got nothing else to do now.
That's the best producer in the game right there. It's tough with a story as big as Dame. Like, I don't know what else to say about it. Like, it's obviously fascinating. We're covering it from 50 different aspects. It's not like there's anything else that we have to talk about. There are certainly some other stories out there we can do. No one's going to freak out if we do power rankings tomorrow and talk about the NFL tomorrow and all of those sorts of different things. But it really just kind of boiled down to like, this Dame is the biggest. It's going to be the biggest story of the day. There is a story I want to talk about. I'm going to give everybody a heads up. That's what I'm going to do because we got James coming back, by the way, at the top of the 3:00 hour. So, James was with us the first hour. We were working on something that kind of fell through late. So he went home. He's going to jump on at 3:00 and we'll close out the show talking more about Dame and talking about the Sacramento Kings as well, which I'm going to do here in a few minutes. I want to talk about the Kings because Mrs. Fox is in the chat. Camp is just a couple of days away. And Will Z wrote a great article over at ESPN1320.com about Keegan Murray that everybody should go check out. So we're going to talk about that. But I'm a man of the people. I like to give everybody a warning. Yesterday during the KSFM show, 102.5, 3 to 7, 3 to 7 every day, Monday through Friday. I saw J. Cole's post about Colin Kaepernick, the letter that he wrote to the New York Jets. And man, I had some feelings about it. I want to share those with you. And I know after 6 years, there are a few things in this business that I work in that are more triggering to sports fans than the name Colin Kaepernick. So if it bothers you, you know what to do. I'll do it in like 30 minutes. You can come back at 3 and hang out with me and James. I know how triggering that name. There's people I haven't heard from in years who jumped into my mentions the second I brought up Kaepernick's name. It's fascinating how all these years later, he still gets that type of response. But that's my warning, y'all. I'm giving everybody the warning. Do what you want to do with that. We're going to talk Kings basketball right now. But if I don't get that Colin Kaepernick stuff off my chest, it's going to eat at me all night. Again, just like it did yesterday. We mentioned Kings training camp just a couple of days away. Media Day on Monday. We've got big plans for Media Day that we're really excited about. James is going to be there. We won't do anything live because we're not allowed to. But the Kings have been very, very good to us, and we've got some really exciting things planned for Media Day. Of course, Kenny will be back. We'll be here in full force. And I was thinking last night, like, yo, what the hell are we like watching in training camp? Like, what are we doing? Because remember 4 weeks ago, I don't remember how long ago it was. We were all talking about the Battle of the Bigs, and everyone was writing their articles about, oh, what a, James and the Kings beat. What a great battle it's going to be with Alex Lynn and Neemias Queta, and you start running through all of these bigs, and then all of a sudden JaVale McGee becomes available after Dallas stretches and waves him, and all of a sudden JaVale McGee is a Sacramento King, and there is no battle anymore because the Sacramento Kings were like, nah, we got exactly what we wanted. Appreciate Neemias, appreciate Nerlens Noel. We're gonna keep it moving. And so what are we watching for? Like, what is there? Training camp starts Tuesday. We get our first report from James Ham. What's the hell is the first question? I feel like we're literally just counting down till Utah. This is a season unlike anything. There is a generation of Kings fans who've never experienced what we're about to experience, what we're experiencing right now. There's dozens of other basketball teams that every year training camp starts, and we're just like, yo, let's get through this. Let's go, baby. Let's get the season started. Let's go. And now the Sacramento Kings and the Sacramento Kings fans let me rephrase it. The Sacramento Kings are not. The players are not. The coaches are not. They got work they want to do. Kings fans are like, yo, I don't know, what am I watching for? Because we could get hyped up about the way De'Aaron's playing. We could get hyped up about the way Keegan's playing, or Sasha, right? Because those are all storylines, right? Those are all storylines when the team takes the floor in Utah. Does De'Aaron just pick right up where he left off against the Golden State Warriors? How different does Keegan Murray look compared to last year? Can you see Keegan's next to his ascension? I see Miss P in here talking about Malik. Yeah, we're going to talk about Malik. What type of leadership role is Malik going to take? Is it going to be different than last year? Is it going to be the same as last year? My man Raul says, first question is going to be what Sasha is looking like. That's the next thing we're going to be watching. What Sasha look like now that he's in the NBA. Because as my man Kyle points out here in the chatty house, what we're going to get is so-and-so is in the best shape of their life. Thank God. It is September 27th, and not one Sacramento King to date has gained 10 pounds of muscle. Praise God. Hallelujah. Hit him with the Kurt Franklin remix. We haven't gotten the 10 pounds of muscle tweet from anybody.
Do you think we get that tweet this year?
Nope. Because it's different. You know who gains 10 pounds of muscle, Jesse? Losers. Losers gain 10 pounds of muscle. No, this team's ready. Now, best shape of their life, that's different than 10 pounds of muscle. It's not the same thing. Oh, everybody's going to be in the best shape of their life. Hell, the whole damn team is going to be this team hasn't stopped working out since the buzzer went off in Game 7. They have not stopped working out. In between babysitting sessions, Keegan's getting shots up. In between babysitting sessions, Keegan and De'Aaron going one-on-one. I think Keegan even talked about that at Summer League, didn't he? Didn't he say him and De'Aaron going one-on-one every day? I think Keegan even acknowledged he hadn't beat him yet, at least at At that time, he hadn't beat him yet. Then videos pop up. Davion and Kevin Huerter working out together. They're working out in L.A. They're working out with this group. They're working out with that group. Working out with Steph's shooting coach. They're doing this. They're doing that. Everybody in a Sacramento Kings uniform come Tuesday is going to be in phenomenal shape. Then what? The stories of this team won't be told until they take the floor in Utah. Domas. Hell, everybody. There ain't a national media member talking about Domantas Sabonis. It's almost as if that dude doesn't exist on the Sacramento Kings. Almost as if there were 14 All-NBA players last year and not 15. They just ignore Domas. But y'all can ignore him all you want to. Because once we get rolling after that first game in Utah, you're going to be paying attention. He's one of the better players in this entire league. Of all of the different stories, the Sasha story, the Domas story, of the Keegan Murray ascension to the next level story, the one I'm most confident in is the one that centers around number 5. De'Aaron Fox is going to be that dude this year. And when I say that dude, I don't mean that dude he was last year. I mean, for years, we asked the question, what would De'Aaron look like on the big stage? What would he look like in the playoffs? Not only was he on the big stage, not only was he in the playoffs, he was on the biggest stage he could have possibly have been on in the first round. As we learned last year in the playoffs, as we learned this year with the schedule release. The NBA is in on this rivalry. Now, we could go back and forth about whether the playoffs last year and the scheduling of the playoffs was about Steph Curry or the matchup with the Golden State Warriors and the Sacramento Kings. Both are absolutely true. It was about both. Steph's that dude. He's a money draw. And the Kings were the perfect team to put on national television because of the way they play. I don't know why Warriors fans and media were so hell-bent against not acknowledging that both can be true, but I'm a little bit more of a realist. Both can be true. The Warriors draw, Steph is the dude, and the Kings are the perfect team for them. And what it do? Amounted into amazing ratings, record ratings, if I remember correctly. And what happened in that series, De'Aaron Fox showed out in a major, major way. And while you'll have to forgive me for continuing to point out this example, it works to perfection, so I'm going to keep pointing it out. Ja Morant was at a level in the league everybody liked. That Grizzlies team got to the playoffs one year, and Ja showed out to where he ascended from a good ball player star status to, this dude might be a superstar. Now, don't get this twisted. I'm not talking about anything else pertaining to Ja Morant except for his ability on the floor. And when you compartmentalize it to his ability on the floor, he's that dude. Give me one reason, that De'Aaron Fox can't do the same thing Ja Morant did. Because those two have been comped for whatever reasons since they've been in the league. What reason wouldn't you continue to comp them? What reason wouldn't you say, Ja, man, that playoff series, he went bananas. Everybody had their eyes on him. What reason could De'Aaron Fox not do that starting game 1 of the regular season? See, my thing is, he will. Talk about storylines. I'm anxious to see Sasha too, just like you are. I'm anxious to see Keegan. I'm anxious to see whether Sasha pushes Harrison. I'm anxious to see whether the starting lineup against Utah is the same as when we get to, we'll say, post-trade deadline in February. Those are all great stories. All of them. None of them matter to me as much as the one involving De'Aaron Fox. Every national media member is questioning whether De'Aaron Fox can do what he did last year. And without a single game being played, I can tell you emphatically the answer is yes. De'Aaron hit a different level physically last year. He hit a different level mentally last year. He has the best coach he's ever had, the best group of teammates he's ever had, the best singular teammate he's ever had. He's got one of his best friends on the roster. This thing is not slowing down for De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox's ascension to NBA superstardom continues in 5 days. When that team takes the court in training camp, you're going to be talking about De'Aaron Fox. When that team takes the court in Vancouver less than a week later, you're going to be talking about De'Aaron Fox. When that team takes the court against Utah, when that team takes the court against the Golden State Warriors at the Golden One Center, against the Los Angeles Lakers a couple of days later, oh, yeah, you're going to be talking about De'Aaron Fox. Everything else is going to be a subplot. Whether it's Keegan or Sasha, whether it's Davion, who I'm of the belief, again, I will not get off the Davion hype train. I'm going to get on it every single offseason. I think Davion's got a career year on his way. I think Davion is going to have his most productive season as a professional basketball player this year. It's not Homer hype. It's not being a Kings fan. I've been watching, I've been listening, and I believe in that dude. And I think him and Mike got to get on the same page with what they want. Now, Davion told our man Chris Haynes he knows what he needs to do. Because they talked about this. Charlene's Beauty Supply, no growth. He talked about it at their live show. He said, I know I need to hit shots. That's how I stay on the floor. If I'm hitting shots, you can't take me off. You can't take me off the floor when I'm scoring. Because when I'm scoring and I'm doing what I do defensively, you can't take me off the floor. So all of these spurts and inconsistencies that we talk about Davion Mitchell get eliminated if some of those shots start to drop. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and I'm going to continue to call it Twitter. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Dame Lillard traded to the Milwaukee Bucks today. 3-team trade involving the Portland Trailblazers, the Milwaukee Bucks, and the Phoenix Suns. Question about whether the Phoenix Suns got better. Question about, because I think a lot of people felt a certain way about Phoenix. Like, they're real, forgive the term, top heavy. You got Brad, you got KD, you got Book. Now they've moved on from DeAndre Ayton. That's a positive for them. That's going to help them. That's probably a low-key part about this we haven't discussed enough today because we were so focused on Milwaukee and Miami and Portland and some of the other pieces of this. That DeAndre Ayton deal may help them a lot more in the offseason than it necessarily helps them this season. Obviously, you got Kevin Durant. You got all these star-studded scorers. You hope that's enough to get you where you want to go. But if it doesn't, or if you need to make that tweak, if you need to make that adjustment, you probably have a little bit more flexibility to do it now that you've been moved on from DeAndre Ayton. Now, the caveat to that is you don't have the big deal to move on from anymore. That was the biggest deal that you had, and you used it to acquire role players, right? DeAndre Ayton and role players. Or you moved on from DeAndre Ayton to acquire role players. Okay. You got Yusuf Nurkic. All right, like whatever. Like he's gonna play. That's fine. Whatever. But you're all in if you're like you are all in this year. It is championship now if you're Phoenix Suns. And much like we were talking about with Milwaukee a few minutes ago, no other. There's no other outcome. So how does that? Like if you ranked teams yesterday did you have Sacramento above Phoenix? Because me personally, I didn't buy Phoenix. I'll go a step further. I still don't buy Phoenix. I need to see it. I just don't like it. I don't like the makeup of it. I don't like anything about it, to be honest with you. I like Kevin Durant individually. I like Bradley Beal individually. I'm not the biggest Book fan, but Brody can go. I mean, ain't no denying that. I don't love them. We talk about rankings. I don't know where to rank them. I don't know where to put them in the Western Conference. Are they one? I don't think they're one.
It's a team with little depth, and like you said, they're top heavy, but those guys like the KDs and the Bookers, like they don't play a lot either during the regular season.
It's 777s in a jackpot if everyone's healthy, right? But that's it. When you're talking about these three individuals, it's a huge if. That is a massive, massive if. Because there is absolutely no indication over the last 3 to 4 years that that's going to be the case. How all of a sudden, because you're playing together, you're going to miraculously stay healthy? You've literally not done that in years. Individually, you haven't done that in years. How all of a sudden are you going to do it now? I don't see it. I think the Grizzlies fall back. Probably quite a bit. Not necessarily because Ja's out the first 25 games of the season. But I think the loss of Dillon Brooks is important. I think there's a lot that happened right there. So I ask again, do you have Phoenix at 1, 2, 3? And maybe more specifically, do you have Phoenix above Sacramento? Now, most people will because they love the one thing about the NBA. They love stars. And they love change. Stars and change. You got both of those things from the Phoenix Suns. You got change and you got stars. Does the change amount to something positive? I don't know. Do the stars amount to something positive? Dude, I ain't going to lie. I have no idea. I don't like it. I do not like the makeup of this team. Now, where are the Lakers at? The Lakers didn't have a ton of change. They had some. Their big change came at the trade deadline, and we saw the way that they played. That was for a short stretch of the season. And no matter how many times they say after the trade deadline, after the All-Star game, here comes the second half of the season, it's never the second half of the season. You're 50, 60 games in at this point. So they played really well, did so in the playoffs too, for a short time. Where you got them now? Do you got the Lakers above Sacramento? I don't. I'm comfortable saying Denver's probably the top team in the league. I can't ride with the Clippers no more, who I believe have a more talented roster than they did at the start of last year, where I thought this team could potentially go to the Western Conference Finals or represent the West in the NBA Finals. Can't do that again. For the same reasons that I just said, it's hard for me to buy into Phoenix. How am I going to rationalize what I haven't seen? How am I going to sell to you? Yo, the Clips, they it. Yo, they're going to be up there. That's the top team in it. When we've literally never seen it. You need these guys to play at a consistent level. When they do, yo, Clippers might be one of the best teams in the entire league. It's a huge might, though, because we've never seen it. You ain't going to get me to buy into Minnesota. You ain't going to get me to buy into New Orleans. I've gotten to the point where I can't stand the Minnesota Timberwolves. Not because of anything the Minnesota Timberwolves have done. Not because I don't love Anthony Edwards as a basketball player. I'm just tired of the way people talk about them. Y'all talk about that team as if it's accomplished something. And I guess this just goes to when you like a coach, you just won't acknowledge that they've done everything wrong. And they love that coach there in Minnesota. 42-40 last year. And every year with this damn team, you're thinking, oh, this is going to be the year. Okay. Miss me with that. We'll see. I can't do the Pelicans either. for reasons that we just laid out with the Clippers and the Suns. If Zion's healthy, all right, dog. Cool. If Zion's healthy, I'll hold my breath. It's another 42-40 team. Oh, but you know the Kings, they were only good because they were healthy. All right. I got you. Y'all buying into this fantasy. Ain't no fantasy with the Oklahoma City Thunder. I think that's a good squad. That's a good squad where I think you can realistically say without anything drastic, yeah, they could take a step forward. Yeah, and Chet Holmgren too. I wonder if there's going to be any learning curve, if there's going to be any like adjusting to Chet Holmgren being in the lineup. I don't think so. You know, it's not like adding LeBron James to your roster where kind of everything changes, but you're adding a very good starter to your team and a team that was pretty good last year. I think they be good again. I don't think their season goes without some hiccups, but I think they pick up and be very good again. Warriors are a team I can't make heads or tails of. I don't think this thing with Chris Paul is going to work. Said that all week. Said that all off season. I don't think it's going to work, but I also don't think this team is bad. But in terms of the regular season, I don't even think they're better than Sacramento, which has me living with the Sacramento Kings somewhere around 2 or 3. And I say 2 or 3 without any idea of who I'm putting it to if it's not Sacramento. We'll step out. We'll talk about all of this stuff with James Ham. We'll talk a lot more about the Dame Lillard trade as well. We'll do that at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. As I said, I got some things I got to get off my chest. We're going to do that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, Polo, I'm with you. The Pelicans are the ultimate if. Ultimate if. I mean, there's a few ifs, but man, Zion is. I'm starting to. I'm siding with Kenny a little bit more. The ifs around the Pelicans aren't just if Zion's healthy. Like, I think there's a little bit more to it than that, and it's Zion's health and his mix, if you will, with Brandon Ingram. Lakers 2 in the East, easy. Oh, man, okay, David. We could do this, David. I'll give you this. Since we're talking ifs, here's another, capital if. If Anthony Davis gives you 65, yep, probably right. You're probably right. Again, it feels like a big if. We haven't seen that. I can't remember the number. We've done this a couple of times, maybe 5 years, 6 years. Maybe not quite, maybe closer to 5 years. But I'll give you that. I have confidence in the Lakers being good. If Sack is 500, what happened? Someone got, man, if Sack is 500, what happened? I mean, so I want to be like fair and take out someone got injured and try to come up with a compelling reason why it didn't work. And the only thing that I can come up with is Keegan flatlines, the defense doesn't get any better, and maybe Domas struggles. Because I'll say it again, I don't think it's not going to be De'Aaron. De'Aaron's not going to struggle, in my opinion. That's the only, and I feel like it can't be one thing either. It has to be several. It has to be a combination of things that keeps them, that if they're at 41 and 41, it has to be a combination of things that drop them to that point. Kings are even more stacked on offense than last year, and no one wants to acknowledge it. There's a clear path for them to be number 2. Yeah, I'm with you, Will. That's I hadn't really I was literally working through that exercise live. So King's going to be 3-4. Yeah, maybe. I also don't think, I don't really know, Denver and Memphis were a couple of games apart. Sacramento was 3 games back from Memphis. I think it's going to be close. I think all of those teams are going to kind of be bundled up together. This is a really good question, and it just had me hung up the entire commercial break. Just call him 26 on YouTube, youtube.com/ESPN1320 if you want to be a part of the chatty house. Asked if Sack is 500, what happened? And I tried to be fair to the question and just rule out, okay, we're obviously not talking injuries here. Like we're talking like, let's take that out of the equation because that's too easy. Oh, someone got hurt. That's lazy. And I don't think a singular thing can happen that the Sacramento Kings fall, 6-7 games shorter than what they were last year in the win column. It has to be a combination of things. It has to be a combination of maybe, maybe no one takes a step up. Maybe, Kevin Huerter continues to be sporadic. Maybe Malik continues to have those, on-off moments. Even that doesn't seem like enough, to be honest. I don't expect the team to be drastically better defensively. So kind of like that's just kind of is what it is. I think it's going to take a number of things for the Kings to fall to 500. Because it's hard for me to believe that just all of a sudden this team's not going to have the ability to score. And that's what we focused on virtually all of last year was this team scoring. And, Kenny once coined it their superpower. Obviously, today was dominated by the news. And shout out, what did we say yesterday? Wouldn't it be great if, the perfect day would be Thursday for Dame Lillard to be traded?
Yeah, that's what we were saying.
Hey, it turns out Wednesday worked too.
Again, like this stuff happens all the time where we talk about something just so happens to happen the next day or at 4:00 or something crazy.
What a coincidence. And shout out to there was something else I noted. Oh, again, the day was obviously dominated, and we can talk about this more extensively tomorrow. Like I do want to reference it because yesterday the day has been dominated by the Dame Lillard to Milwaukee trade, rightfully so. Yesterday we were talking about WNBA expansion, and we brought up how the Bay Area had been kind of locked in as a team, and the other one we believe is either in Nashville or Toronto. Well, yesterday out of nowhere, I think Marcus Thompson was the first with the report that the WNBA is nearing an expansion to the Bay Area. Now, there's an important caveat to this because we had previously heard there were multiple Bay Area groups. It was never confirmed that the Warriors were one of them, though we kind of assumed that it was. The African American Sports and Entertainment Group was the other one. That was the group led by Elena Beard. And I don't think Elena Beard, former WNBA player, was in Duke alum, was spearheading it financially. I think she was like trying to bring the group to Oakland. I think that was what it was all about. And apparently within the last few months, that had just kind of fallen apart. And it looks like, according to our man Marcus Thompson, that a WNBA franchise is in fact headed to the Bay Area. They will be tied to the obviously Joe Lacob is purchasing them, but they'll be tied to the Golden State Warriors. They'll play at Chase Center. I don't know if it'll be Bay Area such and such, San Francisco such and such, Golden State such and such. Like obviously we don't know that. We reports where there could be an announcement as soon as October. I don't know what that means. We were always under the belief that we're going to be 2 franchises announced at the same time. And again, this was not an official announcement. So we'll wait to see if another one was coming. I just thought the timing of it was pretty incredible given how extensively we talked about the WNBA expanding. And unfortunately, I am of the belief this all but guarantees we won't see the Monarchs again. I think having a WNBA team in the Bay Area and a WNBA team in Sacramento, I don't think, just running through this at the top of my head, probably the 2 closest markets in the WNBA are Connecticut and New York. And it's only a smidge bit further than Sacramento to the Bay Area. Well, I guess New York is New York, but it's Brooklyn. Yeah, it's only a smidge bit further than Sacramento to the Bay Area. Maybe 30 minutes more, 9 days more if you count traffic. I don't see the WNBA doing that. And I don't even know that would be best for the WNBA. And it kills me to say that. With that report yesterday from a man, Marcus Thompson, I just don't think the Monarchs, I don't think we're going to see them again. So that's unfortunate. I saw the letter that J. Cole posted on his Instagram page yesterday. It was the one that Colin Kaepernick sent the New York Jets following Aaron Rodgers' injury. And I read that article, I read that letter, and the way Cap, if you didn't take the time to read it, he expressed his sympathy to the Jets and to Jets fans and to Aaron Rodgers. He wished the organization well. He wished Zach Wilson well. He even said he believes Zach Wilson be a really capable quarterback. And he asked for the opportunity to play on the New York Jets practice squad. And he lays out the different reasons in this letter why he thinks it would make sense for him to be on the practice squad. And it's not the idea of him joining the full roster. It's that he just offers a unique perspective that he could help this Jets team prepare for any football team in the NBA. And my first reaction, he included references from John and Jim Harbaugh, Mark Davis. I think there were one or two other NFL people, and of course Jim Harbaugh. And I couldn't help but be heartbroken for this, for a variety of different reasons. We talked, I don't know why, we talked relatively recently. It was when Aaron Rodgers got hurt. When Aaron Rodgers got hurt, there was the conversation about Colin Kaepernick as the quarterback. And even Kenny and I took guys, this isn't going to happen. We even talked to Jason Jones about it. Cap's not playing in the NFL. Again, he's 35 years old. He's not playing anymore. He's been out of the league. He hasn't played since, my guess would be, I didn't look up the exact day of the last game. My guess is probably January of 2017. He took a knee in August of 2016. It's not going to happen. And every time I see different things involving the Know Your Rights campaign and everything that Colin Kaepernick has done since no longer being a quarterback, I think, this dude has done so much more with his life than being a football player. Now, some people, the more pessimistic people, they don't see that, one, because that's not on their timeline, because they don't want to see that type of stuff. And two, I don't think he really cares about publicizing it. He cares to work for the young people that he works with. He cares to educate the people who he's around and who follow him. And in the letter, he talked about training Monday through Friday. I think it was like 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. or 5 a.m. to 8 a.m., something like that, Monday through Friday, every day for the last 5 years. And as someone who had a dream to do something, to be on the radio like this, to be able to communicate with you on a day-to-day basis, that's the part that hurt me. That's the part that crushed me. It was like, despite all of the great things he's doing, despite all of the things, they're going to put him down in history as something far more significant than a football player. He still wants to be a football player. And I'm sure when Cap wrote that letter, he knew he wasn't going to get the opportunity, especially because he had to address that letter to the New York Jets. And we all know that Woody Johnson was in Donald Trump's campaign. And we all know that Colin Kaepernick damn near made Donald Trump president because of the way he attacked him during that campaign. Oh, there were clear lines drawn when Colin Kaepernick first took a knee. It's the first time I ever heard a president call someone a son of a bitch before. Ain't never seen that. Saw it with Cap. where you give Donald Trump credit. He knew that was going to resonate. He knew his supporters were going to rock with that. And they did. And few people stood up to him. If you remember, that's when Jerry famously locked arms and took the knee before the anthem and gave that look at the Sunday Night Football camera. As I read him talking about training every day for the last 5 years, all I could think about was someone who wanted something so bad and was never going to achieve it. He's never going to get back to playing football. And I reposted the letter on Twitter, X. And I believe all I wrote was, I don't have it pulled up in front of me, but it was something along the lines of, my heart hurt reading this because I felt bad for him. And I'll read it to you verbatim. This is what I wrote. I broke my heart reading this. Regardless of the greater impact Cap has had with his life, ultimately, my man just wants to play football. And we all know he won't get the opportunity. Now, I've experienced this for 6 years. It ain't never going to bother me. Or let me rephrase that. I've experienced this for 6 years. It doesn't bother me anymore. There is nothing in the social media universe, and perhaps in the real life universe, perhaps someone listening to this on the radio, perhaps someone listening to this in the chat right now. There are few things more triggering to people than seeing Colin Kaepernick's name. It's one of the most fascinating things I've experienced as a radio show host. It's one of the most fascinating things I've ever experienced using this social media app. People who follow me, people who know me, who I haven't heard from in years, felt compelled to respond to that tweet. There's something about Colin Kaepernick's name that people just can't scroll past. They have to respond. They have to tell you how they feel about it. He hasn't played in 6 years, D-Lo. No, I know that. So when you tweet me that, it makes clear to me you don't listen to this show. You're not invested in what I do. So I'm not going to invest in a response to you. But let me point something out to you just for a quick moment. Because that's what we said. That's what we said when Aaron Rodgers got hurt. Like, Cap's been out the league for a long time. It doesn't seem plausible. Y'all remember who the quarterback was when Brock Purdy got hurt in the NFC Championship? Y'all remember who that was? It was Josh Johnson. Do y'all know that Josh Johnson was out of football from 2013 to 2018? In fact, I'll do you one better. From 2013 to 2021, Josh Johnson played 4 football games. I'm going to do you one better. From 2013 to 2021, Josh Johnson went from 27 years old to 35 years old, and he's on a football team now. So save the he can't play, he's been out the league too long for someone else. Then I had this dude that I know. Come on, D. You put him on the practice squad. He's taking jobs away from other people. This jackass had the nerve to say to me, I know people who've been hustling in the practice game, for 6 years. Sir, you're a goddamn liar. You don't know an NFL player that's been on a practice squad for 6 years. Stop talking about this like this is minor league baseball. Dude asked for the opportunity to be a quarterback on the practice squad. Jets don't have to say yes. We all knew the Jets weren't going to say yes. This isn't even about Colin Kaepernick being in the NFL. That's not what this is about. This is about nearly 7 full years later. Those same people are triggered by his name. Those same people are triggered by the act of kneeling during the national anthem. The national anthem, the flag, a symbol. Oh, y'all love your symbols. Y'all love your symbols. A symbol of America, a symbol of being a patriot, and you crapped all over it. Oh, y'all love symbols. Unless it's a symbol for Black America. Oh, then it's disrespectful. Then you don't like it. You see, you're quick to put a blue stripe through an American flag and call it a symbol. It's not disrespectful to an American flag. You're quick to put that blue stripe through a flag and say it's a symbol in support of the police force. How'd you feel if we put a black fist on an American flag and I hung it outside my house in Roseville? How you think that's going to go? They got different flags for firefighters and all of that stuff, but it's symbolism because they feel like it's theirs. The American flag belongs to them. I've said this years ago. In fact, it's not me that said this. This has been out there since the 60s, as most things pertaining to race have. The flag has been weaponized. And more so since 2016 because of Donald Trump and these Make America Great politics. The flag has been weaponized, whether it's to put a blue stripe on it or an extra red stripe on it for the firefighter, all that. It's been weaponized. Can't put a black fist on it because that's disrespectful, because that's not yours and that bothers you. Cap said, this isn't right. I'm going to take a knee. That was symbolism. It was symbolism that you didn't agree with. So it had to be wrong because you didn't agree with it. 7 years later, that man's name still triggers you. I saw the other tweets here. I'll go straight to some of these save stars right here. My man, Josh C. Regarding the Kaepernick situation. Would love to see him get a shot. But he posted a video about the NFL being like slavery. That probably hurt his chances. Little brother 45 said, didn't Colin say the NFL was glorified slavery? Why does he want to go back in? Now, let's be clear as to what that video was. That video was a scene from, I think the show was called Colin in Black and White, if I remember right. It was Netflix. I had people, didn't you see the documentary on Netflix? Dumbass, that wasn't a documentary. It was a scripted TV show based on Colin Kaepernick's life. And he did equate the NFL to slavery, but he did it in specific instances. He was talking specifically about the draft. Now, if you took the time to watch the actual clip, you don't have to agree with it. But it's the symbolism. It's the symbolism of the combine. Watch it without your clouded views and look at it for what it is. Now, why would Colin Kaepernick want to get back into slavery? No. We talked about this a couple of days ago. He equated an aspect of the NFL draft to slavery, not the act of slavery, but of a slave auction. Colin Kaepernick knows he wasn't a slave because he got paid for it. Now, I've questioned whether some of these athletes who talk about slaveries and plantations know what the hell slavery was. I'm very confident that they didn't. Cap does, though. Now, I think Cap has learned a lot since 2016. I think Cap may have had some missteps in 2016. One of my favorite replies, one of my favorite remarks about that Kaepernick leather was, he turned his public workout into a publicity stunt. He did that? Cap did that? or the people involved did that. Because Cap was the one who said, whoa. You're putting all these restrictions like hours before. No, we can't do it this way. We've got everything set up the way we want. What are you talking about? And then he just had to move it and go somewhere else. He was like, I can't do this with the backing of the NFL because I can't do what the NFL wants. The NFL wanted him to sign paperwork. They said, hey, we're absolved of anything. We're giving you a public workout. We're giving you a public workout. We're giving you a handout. You haven't earned anything. That's what they told Cap that day of that public workout. And he turned it into a publicity stunt? Come on, man. We said from jump that workout was a stunt. We said from jump, please, for the love of God, Cap, don't do it. And he went along with it until he didn't. And there's no more common reply than Cap can't play football. There's no more common reply than the reason he's not in the NFL is because he sucks. Let me ask y'all the question. Y'all think Lamar Jackson is good? What'd they do to Lamar Jackson this offseason? Now, don't get me wrong. Lamar got his contract. Lamar got paid. Oh, but they made it clear. Lamar, you're not going to get the contract you want. Just because the Cleveland Browns did it doesn't mean we're going to fix that immediately. Cleveland went rogue and signed Deshaun Watson to a guaranteed contract. The NFL owners had made it very clear that is never happening again. Certainly not one of the length of that dollar figure and those amount of years. That's never happening again. But they to a degree made an example out of Lamar Jackson. And it was the example of the Deshaun Watson stuff. That's not real. That's over. That's the outlier. It's not happening again. Now, you might sign a Kirk Cousins deal for 3 years and whatever amount. You might get the Aaron Donald deal. You can get that. We're talking 5 years, $250? Nah, buddy. That was an outlier. And if we have to make an example out of you, we will. But I have people say, if Cap was good, he'd be in the NFL today. I want to take you back to 2016. It couldn't have been any further than week 3. This was when the lowdown was D-Lo, J. Ross, and my man Ken Rudolph. We had Chris Sims on the show. Chris Sims, back then, I think he worked for CBS. And I say I think because I recall us getting connected with Chris Sims by Amy Trask, who was with CBS for a really long time. Now, if I'm wrong on that, I'm sorry, but I promise you the person we were talking to with Chris Sims was Chris Sims, because I'll never forget this conversation. This is week 3 of the NFL season. This is August, September. This is a month, maybe a month, a little over a month after Cap first sat down, got attention, took a knee, kind of went from there. This was a month after that. Colin Kaepernick was in the NFL as the starting quarterback for your San Francisco 49ers. And you know what Chris Sims said to us that day on the lowdown? He said Cap pissed off the wrong people. He said, this is a good old boy network. And I am telling you right now, I don't think Colin Kaepernick's ever playing again. Chris Sims. At the time, Tony Romo was the starting quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys, which means Chris Sims' dad, Phil, was still the number 1 guy on CBS. A very roundabout way to point out Brody was connected. 1 month after this all blew up, Chris Sims went on our show and said, I don't think Colin Kaepernick will ever play again because he pissed off the wrong people. This is and was never about whether Kaepernick was a good quarterback or not. It was exactly about what Chris Sims told us 7 years ago. He pissed off the wrong people, and he's never going to play again. The whole point of the post that I made yesterday wasn't about Colin Kaepernick playing football. I know Colin Kaepernick isn't playing football. I know Colin Kaepernick will never be associated with the NFL again. I know that. The point of what I wrote was I feel bad for this man who works every day to achieve his dream, likely knowing he's never going to get the opportunity to do it. But the people on that app couldn't see through it. There's probably people listening who can't see through this. James Ham joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on ESPN 1320. All right. I got it out. Pause. Eric Reed was a good ball player, too. Eric Reed's situation was a little weird. I'm just talking, y'all. I closed the chat because I was Hey, Jacob, I'm going to tell you one time, go fuck yourself, bro. I don't give a fuck what you think about what I do in here. I just explained that. Whether you weren't listening or whether you were Googling Sean Payton apps or whatever it may be, you've been in here for the last couple of days chirping and doing your thing. Like, hey, you're welcome to watch, but don't call Cap a clown. That's your last one. I'll let you rock with all your Sean Payton silliness. I'll let you be wrong day after day. But don't tell me what I forgot to do when I just did it. This is your last one, Jacob. I'll send you off to the abyss in 1140. You got more of a reply than any of those people on Twitter did, so consider yourself lucky. Motherfucker. That's why I had to do this before James came back. Was there anyone? Now I got to shift back to doing sports stuff. No one was hurt at 49ers practice, was there? Those were vet days. Did you see that tweet? I think they were vet days. Matt. I can't spell Matt's last name. Come on, man. Where is it? Oh, no, it's not. All right. No practice. Debo, Jawan, Trey Greenlaw. I'll do that tomorrow. Yeah, Debo's still on the injury, Brian. You were right. No, I don't think he practiced, Bryce. I don't think he practiced.
Debo, Jawan Jennings, and Trey Greenlaw did not practice.
Yeah, he didn't practice. Yeah, for real. I'll copy a bunch of that stuff over to till tomorrow. Oh, I love when people use the veteran thing, man. That is just wild to me. I absolutely would not. That'd be horrendous. Oh, always a good way to lighten the mood is, oh, shoot, I lost it. Oh, crap. Sorry, my bad. I had something. Yeah, I'm not interested. And don't block Jacob unless he's popping off. Don't block Jacob yet. Unless he said something that I missed. Ain't no need to block Jacob yet. If we block Jacob, who's gonna say dumb shit about Sean Payton? I got another. Oh, he did. Okay, I got you, Dr. David. Good stuff. David, you are the man, bro. Leezy made another video. I saw. I just want to publicly proclaim my love for David Jackson. I love David Jackson, man. He's a great dude. Great dude. Still haven't cut that piece of sound. Okay, bye. Absolutely have to cut that sound. Remember the Debo? Debo was talking, I think, on a radio show, and his publicist came on, or someone.
Oh, now I remember.
Yeah, and she was like, "Okay, guys, we're done." And okay, bye. It's kind of faint. It's hard to hear. All right, James Ham going to join us at the top of the hour. Much more to talk with James about, as I'm sure he's home feverishly writing about the Dame Lillard to Milwaukee Bucks trade, the 3-team deal, including the Phoenix Suns as well. Debating on who got better, who's the best team in the league, who's the best team in the East, who's better than Sacramento, how much better did Phoenix get? I don't know the answer to any of these questions. I'm not sold on Phoenix. I do. And we talked about this when James was here. And we're going to talk a lot of Kings basketball. I want to bring James into that conversation we were having earlier about like training camp and the stories and what you're watching and what you want to do. We'll bring him into that conversation. But I like, all things considered, I like what Portland did. I mean, they acquired, we talked about DeAndre Ayton, Jrue Holiday. Now, all reports, everything is Jrue Holiday is going to be traded. Okay, what's that look like? The most important part was, what did you get? What were you able to do in terms of the Dame Lillard deal? It felt like all along, and it's probably because of it's probably because the Miami component was so heavy. It all kind of boiled down to, it felt like there was always going to be a 3-team deal. Now, again, that's probably because the Miami component, we all knew Miami's not, this isn't going to work. At least according to, because when you they're facing the issue with Jrue Holiday that they were probably facing with Tyler Hero. They just like the idea of getting DeAndre Ayton back. And when you, and that's where I'm kind of going here, in that regardless of what you do with Jrue Holiday, if we just look at the trade on face value right now, you acquired 2 starters. It doesn't work because of what Portland's trying to do with their young guys, with Shaden, with Scoot, even, Anthony Simons is still there. With it, the Jrue Holiday thing doesn't really work, kind of in the similar vein that the Tyler Hero stuff didn't. And maybe they feel like, and this was a bit of a debate earlier when KC joined us. If you missed that in the first hour of the show, KC popped in from his honeymoon away from me for a little while to, talk about this deal. That the conversation was, what nets more in a deal? We could even call it, what nets more in like a side deal? A Tyler Hero or Jrue Holiday? And I think the opinion was like split. And if you, Tyler Hero is younger, he's an incredible scorer. I think there's some things there that work. Jrue Holiday is a very unique player. I think the difference between Jrue Holiday and Devin Booker is if you're a If you're a team looking to take the next step, or you're a team like right on the door, knocking on the door of championship contention, I feel like that's where Jrue Holiday fits. Tyler Hero, I low-key feel like you can build around. Or not as the one, like not as the one guy on your team, but like as the two or like I feel like you could build around Tyler Hero as the second or third guy on your roster. I don't know why I'm stuttering so bad right now, but I feel like you can. Jrue, I feel like, especially at this stage of his career, not that he's like uber old or anything, but like at this stage of Jrue Holiday's career, I feel like he's probably better suited for a team where it's like, hey, man, we might be able to, he's 33 years old. We might be able to, we got 2 years. We could take that step.
Jrue's like the final piece, like the missing piece to a team that like needs to get over the hump.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that's the big difference to do. Now that may limit the market a little bit. That may limit the market a little bit more than Tyler Hero does. Tyler Hero might be, and I think this was the point Kenny was trying to make earlier. Tyler Hero might be he might be tradable to more teams than Jrue Holiday is. They can be traded anywhere. I just think Jrue Holiday makes more sense on a specific type of team. Now, who is that? I'm not sure. Kyle Matson on the Insiders brought up the Clippers. Whew, man. Now, I don't know what a deal like that looks like. Not to be funny, I don't even know what the Clippers have in terms of draft capital. But they being the Portland Trailblazers, they landed one draft pick in the trade for Dame Lillard. You got to think they'd at least want one in a trade for Jrue Holiday, but I'm not against the idea of just because when you got Scoot and you got Shaden, and that's clearly that's the core you're building around, right? You got John Collins there long term. I mean, not John Collins. I'm sorry. Jeremy Grant. You got Jeremy Grant there long term. I don't know that a draft pick is super important. The core, if you will, of your squad are those two young guys, and you could even stretch it to the three, including Anthony Simons, which I think is an interesting guy to watch the next couple of days as well. But those two are who you're building everything around. I don't know that the idea is like, because if you talk about, like, say, for example, let's use the Clippers as an example. You're probably not talking about a draft pick next year. You might be talking about a draft pick 2 years from now. I don't know that that's what those dudes need. Also, I don't know that anyone's trading Jrue Holiday for like a young player who hasn't developed yet. Yeah, I don't know that a team, and we'll use Miami as example. I don't think they're trading Jaime Jaquez for Jrue Holiday. You'd make a trade like that if you felt like you were on the cusp of being in that championship window. And that was the question that a lot of Kings fans asked earlier. Does Jrue Holiday work for the Sacramento Kings? Yeah, like basketball-wise, how could he not? He's a phenomenal two-way player. He absolutely works for Sacramento. Does he work for Sacramento in a way that you could execute a trade? Probably not. And it's that, Milwaukee, I'm sure, didn't want to move on from Jrue Holiday, but they saw an opportunity to get Dame Lillard. In the Sacramento Kings case, I'm just throwing out contracts and examples. I don't think Sacramento wants to move on from Kevin Huerter. But in order to land Jrue Holiday, you'd have to do it. Now, the footnote to that is, if you're Monty McNair, do you look at this and go, Jrue Holiday takes us from here to here. He takes us from 7 to 10. On a scale from 1 to 10, we're at a 7.2 right now. Yo, this dude gets us to 10. He gets us to 9.8. We can compete for a title there. Does he do that? Because if the answer to that question is no, you can't entertain it. The answer has to be yes for one reason. Or it could be for a variety of reasons, but really, really one reason to look at. Kevin Huerter's 24 years old, or 25 years old. Jrue Holiday's 33. And so in that scenario, I can't find a scenario, by the way, and I know Ryan Jennings pointed this out earlier. Everyone was on the trade machine when they found out that Jrue Holiday was going to be available. I can't find a scenario where you could realistically do something if you're Sacramento and it doesn't involve Kevin Huerter. But it can't involve just Kevin Huerter. It has to involve more. And it's the more that I don't think the Kings have. But again, the primary question can't be, oh, can you make it work financially? Can you make it work in the trade machine? The question has to be, does Jrue Holiday make us a championship contender immediately or not? If the answer is yes, explore it. If the answer is no, don't even think about it. Because if the answer is no, your time with Jrue Holiday is so limited. Like, you don't have to think, maybe when, maybe Keegan's going to take that step this year. But if he doesn't, he's really going to take that step next year. Well, now all of a sudden, Jrue Holiday's on an expiring contract. Now all of a sudden, you got pressure to make this work because you moved on from a 25-year-old who I think this year is going to shoot the lights out. And I realized as I talked through this today, and again, I think it's a byproduct of me talking to myself for 4 hours a day. I'm high on virtually everybody on the Sacramento Kings roster. I talked about Davion earlier today and how I think Davion is going to have his best year as a pro. I think him and Mike Brown are going to be in lockstep. Now, I thought the synergy between those two might be there to start last season. I don't know that it was, or maybe Davion just wasn't doing the things that Mike Brown wanted him to do, particularly on the offensive end. I have no doubts about De'Aaron Fox ascending to superstardom. Domas is going to continue to be an all-pro level player, an all-NBA player. Keegan, I'm just as anxious as everybody else is to see what he does this year. But if he doesn't do anything and he's just as good as he was last year, cool. Same with Malik. There's no player on this team I'm down on, and we love the acquisition of JaVale McGee. It's why I can't talk myself out of the Kings not being number 2 in the West. I tried to be cool, say, number 2 or 3, but I can't figure out who I'd put at third. And we did get there was a good footnote there was a good suggestion, in the chatty house during one of the commercial breaks. And I don't think I brought it to the radio, but it was the Lakers, because we were talking ifs, right? Like if this happens, if this happens, how the Pelicans are potentially the biggest if in the NBA. Because if Zion Williamson's healthy, they on it. But if he's not, what are they? Well, there was another if with the Los Angeles Lakers. The question was, can you see the Los Angeles Lakers? I can see the Los Angeles Lakers at number 2 easy. For me, there was a big if. The if was Anthony Davis. If you get that 65, 70 games of Anthony Davis, and we've been through these numbers a million times before, it hasn't happened. But if you get that, sure, I could see it. I could most definitely see it. The Kings, I feel like, have the least amount of ifs. You could throw ifs at everything. If De'Aaron gets hurt, if Doma, we could do that all day. But if you're talking about, that's talking about a team's failure. That's not talking about a team's success. The Pelicans are successful if Zion Williamson stays healthy. The Lakers could potentially be a 1, 2, 3 seed if Anthony Davis remains healthy. I don't think there's that if with Sacramento. Sacramento's good out the gate. Maybe that's too much. I don't think it is, but maybe that's too much. Not to, be my own hype man, but I don't see the flaw in that logic. Why is that so outrageous? If for Minnesota, Minnesota's if is if literally they do something we've never seen before. If Zion Williamson is healthy, we know what that looks like. If it works with Brandon Ingram. If Kawhi Leonard and Paul George play. If Brad and KD play 65-plus games. Cool. What's the if for Sacramento? And don't say if they say healthy, because you have to say that with everybody. There is no if. Entering training camp, this team is loaded. Entering training camp, this team is explosive. Entering training camp, this team is capable of being a top seed in the Western Conference. No ifs. Now, the casuals, those who saw 7 games last year, their ifs will center around De'Aaron Fox's ability to do what he did a second time. Their ifs will center around the idea of Domantas Sabonis hitting shots from the elbow, hitting shots from outside the key. It's trash and it's lazy. But okay. Is that it, though? Because Kevin Huerter was all over the place last year. Didn't matter. Malik had his up moments and his down moments. Didn't matter. Team still finished where they finished. But those people who watched 7 Sacramento Kings games last year, maybe if they were working really hard, they watched 9 of them. They weren't paying attention to that. You listen to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app as we welcome back our man James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Insiders with Kyle Matson, Monday through Friday here, 10 to 12. Hammer, we've been going over the Western Conference all day, obviously with this trade and what Phoenix has done, what Portland is doing. And we were talking about ifs, right? The Pelicans being a big if Zion Williamson is healthy, if he works with Brandon Ingram. And we went over the ifs with the Lakers and Anthony Davis, and if Golden State and things click with them, and if. And it dawned on me as we were discussing this, I think the team with the least amount of ifs is the Sacramento Kings.
I agree 100%. This is the team that, of course, they call it running it back, but I think they made improvements, and they don't have any question marks. The depth is spectacular. I think it's the best depth in the Western Conference as of right now. It's quality depth. You have different styles of players. You've got extra shooting hiding everywhere. You've got some shot blockers now that you didn't have the year before. You got a couple of better defensive players. So, yeah, I think that this is the team. But that's what happens when you don't make major changes after a successful season. You probably shouldn't have a bunch of question marks. And if you do, then, you probably should have addressed a bunch of other things during the offseason. I think the biggest question for the Kings this season is just how good can Keegan Murray be this year? And how big of a leap can he take? Outside of that, I think we understand who this team is and what they're about and where they can go.
Do you think, is there a scenario where we're talking about Sasha in the starting lineup this year?
I don't think so.
Because we were talking about things to like a lot of our storylines have been, a lot of our training camp storylines have been eliminated because there's no battle in the bigs anymore. Like it's just doesn't exist. Like we know who the bigs are. We pretty much know who the main rotation guys are moving forward. And the only thing that can shake up the rotation a little bit is if Sasha is extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a possibility that a guy comes in and it's just way better, right? Like than you expected, then the tape showed that he just fits perfectly. But at the same time, like let's not discredit who and what Harrison Barnes is to this team, because that would be the position that you would assume he would start for. Like I think there's a potential for him to start if there's injury problems. But outside of that, I think you're pretty set. I think you know who the starting five is for this team, and you know who the rotation is going to be, who the second five are. And then after that, like, is there room for someone to show you something? Yeah, but I think it's just for Sasha, it's more about how many minutes can he earn? How much can he, adapt on the defensive end, and can he hold his own on that end? Because that's where you're going to see his minutes fluctuate. If he can't be a competent defender at the NBA level, then he's going to play fewer minutes. If he can hold his own, then I could see him getting above 20 minutes, 24 minutes. I mean, that's kind of where like the team hopes that he can be a solid defender. But that's and that, of course, is why I say no about being a starter. Like, for him to take a starting job, that means that he's beating out either Keegan Murray or Harrison Barnes. And I just don't know that he's that style of player. I don't know if he, we're going to have to see. Like, it's possible he's way better than we expect. But I still think, like, the players he's going to compete with for minutes, that's a tough group. That's they're NBA regulars at this point. Even Keegan, who, what he start 78 games last year, Barnes started 82 plus 7 in the playoffs. That's tough to break through.
Wasn't he sick the first two? Was Keegan sick the first two? This sounds crazy. Didn't he have like COVID or something?
He had something right off the bat.
I feel like Keegan missed the first game or two because of something like weird.
Or it was a rib issue, or it was something strange. Like, I'm trying to remember what it was, but yeah, I mean, it's just so long ago at this point. It took him 2 games. Well, he started game 3, right? And then he pretty much started the rest of the season. I think he missed one other game with a hand issue. Yeah.
Kyle just sent us this. It's not funny. I don't know why I'm laughing. I'm sorry. It's not funny. Dame Lillard just released a song.
Yeah.
The song's called Farewell. So that's available on streaming. Maybe I'll play that over on 102.5 today. Let my two little worlds cross and play Dame Lillard's new joint Farewell.
Oh. I did listen. At least I got a preview of it.
Uh-huh. And would you how would you rate it, James Ham?
I don't know.
Bump it or dump?
I think he said something like they sell you short like Muggsy. Like, I was like, oh, I don't know. Like, it's not my jam. It's not my jam.
That's all right, Hammer. That's all right. Is there? I realize this is. I feel like we're in a very unique place, and I won't speak for the broadcast journalist. That is the esteemed James Ham. I'll speak from like a fan perspective. We're in a position that we haven't been in for a very long time, where year after year after year, our eyes are glued to training camp and who's winning this position battle and how does the lottery pick look and who can make an immediate impact and how does A, B, C, D, and F happen. And I don't think that's the case this year. I don't think anyone is. I feel like everyone's like, man, can we get to that game in Utah? Like, hell, the game in Vancouver will be cool, but we really just want to get to that game in Utah and we want to get this thing going. I don't know what there is. Like, I joked you'll be at camp, Tuesday, the first practice. James Ham, ESPN 1320. What the hell is the first question?
I don't know.
Right.
I think
it's generally about a rookie or about this or about that. It's like, what, obviously without being at practice, seeing what's out there, like, what's the first question? I don't know what the biggest storyline is.
Yeah, I think that might even be the biggest question. Like, to Mike Brown, like, what is the storyline? What is your team's storyline? Like, how do you guys internally see it? Is it, how good is Keegan Murray? Is it, where does Sasha fit in? Is it, what does Chris Duarte look like? What is their theme for the season? And I think that that's something we kind of have to let them tell their own story early on. And, I always joke around, you get to day 3, and that's a day that 1 or 2 guys miss practice, that They're like so many ice bags to go around. Everyone's feeling it. You've done 2 a day. You're hurting. Because typically what they do is they'll do a morning practice thing, and then they'll do a night practice. Even after media day, sometimes they'll go stretch their legs and start doing some run through stuff in the evening. But I do think that this is one of those seasons where, like, we don't know what the narrative is, what the feel of this team is going to be until they walk out there and they prove and they show that they are who we saw last season. And that might be the question. Can they be that team? Can they be that team or better? Maintain and improve. Can they live up to that moniker? And that's pretty big.
Your biggest storyline, I think you just said this, is Keegan. Is that right? Or
I think it is. And it's not just like, what did Keegan do? Like, what did he had gained 8 pounds, right? Early in the year.
Oh, did he? Oh, good. I thought we made it a whole off season without somebody gaining weight.
No. We saw that at back at the California Classic, Summer League.
I forgot.
Right? And then I think that the thing is, you always want to see, like, what do they look like? How much have they worked on their body? Because you can what Trey Lyles did last season when he came in, everyone in the building was like, are we looking at Trey Lyles? This is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, he had not just lost, like, I think it was 20 pounds, but he had really changed his body style. And that's good. And that's what you hope that a couple of your players do each and every offseason, that they take it serious, that they hit the weight room hard. And some guys, it's like impossible. Like, you're not going to see Davion Mitchell is going to look exactly the same, because he's always worked like tirelessly in the gym and in the weight room, and he is who he is. Like, he's built like a Mack truck, and you don't think that he's going to, like, have a big change in his body. But some of these guys, they have the ability to really, like, improve what they do and how they attack their off season. But again, to get back to it, I really do believe that, like, Keegan, it's not just how much weight did he gain, or like, what does he look like? It really does come down to, what are they willing to give him? Who are his teammates willing to allow him to become? And I think that's a big question, because in order for him to be, to take a huge leap, let's say he goes up to like 18 points a game, so add 6 points per game. That means that other people on that roster are going to be willing to give up 6 points, or part of a 6-point window, because it's not like you're just going to score 6 more points. So that's what you're always looking for. Like, where is the give and take? Do his teammates buy in and say, okay, we're going to let him ascend? And if they do, then I think he's going to take a gigantic leap this season. But he can't do it on his own, and he's not a guy who, handles the ball. He needs somebody pushing him to become that player, and that's okay. He's a young player, and you hope that you see the giant leap in year 2.
I'm hyped for Davion. I feel like he had not that I don't think Davion has a bad offseason. I think we were all really looking forward to what a partnership with Davion and Mike Brown would look like. And it felt like choppy at best at times through the season. Davion took full responsibility for that in the offseason. He said, there's a lot I need to do better. Particularly, I need to be able to make baskets. I need to be able to hit my shot. It's going to make life really difficult for Mike if I'm hitting my shot, in terms of taking me out of the game, combined with the other things that I do. And I feel like those two last year everybody's feeling each other out, getting to know each other. This year, I feel like those two are in lockstep, and I'm expecting Davion to have his best year. I actually can't find anything negative to say about anybody. I'm really excited about this season and what these guys have done this offseason and what it'll mean going into year 2 of this, as it's been coined, Being Team.
Yeah. When it comes to Davion, like, I'll keep saying this. I don't need him. Like, it would be great if he can hit more of his shots, right? If he can hit a higher percentage of his 3-point shots or his mid-range jump shots, whatever it might be. It's fine if he can do that. right? But for me, it was never about that. It was like on the defensive end, he's spectacular. It was that on the offensive end, he just didn't fit in. And anytime you can see a player who doesn't fit in, that's a problem. Like this team flowed, everything moved, everything looked right. And then one guy looked like he wasn't moving with the rest of the group. And I think part of it, again, I keep bringing this up, but part of it was the rotations and how they had him go in the game for a couple of minutes and then come back out and then start the second quarter. All of like the herky jerky stuff. I think that impacts his rhythm, his shooting ability. But that's not even what I've ever been concerned with. It's can he fit in and just look like he's part of the group? And I'm hoping that we see that. And I think we can say the same thing for a guy like Chris Duarte. Can he, not can he walk onto the court and not be a ball stopper? Can he move with the rest of the group? He's played with Sabonis before, so he should know how to do some of this stuff, but that doesn't mean that he's done what the Kings do. And so those are the things that I look for. Again, I think they've fixed this weird jump shot that Mitchell was doing, the like high arcing craziness, which I'm not even sure what that was all about. But working with Steph Curry's guy all off season, that's a big deal for Davion. But if he hits 37% of his threes, that would be spectacular. And he could get a few more minutes, but I still don't think that that's the reason why he's on and off the court.
James, I can't. I went through the Western Conference and we started this conversation talking about ifs, and how I think the Sacramento Kings have the least amount of ifs. I can't figure out how to not put Sacramento at 2 or 3. And I realized working through that discussion, I don't know who I'd put ahead of them if I put them at 3. I mean, there's like, again, I understand these big ifs that are out there with the 2 Los Angeles teams and the Pelicans. And I mean, I think Oklahoma City's going to take a step up. I don't think it's going to be that big of a step, but I keep settling in on the Kings, like right behind Denver. I don't think Memphis is going to stay at 2. I think they, regardless of the 25-game suspension for Ja Morant, I think the Dillon Brooks loss is going to hurt. The Brandon Clark loss is going to hurt. I don't know where Steven Adams is at. That's where Marcus went, right? Did Marcus land in?
Yeah, Marcus Smart's there.
I guess that's the one, plus thing that I like for them. But I don't know that I have him at 2.
I don't have him at 2, not at all. I mean, for me, I think Desmond Bane can really, really excel and become a outstanding player, but he needs somebody to set him up. And, Marcus Smart really isn't that guy. And if you look at what they lost, Brandon Clark, of course, is going to be out for a while, but they lost Dillon Brooks and they lost Tyus Jones. Like, those are big losses. And one player in Marcus Smart does not make up for both of those players. And I don't think that there's a huge difference between Marcus Smart and Dillon Brooks, just like functionally on a team. They're both exceptional defenders. They both take ill-advised shots. They play within whatever offense you're running. But the biggest issue that team has is that they only replaced one of them. And then their star is out for 25 games. And again, Brandon Clark's out forever. And we don't know about Steven Adams. What you said was Steven Adams. Like, we have no idea how he's going to hold up. Like, I would be surprised if that's a top 4 or 5 team. I would, because they've got too much going against them early on. Now, could they be like, could they just blow up and be really good again? Sure. Like, we never know. Like, at the end of the day, a team with talent who's been there before usually finds a way. But they're a huge question mark. And same thing with Phoenix. I think Phoenix, maybe they took a step back at center today, but they got deeper, and that's a good thing for them, because I thought that their depth was just not good at all. We didn't even really know who was going to start at power forward for them. Now you're starting to look at them with a little bit more, okay, I like their depth better. I like what they've done a little bit more. But there's still a question mark. How do the big 3 there work out together? And will they be like a legitimate 2 or a 1 or a 2 or a 3, or are they more like they're going to sag back around number 5, number 6, and then bite someone late? Yeah, I think they're just like all of the teams have question marks. Maybe the Lakers have a fewer question marks than some of the other teams. I do think that they're well built this year. They could use more shooting, but they're well built. But overall, like I like where the Kings are at position wise, and I think that continuity matters and the potential for them to move up and to be a 2 seed. It's there. It's just, you got to do it. Can't talk about it.
I think the thing with the Lakers, their if isn't playing playoffs, anything like that. Like they're a solid team. Their if is if Anthony Davis is healthy or remains healthy to a higher degree than normal, that's a 1-2 seed. Or the potential for a 1-2 seed.
Yeah, they're potential for a 1-2 seed, but where were they last year? And a lot of those moves they made during the season, and they had those players. Again, I like the addition of Christian Wood late. I like Vanderbilt. Like they've got some nice pieces all of a sudden.
Yeah.
But they still, their season will live and die with their 2 stars, one of which has never stayed healthy at all. And even when he is healthy, he still misses a bunch of time. Even within games, he misses time in Anthony Davis. And then the other is, LeBron James, who's pushing 40.
Mm-hmm.
And, like eventually Father Time Father Time has caught up with him. And you're seeing it over the last couple of years slowly start to bring him back down to earth. And then, you got your teams like Dallas. What is Dallas going to be? And what did they do to make you think that they're going to be better than they were last year?
Nothing.
And the same goes for the Pelicans. The same goes for Minnesota. There's like a bunch of teams in this range that they really didn't do anything to make you like jump up and take notice of who they are. And the Kings are the one team that like they didn't do that either. They didn't make some drastic move, but they were already better than a lot of these other teams last season. And so you see where there's a path forward for them.
Let the record show LeBron James averaged 28.9 points per game last year at the age of 38.
Yeah, but you saw where the games where like Father Time was dragging him back down. Like he's still incredible. I'm not going to say he's not. But eventually you're going to start seeing less and less of those games where he can just take over, because we've already started to see it, where he just doesn't have the juice to fully take over a game.
28.9 points per game, James. At some point, we're going to have to acknowledge this, whether we like it or not. Father Time is not undefeated. Tom Brady defeated Father Time, and LeBron James is in the process of kicking his ass.
Yeah, no, he is, man. Again, it's been really impressive to watch how he just continues to be such a force and so impactful. But man, if you're running him out there, he played 35.5 minutes per game last season.
Yeah.
And he only played in 55 games. He missed 27. But if he's out there playing 35.5 minutes per game, which is either the leader or right around the leader in the league, that's bad news for the Lakers, especially come playoff time.
Meanwhile, Father Time curb stomped Russell Wilson.
He did.
I believe Father Time is currently beating the hell out of Russell Wilson.
He's doing the Hulk smash. He's just got him by the ankles and beating him like down on the ground, back and forth. Yeah.
Oh man.
Not good. Yeah, Russell Wilson, he should stop saying let's ride. He's more like let's hide, because that 200 million he's still owed. He's got to hide from somebody there.
That's you said something interesting there. Minutes per game leader in the NBA. I wonder who that was, because you're right. It can't be. It's
not much more than that anymore.
It can't be. Oh God, I pulled up some like advanced stat. I don't want advanced. Just why do you guys? I don't need an advanced stat. I just want the regular stat. Jesse's gonna find it in 2 seconds, and it's gonna agitate the hell out of me.
There you go. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not seeing it. Even see minutes per
per game leaders is it
minutes
Siakam?
per game. Siakam 37.4. Kyrie at 37.4. They tied. LeBron was.
Oh, you know what? LeBron. I don't think LeBron's on this list. LeBron probably didn't meet the game threshold to.
He would have been tied for 17th with Julius Randle, Shea Gilgeous, and Darius Garland. Yeah.
Wow, Harden played 36.8 minutes per game.
Yeah, that's pretty stunning, isn't it?
36.8 too many. I wonder what the talks were like. Well, you know what? Let's Chatty House will have fun with this. Let's pause for a second, and we'll come back. We'll talk more about the Dame Lillard deal. I'm fascinated by like what were the discussions with Toronto. We've read so many different things about Miami through the course of the day. We'll talk more about this deal. Dame Lillard headed to the Milwaukee Bucks. What that means for the West. What that means for the East. What that means for the Bucks, the Celtics. What was the Raptors offer? We'll dive into all of this. It's Dealing with Casey, my man James Ham here with me on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to run to the restroom real quick, Hammer, if that's okay.
Yep, I got you. Hello, friends. Boy, the joke's just... Grady Dick, he definitely brings out the best in the Chatty House.
Those jokes have been flowing since about 10:30 a.m. during the Insiders yesterday.
Oh, yeah. It got a little wild. Yeah, I think this is all interesting. I want to see like who gets to write the post-mortem on this whole situation and like fills in all the blanks. Because this one just came out of nowhere, the trade did. How's the fantasy team? We're 2-1. We had a nice little week and picked up the victory. We're doing all right. I'm not in love with our team, and I don't usually care about the tight end position, but our tight end position has been really bad. So, like we have David and Njoku, and he's been horrible. So maybe we have to upgrade that. But we have I want to say I have 6,000-yard receivers on the squad. And that's something I don't think I've ever had before. But like 4 or 5, but not like where every single player on your roster, you're like, hey, that's interesting. Plus, we drafted Alvin Kamara late, and he's back. And so that's good. Yeah, I'm thinking about dropping Njoku or maybe just trying someone else. Yeah, if the Lions tight end was available, that's a good play, Bryce. I'll also say, like, if you guys remember back when we started doing Fantasy Fridays right before the season with Faraz Siddiqui, he was all over the Lions tight end. And he said something like he was targeted on like 90% of the routes he ran. It was something crazy. And Laporta, yeah, there we go. That's exactly what he's done so far. He looks like, but in my league, he was already taken. Yeah, he's good. Let's see. I have we have CeeDee Lamb. We have Chris Olave. We have Terry McLaurin. We have Nico Collins. We have Puka. Oh, and we have Drake.
Yu.
Not Drake Yu, and not just Drake.
Where's he, Drake?
Drake London.
Drake London. So I have like potentially like 6, maybe even 7,000 on receivers. Wild. Drake London. Yes. We drafted Drake London way too early. My son was all over him, and I should have said no because I know better than to draft wide receivers with quarterbacks.
From Blake. Was Puka a pickup or did you draft him?
Puka was a pickup in week 1. and we have a waiver system where you bid and you have $99 for the whole season. And I talked my son into, we bid high for him. We bid $27 because we have a Rams fan in our league, and he ended up bidding $21, and we beat him and got him.
Dr. David, Drake, you don't mention that name. Wives might be listening. Don't let the wives watch Friday. He's going to join us. We're coming back, Hammer.
All right.
As I just told Dr. David in the chatty house during the commercial break, keep the wives off the live stream coming up on Friday. My man Drake Yu is going to be with us.
He's a handsome man.
Drake Yu, 3-on-3, and he's a champion, right? Isn't that the 3-on-3 champion of the world?
Yeah, I'm excited to see him play against Jimmer.
Yeah,
that should be interesting.
That'll be a lot of fun. Drake will be with us. All kidding aside, on Friday. If I was responsible, I'd remember the time. I think it's like 1:45. Drake will be with us. As James Ham is here with us now, obviously on the heels of this Dame Lillard to Milwaukee Bucks trade, 3-team trade involving the Portland Trailblazers, Milwaukee Bucks, and the Phoenix Suns. James, we've been reading things all day about who was involved, who responded, who didn't respond, how strong the negotiations were, who was offered, who wasn't. And now it seems so like I've started to see this in multiple places. This another one from the Toronto Sun. The Raptors had no interest in including OG Anunoby in a deal for Dame Lillard, which we're going to think is so funny. Like, what did you offer? Because we know there's no way Toronto offered Scotty Barnes. So what?
He was off the table completely.
What did Toronto like that had the Hall of Famer Mark Spears talking about the Toronto Raptors? What could they have possibly have offered to instigate a conversation if they were just like, well, you can't have Scotty and you can't have OG Anunoby either?
Well, I went through and I looked at their salary, and they're going to be dangerous around the deadline. Because they have Gary Trent, who's on a 1-year, $19 million, $18.5 million deal. Then they have Thaddeus Young, who's around $8-9 million. They have Otto Porter, who's around $6 million. They have Chris Boucher, who's owed $11 million next year as well. But like again, in a salary dump situation, you would probably take on his salary just because it's only $10 million next year. But that's where how I would have built a deal with them, because first of all, I agree with you that if you're going to trade, if you're trying to get Dame, you had to take Nurkic. Mm-hmm. So they could have with those players that I just mentioned, and throw in Grady Dick and throw in like 2 or 3 first-round picks, you could have been able to pull off a deal for both Nurkic and Dame. So yeah, I think it really came down to like just the pieces, and they still have to figure out what they're doing with Siakam and with OG Anunoby, whether they can keep those guys, because both of them are in the final year of their deals.
I think Masai's just going to keep them and let the contracts run out. It's a brand new innovative way of general managing. I'm not trading you. If you don't want to sign here, you're not going to sign here. I'm just going to let the deal expire and you can go.
He looks really brilliant until he doesn't. And then he'll go somewhere else and look really brilliant for 5 minutes too. And then you see if he can build it up.
Well, he hasn't looked not brilliant recently, has he?
Well, he did win a championship.
I mean, the Kawhi, it's the ultimate gamble. I think every Raptors fan would argue you lost DeMar DeRozan, you won a title, you lost Kawhi Leonard the next year. It's not like the team hit the gutter. They had they had a really good coach. It's just it hasn't materialized much since then.
Yeah,
but you won the title.
They kind of hit the panic button though. Like Nick Nurse is a
Nick
good
Nurse,
coach.
I thought so too. Well, I'll say this about that. There was clearly something. because I thought, and I said this all last year, and admittedly, part of it was watching Toronto just seemingly beat the hell out of Sacramento. I thought that team was a lot better than what their record was. And I found the Blazers to be one of the more confusing teams in the league. And it did feel like at a certain point, there's a disconnect somewhere. There's either a disconnect in that locker room with those players, or there's a disconnect with Nick Nurse. And clearly, Masai Ujiri decided it was a disconnect with Nick Nurse.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's very close with the players. Like Masai is. Yeah. And so he has a really good idea of what's going on behind the scenes. But that doesn't mean that you throw away a really, really good coach that could have been like a dynasty coach with you. I mean, I thought he did an excellent job. And I thought even in the years following the championship, like I thought they were good. But then there was also that moment where they had like every single power forward guy in the league on the roster. Like how many guys do you need that are like 6'9" to 6'11" and basically all play the same position? They just kept bringing more and more and more on. And it got to a point where you're like somebody has to play small forward. You need more guard depth. They had like sort of a weird guard depth issue. So I didn't like the build of the team, and that's on the GM. That's, it's a GM that signed Chris Boucher to like a 3-year, $30-something million deal and brought in Precious Achiuwa and, just kept stacking these players that play the same exact position. Like if you're a coach, what do you do if you got Scotty Barnes, OG Anunoby, and Pascal Siakam, and then they go out and get Jakob Poeltl? Like, what do you do? Who's playing the two? And I guess OG is playing the two. But if not, one of those guys who are one of your best 4 players is coming off the bench.
I don't know why I love this message from 92 Views so much. I've been staring at it for the last few minutes. He says, OG is the face of Canada. He was in every commercial when I was there a few weeks ago. I love that.
What, though? It's an interesting thing, though, because we don't think about that here in Sacramento. There's only like the pizza guys, right? And even that, they don't do that anymore that I've seen. Like,
it's because they kept losing the pizza guy, and then they
made Doug and Dougie the pizza guy.
Well, and let's not even talk about how fraudulent that was, because there's no chance Doug ate a piece of pizza, not even for the commercial. He was like, "Hey, give me a cucumber and turn it into a piece of pizza with CGI." And then he became a coach, and he couldn't be the pizza guy anymore.
No, that's true.
You could argue the pizza guy's cursed.
Yeah, and Doug doesn't eat. He doesn't eat pork and he doesn't eat beef. So
Doug doesn't eat anything. He eats blueberries. He drinks chai tea, and
you know what he drinks? He drinks a triple soy latte with no foam. That's what he drinks.
And apple cider vinegar.
The apple cider vinegar he drinks out a lot.
Yeah, he'll chug apple cider vinegar like I chug these green juices.
Yeah,
that's why I think that's why they bought Dougie into the commercial, so Dougie could, wolf down a piece of pizza, and Doug could, Big Doug could watch approvingly.
There we go. That's my boy. I've told you the incredible Dougie story, right? I
don't think so.
Me and Doug both brought our sons to the studio one time, and they hit it off. Like, they're both super quiet. They're both introverts. They hit it off like right away. And so they're just running around the studio. We're not really paying attention. We're watching the game. We're going in, doing pregame and postgame and halftime. And I get home and my wife's like, okay, I got like a weird prank call. And I'm like, what do you mean you got a weird prank call? She goes, somebody called, and I swear I could hear Toby in the background laughing, my oldest. And somebody called and sang Hello by Adele in its entirety on my voicemail. It was Dougie. Dougie called my wife, prank called my wife while my son was there and sang Hello all the way through to the end while my son sat with him. They were hiding under the stairs in the studio, prank calling people like my wife.
That can we just acknowledge, like, singing a song the whole way through as a prank is
It's
tremendous dedication.
all in.
Which is,
Yeah.
I'd absolutely expect that from someone with the namesake of Doug Christie, but that is just phenomenal dedication to the joke.
It was, yeah. So they got along really well, but they really haven't got to hang out since. So yeah, and they were both young, like probably, I don't know, 14 and 12 or something.
That checks out. I can't imagine an 18-year-old, going, "Hey,
Oh,
I got
no.
an idea. Let's prank my
No.
mom and sing Adele." I don't think I know any Adele songs in their entirety. So shout out to Dougie for just nailing that part too.
Yeah.
Did Mrs. Ham, attorney at law, save the voicemail?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll have to look.
That's your homework. Tune into the Insiders tomorrow to find out if Mrs. Ham, attorney at law, did in fact save the Adele voicemail.
Yep.
Not related to the trade, but interesting news. You just said Toronto could be major players at the trade deadline. Another team I think people were watching, given what happened to the course over the next few weeks, was the Los Angeles Clippers. Lawrence Frank said the team has had consistent ongoing conversations with both Paul George and Kawhi Leonard's reps regarding extensions, and says he's hopeful that both will remain Los Angeles Clippers. Now, what that looks like, who knows? But we know that they're both extension eligible. If one isn't yet, he will be within the next, week or two. But that was, I think, another situation that people were watching pretty closely headed into training camp.
Here's an interesting, little tidbit, which I did not know. Paul George makes $45,640,084. Kawhi Leonard makes $45,640,084. They have the same exact contracts this year and the same exact player options at $48,787,676. $787,676. So yeah, they're both, even if they don't get extensions, neither one of those dudes is walking away from $49 million next year. There's no way. So I know that it's a topic for sure, and they would like an extension, but those guys already make so much money next season that I don't even know how the Clippers improve their roster. How do you improve your roster when two guys are making 100 of the $144 million salary cap?
Yeah, I don't know, James. If I knew that, I'd run an NBA franchise.
There it is.
Lawrence Frank did say Paul George and Kawhi Leonard are both fully healthy and had extremely productive off seasons. Said they'll be full participants in training camp. Okay.
Yep.
Well, that's
All
good
right.
stuff. I mean, it's always the most exciting time of the year, right? Because no one's lost, and for the most part, no one's hurt.
Hope springs eternal.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And Kings fans are all too familiar with that. It's normally the only time of year where we're actually excited. But that's not the case this year. I think it's let's get to Utah fully healthy, run this thing back, and win some playoff games this time. Win some playoff series, I should say, this time.
And everyone I run into is like, man, why can't we start playing now? Let's play. I want to see games now. That's what I keep running into on the streets. Anyone that I asks about Kings basketball, they're like, man, is it starting yet? When? Come on, let's go. It's the anticipation for this season is greater than any season that I can remember in the past.
Yeah, as it should be. This team is good, and there's no reason to believe they won't be good moving forward. And we just talked about how I just get so tired of the storyline that the West is loaded. Maybe it's just me. I don't see it. The thing that I'm really stuck on right now You brought up Dallas earlier. Truth be told, I haven't thought a second about the Dallas Mavericks. Dallas Mavericks finished 38-44. That was a solid 4 games out of the playoff spot. Dallas, Utah, Portland, Houston, San Antonio. Those are probably the same 5 teams that don't make the playoffs this year. Not counting, or I should say, get to the top 10, get to the play-in.
I like Utah.
To be in top 10?
Yeah, I think they're top 10.
So who are you taking out then?
I don't know. Like, again, I don't know that Dallas makes it, but there are the French guys, the New Orleans.
Pelicans,
Yeah, the Pelicans, the Timberwolves. I know everyone thinks that Anthony Edwards is going to ascend to greatness this year, and that's fine. He could be, he could average 33 points a game like Damian Lillard did last year and still not make the playoffs because they have 2 centers and don't know what they're doing. So, that's a problem. That's a team that, I just don't know that goes anywhere. Maybe they do. Maybe they figure it out. Maybe they're good, but
I don't like that team at all.
No,
I do not like that team.
I think that might be the problem that we have with the Western Conference, that there are so many teams that the pieces are greater than the whole, where the Kings, the whole is greater than the pieces or equal to. You know what I mean? Like, you can see the offense flows, the team works, it's functional. There's things like fit that have been considered, where a lot of these other teams don't have that. They're not, the fit was never part of the equation. Like, anyone who didn't, it didn't take anything to look and say Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert just aren't going to fit. And someone, they'll fit. Like, no, not really. Like, neither one of them can defend the perimeter. So what are you going to do against every team that will go small and just runs around the perimeter on you? Nothing. You're going to watch the ball go in the basket. So yeah, I think fit is such a, even with the Lakers, they're still concerned that they don't have enough shooting, that they don't have, their fit is weird.
Well, Hammer, you know who's on the trade market? It can finally happen. Shavano to the Lakers.
Oh, there it is.
It could finally happen, and the Lakers can win a championship just like they would have if they hadn't traded for Russell Westbrook and had acquired Buddy Hield from Sacramento, and Kyle Kuzma would have. Man, what would the domino effect have been if the original deal that was at draft day had gone through? I can't remember what day it was.
Day before the draft.
What would the domino effect have been if Buddy Hield wound up in Los Angeles, Kyle Kuzma, and was it
Montrezl? Yeah, Montrezl Harrell
had come to Sacramento. It's fascinating to think about.
It's a big enough what if that we might have to rename the butterfly effect the Buddy Hield effect. Like, it's like a ripple in a pond. Like, you have no idea how far that ripple would go. Where some deals you can look at and you're like, okay, like the Kings could have easily still signed Bogdanovich and then just had Buddy Hield and then figured things out later, right? There would not have been a ripple in the pond because they went into that season with a horrific roster. But this one, very specifically, we have no idea. Like, what would have happened down the road, and could you have still pulled off a deal to get someone like Sabonis? Would you even considered a deal like that, or would you have just gone with 2 pick and roll guys and Rashawn Holmes and Montrezl Harrell and I don't know, Kyle Kuzma? Would Kuzma stick around? Would he wear that giant pink sweater to the down the stairs at the Kings area?
The drip walk. Yeah, the little drip walk.
Yeah, would he wear that giant, the black hoodie thing?
The big puffy Missy Elliott outfit. Yeah. Kuz could do that at the Golden One Center. He'd be at Tyga with the puffy jacket on. Okay. I was going to get you one for Christmas. It's just far too expensive. Far too expensive.
Yeah, we do have a $20 maximum on those things. So
yeah, it was.
I don't think that fits in.
I think I have a better shot of getting you the pink sweater.
The pink sweater, Kevin Herter has one, like a bubblegum pink sweater, but it's not with, it doesn't have like 12-foot long arms.
The extra long sleeves.
Yeah, it doesn't have like some poor grandma had to knit those sleeves. So that's not what Kevin Herter has. But I like had a conversation with him, like, hey, bro, like we can't wear that color. That doesn't look good on us. Like, I know you're trying to be out there, like, wear yellow, don't wear orange, don't wear red.
Can't wear red. Yeah.
Don't wear bright pink. Don't wear bubblegum pink.
See, people get on me about, like, see, this is how, you know, like, James Ham may not flaunt his fashion sense, but the man's been on TV and he's recognized there are things that he can wear and can't wear. I tell people all the time, like, wearing black, particularly black shoes, is not the best look for me. It's too strong. And it's me wearing black is the equivalent of James wearing pink. It doesn't work with the complexions. I need something a little softer, or in this case, I need like what I'm wearing right now. I need a little gray to soften it up. I need light shoes to kind of pull your eyes back a little bit.
Yeah. It's about the whole outfit. You've got to bring the whole outfit. I don't know. I do the best that I can with what I'm working with. So, you know, I used to tell Doug all the time, I can't wear that suit, but I love it.
Oh, Doug's suit game it's fine.
Yeah.
That's probably the worst part about him being on the bench is they wear, you know, warm-up clothes on the bench and his suits are just collecting dust.
Yeah, he's got some great suits. Yeah, great color schemes and all kinds of stuff. Yeah.
He's got some one-offs. He's got like a suit like you can't wear that again. Like where are you going to wear that, Doug? Like you get that one TV show and then, you know, you got to tuck it away for a while cuz everybody's going to remember it.
I feel like you have a whole closet of that where I have more like utilitarian clothes. Like I have a bunch of blue shirts and blue ties, and I have a maroon suit, burgundy suit, and then a bunch of blue suits, a gray suit. But I'm able to mix and match and kind of change my stuff. You wear stuff that's like, wow. And then I don't know how you wear it again.
It's tough. Like the most obvious one is the jacket with the crystals on it. Like that's a tough second wear. Like I can wear it to a game. I can rock it on the show every once in a while. And like I wore it to a concert, but other than that, it's kind of got to stay. It's got to stay. It's got to be selective.
I'll be honest. I went to get up off the chair. Of course, I sit in the same seat you sit in, and I'm like, oh, there's a little gold thing here. I pick it up. I'm like, oh, that's a piece of one of Damian's outfits. I'm not sure which. And I set it up on the counter. That happened yesterday. It's right there by the mouse pad. There's a little gold thing. I'm like, all right. I know it didn't come off my clothes.
There it is.
There
it is.
See?
I don't know what this is, but I'll investigate.
It didn't come off my clothes. My clothes don't come with things like that.
Oh, we appreciate you so much for being with us, man. What a day it was. Dame Lillard headed to the Milwaukee Bucks. 3-team deal with the Portland Trailblazers and the Phoenix Suns. We will talk much more about this. I'm headed over to 102.5. If you want more coverage of the Dame Lillard deal, don't go anywhere. We'll run it back next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Great stuff, man. Great stuff.
Cool. Yeah, we laughed our way through that one. That's good.
Yeah, that's fun. And I see, right as you said that, I was like, what is this?
Yeah. No, it's in there. I don't know what it's from, but I look, I'm like, oh no, that ain't coming off James's clothes. But it's got you can see where it screws into something.
Yeah. I wonder, did I wear? If I wore that gold watch I had.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, it was sitting on the seat when I went to get up, and I'm like, oh, what's that?
That checks out.
Anyway. right,
appreciate you guys for listening through the cap segment, and don't get it twisted. Like you guys, like Jacob, if you're out there, not Jacob Z, the other Jacob, you don't have to agree with me, bro, but be respectful when I'm talking. That's all I'm asking. Don't tell me I didn't say something or I didn't acknowledge something when I absolutely did. That's the whole thing. You want to, if you don't have to agree. I respect people who don't agree with what I'm saying. Just don't tell me I'm not acknowledging stuff when I acknowledged it and explained it in full. That's my only thing. Appreciate y'all. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Make sure you tap into James tomorrow at 10. And you know what it is, man.
We have the happy hour tomorrow night.
Oh, there you go. Do some Mo.
Deuce and Mo. Happy hour
Very
from
good.
5:30 to 7:30. Come and jump on board with the King's Beat. Go to thekingsbeat.com and become a premium subscriber.
Yeah, definitely become a premium subscriber over there, especially with the season beginning. I'll make sure we push that hard tomorrow on the show tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. We will see you tomorrow.